Chapter 501 In the Name of Light. No matter how many children of luck there are in this world, as long as you use the red alarm system to push them all the way, how many children of luck can be wiped out for you? The next morning, standing on the balcony on the second floor of the villa, looking at the lush grass outside the window, Liu said calmly. In the early days of the end of the world, Liu's strength is limited, and he needs to be careful when encountering the Sun of Luck. After becoming stronger, Liu's layout is more to prevent the Sun of Luck from escaping or counterattacking when he dies. Now with the help of the red police system and so many daughters of luck, why does Liu need to waste time on the layout? As long as it's not a rogue system like Wang Hao, just push it all the way and it's over. With the ability you have now, there is nothing wrong with saying that. Lying on the big bed in the room, the lazy So Cangyun answered with a charming smile. While talking, he patted his fluffy tail. With Liu's help, she now has 5 plush tails. 5 represents dark gold. Although maybe her one-on-one ability is still not good, but the destructive power she possesses is definitely more terrifying than many epic monsters. If Liu can repair the mother system, get a goddess power that suits her, perhaps she could become the existence with the strongest ability to kill monsters among all the women in Liu. Diddy, the red light of the receiver lights up, and Lu Ruobing's voice comes out. Liu. I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but I'm in some trouble now. What's the trouble? Lenger is gone. Lenger. Liu couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he heard the words, who is Lenger? One of my subordinates. Following Lu Ruobing's explanation, Liu understood a general idea. Although the military has recovered a lot of vitality with the help of Liu and Wu Di, but to rebuild the human homeland, it is far from enough to rely on them alone. All human beings work together, which is their purpose. As a result, a large number of awakened people joined the army. Lenger was just one of many awakened people who joined the army. Because of the special nature of her profession, she received special care from Lu Ruobing. This time Tang Shi found something unusual, she took Lang Er to investigate, but the other party still hadn't come out after the appointed time. Lu Ruobing felt that the other party might be killed, so she took the twin sisters in to search for the risk of committing a personal crime, but found a scene that left them dumbfounded. You mean, Tang City is full of undead? Using the red flame eagle to bring Luo Kekai, So Qingyu and Xiao Manli to the front line, Liu asked in surprise. Lenger had never seen undead, so she wanted to go in and find out. But both sisters Lu Ruobing and Xiao Xiu have seen each other. It shouldn't be wrong. The creatures inside have the same aura as you and the undead summoned by Lin Feng before, but the number of enemies is unknown. We dare not go too deep, so we called you here. Haha, it's interesting. Liu grinned, and a long-lost motivation suddenly surged from his heart. Arrange your equipment, let's go meet these guys together for a while. Didn't you bring Xiaojin and them over? They're in the back, we just go in first. As Liu said, he raised his hand and opened 2 space cracks. No matter how fast the mutated beast runs, it cannot be as fast as the red flame eagle. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Liu used flying mounts for long distances, and mutant beast mounts for short distances. Just now, in order to hurry, Liu flew over with the red flame eagle, and the other 3 mutant beasts were naturally left behind by him. Hearing Liu's words, Lu Ruobing was a little speechless, and seeing Liu summoning 2 cavalrymen with severed heads, she was even more speechless. Her power is strong, and so is the military's. But these powers seem to be not enough in front of Liu. This may be the reason why she immediately thought of asking Liu for help when she was at a loss. General, open the way ahead. Leader. Boom. With a long hiss, the skeleton horse rushed into the fog of Tang City with the general and cavalry. It has to be said that sometimes even the military is helpless in the face of some unknown creatures. Just like now. Can the military use firepower to cover Tang City as before? Of course you can. But are there any other humans in Tang City? Can firepower have an effect on these unknown creatures? Will it piss off some Godzilla-like horror creatures? Even if the soldiers of the red police system can be recruited with points, don't they have to calculate whether they will lose money? If the first battle is over, what treasures are not obtained, and time and energy are wasted so much, and in the end, tens of millions of points are lost, then it is still a basket? Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to make a decision before making a move. At this time, in the middle of Tang City, in a castle full of simplicity, a burly man covered in armor was sitting on a chair as spacious as a dragon chair with his eyes closed. The castle is huge and spacious. In addition to a pair of bat statues at the entrance, there are many skeleton guards on both sides of the road and lighting braziers burning with blue ghost fire. And the image of the man is a bit like Tang Cheng, the corpse king. His pale skin and grey hair make him look strange and evil. It's just that he is not as burly as Tang Cheng, only about 2.2 meters long, and overall looks more human than Tang Cheng. My lord, why didn't you drive out those humans yesterday? If you killed them all, wouldn't others dare to come in? Around him, several beautiful harpies were pinching his shoulders and beating his legs. One of them leaned in front of him and asked flatteringly in her charming voice. Hearing what the banshee said, the man opened his dark eyes to look at her, and said coldly in his magnetic voice. Are you questioning my decision? Harpy, with a human body and eagle wings. Generally speaking, the combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of human birds with supernatural powers. But no matter how strong the fighting power was, seeing the look in this man's eyes, she was scared out of her wits. Don't dare. I see you have nothing to dare. The man's voice was calm, but it gave people an invisible deterrent. Go, bring me the woman I caught yesterday. Yes, yes. The harpies didn't dare to say much, and quickly stood in front of the throne, and gave orders to the two black-robed monks guarding both sides of the hall. Monk, no fighting power. But it is one of the few undead races with intelligent creatures. Undead? Yes, undead. Since getting this city of the undead, Xiao Yi has not met a human being who can make his eyes shine for a long time. The little girl yesterday was obviously an exception. Facing the stone statues that came back to life, not only was she not frightened, but she calmly thought about running away. Most importantly, almost let her run away. This made him a little interested in this little girl. As time passed, Bai Yueguang, who was bound by bone chains, was escorted to the main hall by a monk and two skeleton warriors. Along the way, she kept looking at everything around her. Even though she has a wealth of experience in the last days, after seeing so many unknown and terrifying creatures, she couldn't help feeling frightened. What the hell are these monsters? Not only has human intelligence, but can also use human team tactics. Flutter flutter. Before Bai Yueguang could think too much, a crow with flapping wings flew from outside the house and landed on the main hall. The crow called twice, and a projection shot out of its eyes. The projection was a black-robed monk who respectfully greeted Xiao Yi after he appeared. My lord, I found a human invader. Human invaders? Do they dare to come? Xiao Yi waved his hand casually. Forget it, let's kill it. Yes. Call out. As soon as the words fell, a huge group of holy light descended from the sky. In the name of light. Chapter 502 Start a City of the Undead. Xiao Yi, 27 years old this year. Neither a time traveler nor a reborn. He's just a poor guy who got the city of the dead by accident. As we all know, the parents of the Son of Luck are high-risk occupations. After the end of the world, his parents and relatives all died tragically. Xiao Yi himself was favored by heaven and found a supermarket warehouse as a refuge. Originally, this was nothing. The bad thing was that he opened the warehouse door to the female colleague he once admired. If he was the only one in that warehouse, there would be no problem living in it for 10 or 8 years. But that female colleague brought a dozen companions in, which immediately put him in a disadvantaged position. At first, those people still thought that Xiao Yi was the owner of the warehouse and obeyed his orders everywhere. After a long time, the inferiority of human beings broke out. It's only natural to make a scene out of others, even the female colleague sneered at him. He was forced to go out to find food, and when he was surrounded by a large number of zombies, he was swallowed up by endless regret and resentment. A grey bead, looking for its owner, found him at this moment. Thus, the Lord of the City of the Undead was born. He can summon monks, monks can summon undead buildings, and all undead buildings have the power to turn everything around them into barrenness. Then he succeeded in revenge by relying on the ghouls summoned from the crypt of the undead, and turned all those who occupied his sanctuary into undead. Over time, his army of undead grows, and the other survivors have smaller and smaller territories. It has been 1 year and 8 months since the end of the world, and basically the entire Tang city has become his domain. Light-type abilities. When he came to the castle of the undead, Xiao Yi muttered to himself when he saw this scene in the sky in the distance. Sunny sky in May. However, Tang city was shrouded in a large amount of fog, and the whole city fell into darkness. The sudden holy light not only burned a large number of undead creatures to death, but also penetrated the fog in the center of the city. Let a large area in the middle of the city be exposed to the sun? But Xiao Yi didn't care much. Although light can restrain darkness, darkness can also restrain light. This is his place. In this barren land, all the abilities of the light department will be greatly weakened, while the abilities of the undead will be greatly increased. Avery, you go and settle it, I'd better go there myself, you guys watch this woman. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he led a group of undead out of the castle. The gate of the castle. A grey male lion lying on the ground, exuding the breath of death, slowly stood up. My god, will these thick fogs heal themselves? Even if it is a light ability, can't it be dispelled? And there are too many monsters, right? Brother Liu, do you want to retreat? After seeing the holy light, the briefly bright city was restored, and the overwhelming number of skeletons and bugs rushed towards it. Qin Zyro was a little scared. Just start a fight if you don't agree with each other, this doesn't seem like much to say. The protagonist and the villain are not the same way, and these undead creatures are even more terrifying than monsters. After Liu came in and saw that the whole city was occupied by undead, he didn't hesitate at all. But there are a lot of monsters here. It's not that Qin Xiao has never seen so many monsters, but she has never seen so many unknown monsters. Skeleton warriors with simple knives and bows. Small and thin, with no eyes, it looks like a ghoul crawling on the ground. Zombies covered in viruses and bacteria. Bloodthirsty bugs, flying gargoyles. There are tens of thousands of each. If Qin Xiao hadn't taken Xiao Xiu to fly out of the mist just now, and borrowed the sunlight to throw a ball of holy light, it is estimated that they have been besieged to death by now. Don't worry, play with them again. If you meet the strong, you will be strong, but now Liu is full of fighting spirit. Xiao, Xiu, pay attention to the back, and others pay attention to the sides. Kikai, come with me for a martial soul fusion. Ba, wind and fire combo. Understand? As soon as Liu gave the order, he raised his hands. Call. A gust of wind blew up around her body. Luo Kikai took the opportunity to melt the fire into the gust of wind. Soon a fire tornado with a diameter of 20 meters and a height of more than 100 meters was formed. Fire tornado, let's go. Boom. The powerful tornado brought a scorching flame, rolled up a lot of fog and rushed towards the street ahead. Wherever it goes, it will be destroyed and not a blade of grass will grow. No matter whether you are a skeleton, a ghoul, or a bug, you cannot stop the devastation of this fire tornado. At most, those bat-like gargoyles can barely guarantee their combat effectiveness after resisting the fire tornado. Ability. The higher the level, the wider the attack range. If the black iron level fire ability is to use small fireballs to level A, then bronze level can use big fireballs. Silver level can use fireball, and gold level can use firewall frequently. Dark gold is the fire shock wave, and sapphire is the prairie fire. After the epic level, both combat skills and abilities can be qualitatively changed. Although Liu is not yet an epic, he cannot use the tornado that connects the world, and its power and distance are somewhat insufficient. But this level of tornado is still completely stress-free. Only. Damn, these monsters don't have crystal nuclei, no treasure chests, and no points. How about playing with a hammer? Liu broke open the skulls of the two skeleton soldiers with sword energy, and couldn't help but cursed in his heart. You know, Liu has always used one corpse for multiple purposes in killing monsters. There is nothing now, which can only prove that these monsters are artificially summoned, and they do not belong to the range of monsters judged by the system. Another child of luck? Liu, what should we do now? Lu Ruobing threw out a line of fire, knocking out 3 skeleton warriors in seconds, and asked anxiously. There are more and more monsters, and there is no point in continuing to fight. How about, we withdraw and throw a nuclear bomb in? Liu asked tentatively. The Red Alert system, with its own nuclear bomb silo, has already been built with the joint efforts of Lu Ruobing and the military. It's not difficult to throw one over and level the city. But Liu was just talking casually. Because the military came here to search for survivors, and Liu came here only to help Lu Ruobing find Lenger. With a nuclear bomb, apart from turning this place into ruins, it has no practical significance. Sure enough, as if to confirm Liu's conjecture, Lu Ruobing said directly. Nuclear bomb? No, there are still many survivors on the other side of the city, and Lenger doesn't even know if he's dead or alive. Then drive the troops into the city and push them all the way. Liu looked at more and more undead and said, the firepower of the army is not completely ineffective against these undead. As long as the military types are well matched and there are awakened soldiers, there should be no problem. It seems that it can only. Liu, look, why did these undead stop? So Cangyun's calm voice interrupted their conversation. Liu followed the prestige, and the undead, who were brave enough to die before, only besieged and did not attack at this time. They seemed to be waiting for something. Seeing this scene, the corner of Liu's mouth twitched. It seems that the leading undead is coming out. As soon as the voice fell, the ground began to shake. Boom, boom. One after another. Every time the 2 5 or 6-story figures stepped out, they could cause an obvious sense of earthquake. Behind the huge figure are a large number of grey crypt spiders and ghouls. They were divided into 2 teams, lined up neatly in front to open the way for their king. Soon the burly man riding the undead war lion appeared in everyone's sight. Name, Xiao Yi. Occupation, Death Knight. Script, in the last days, start a city of the dead. Chapter 503 How many nuclear bombs can you hold? As Liu expected, there was one child of luck. Xiao Yi's city of the undead and Chu Feng's red police system belong to the explosive force, but their overall strength is vastly different. When Chu Feng met Liu, his developmental time was full, no more than 2 months. Its own strength is nothing but a gold enhancer. And Xiao Yi, not only has enough strength himself, and not long since the end of the world, he has been entrenched here. Countless undead, coupled with the terrifying aura, pulled Xiao Yi's compulsion to the extreme at this moment. Those who fly in the sky, those who crawl on the ground, and those who burrow in the soil. Ordinary awakened, just seeing this scene can make their legs weak in fright. Luu, what is this? A group of 7 people, Luu is obviously the backbone. Seeing that the surroundings were densely surrounded by undead monsters, the girls subconsciously approached Luu. Luu stood at the front and whispered. Don't panic, the soldiers are coming to block you. Humans, why did you come to my city of the dead? Sitting on the undead war lion, Xiao Yi was condescending, and his calm tone gave people a strong oppressive force. This feeling is like being blessed by some special force. Ordinary awakened human beings, when questioned by Xiao Yi with such power, would subconsciously talk to him in a respectful or even inferior tone. But Luu was obviously not affected. Why did we come, don't you know? Luu didn't beat around the bush, is that little girl from yesterday dead or alive? The little girl from yesterday. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes, whether she lives or dies, is it important? Of course. Luu said as a matter of course, anyway, she is also my wife's subordinate. If she is still alive, we can talk about it. If she is dead. Luu sneered, and swung the Laquan sharp gun to the side, the meaning he wanted to express was self-evident. Seeing Luu's actions, Xiao Yi had a hint of surprise on his face. Human, do you know what consequences your current behavior will bring? I dare to say that, naturally I have thought about it long ago. Luu didn't care. Xiao Yi, you used to be a human being, so you should know what kind of force I represent now. How many nuclear bombs do you think you undead can withstand? Nuclear bomb? No. No, how do you know my name? Hearing Luu's words, Xiao Yi didn't care about anything else. Instead, he was surprised that Luu directly called out his name. He hadn't used the name Xiao Yi for a long time. Human awakened people have all sorts of strange abilities. I can see your past. It's nothing strange. Luu didn't want to talk too much nonsense. You can give me the answer directly, is she dead or alive? You are different from other humans. Xiao Yi answered the wrong question, and looked at Luu with a strange feeling in his eyes. Since owning this undead city, he has encountered many human beings. But most survivors freak out when they see the city. Even if some awakened people accidentally broke in, they would be frightened back by his undead shadow with special means. And Luu, not only came prepared, but also showed no fear. As if he didn't take his army of undead seriously? Where did this guy get his confidence? Lance, go and bring that woman over. Yes, my lord. Lance is a harpy. After hearing Xiao Yi's order, he replied respectfully, then turned and flew towards the castle. Seeing this scene, Luu was a little surprised. Is she still alive? Not bad. Xiao Yi also became interested. What do you want to talk about? Wait until we meet someone. Bai Yueguang's awakening ability is the same as that guy named Su Ling next to Luu, who is a shadow assassin. But Su Ling was a doctor before the end of the world, and she was originally a killer. So in terms of combat effectiveness, she is much stronger than Su Ling. This encounter with the army of undead was unexpected for her. Who would have thought that those huge bat statues were all living creatures? Can't the undead know her? Can't they see her? So, she, who was not good at team battles, was caught by Xiao Yi. Originally, she thought she was doomed, but Xiao Yi didn't kill her? It's fine if you don't kill her, but someone from the human side will come to save you so soon? What's happening here? After staying in the last days for so long, she has experienced a lot of treacherous hearts, and this is the first time she was saved by others. And the person who saved him is still. Boom. Bai Yueguang was caught by the harpies and thrown in the barren land, splashing a burst of grey dust. This is the person you want? Xiao Yi's tone remained calm. Seeing that Luu, who had changed into camouflage uniform and looked ashamed, couldn't help but frown. Is it her? Lu Ruobing nodded slightly, it's her. After getting an affirmative answer, Luu looked at Xiao Yi. Let them go first. Can. Luu is straightforward, and Xiao Yi is also generous. As the lord of the city of the undead, he didn't care that Luu was playing tricks on him. Because of the power he has now, there is no need to rely on hostages to contain anyone. And there are many other survivors in this city. It's just Bai Yueguang, one more is not much, and one less is not much. Luu. Brother Luu. Hearing that Luu wanted to stay alone, there was a hint of worry in the eyes of several women. Luu at this time, how can he look like a villain? He is simply a human hero, right? It's okay, you go first. Luu waved his hand indifferently. Although I have confessed to them and their strength is not a burden, it is better to hide some things. Luo Kekai and the others also knew Luo's ability, so they didn't hesitate too much, and left with Bai Yueguang. Under Xiao Yi's signal, the undead moved out of the way, and they quickly disappeared from Luo's sight. Seeing this scene, Luo couldn't help but glanced at Xiao Yuzhao. Xiao Yi, right? Let's get to know each other again. My name is Luo. Before I get into the topic, I want to ask you a question. What is the problem? What is your ultimate goal of obtaining this city of the undead? The ultimate goal. Everyone should have their own dreams. Even if you become an undead, shouldn't you have a goal of your own? To rule the world, or to live forever? You have to choose one, right? Xiao Yi, dot. After half an hour. The dense fog in Tang City is still there, and ghouls and crypt spiders are everywhere. The densely packed gargoyles flapped their huge wings and floated in mid-air. Looking at Luo's leaving back, Xiao Yi's eyes were full of disbelief. What's the matter with this guy? Why do you have such an idea and courage? My lord, this human being. It's okay, let's go home. Xiao Yi didn't want to say much, so he turned and left on the undead war lion. The other undead also returned to their posts under the order of the harpies. And Luo, who returned to the military camp, also welcomed the concern of his own woman. Luo, are you okay? Of course I'm fine. Luo looked calm. After looking at the little girl next to him, his voice became a little cold. Playing with me under the lights? Tell me, what is your purpose of getting close to Ruobing? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Especially Bai Yueguang was even more surprised. What's the situation with this person? How did he know? What do you mean? What do you mean? The coldness in Luo's eyes became stronger and stronger. Tell me first, should I call you Lenger, or Ansun? Or your real name, Bai Yueguang? Chapter 504. You tell me how to lose? Due to the drastic reduction in the number of human beings, there will be one less awakened person if one dies. An awakened person like Bai Yueguang is one of the most precious treasures of the military. So she disappeared. Lu Ruobing didn't want to give up on her. But Lu Ruobing never thought that this Lenger who was following her was actually Ansun whom they had been searching for a long time. How can that be? Don't do it, I say. Seeing that Luo was really angry and even prepared to attack her, Bai Yueguang quickly stopped her. After Wang Hao's mother-child system was swallowed by Luo, she had already come to Lu Ruobing's side. She has never been in contact with Luo, and she doesn't know how Luo sees through her disguise. But she knew how powerful Lu Ruobing and the others were. In this case, she couldn't run away at all. You'd better be honest, or you will know the consequences. I know. Bai Yueguang felt aggrieved. Actually, I don't have any other purpose. I just want to investigate what happened to that system back then. System? That's right. At the beginning, I saw that Zyro and Shio went to Wang Hao, so I guessed that they also had a system, but after Wang Hao went berserk, the system was automatically uninstalled. Facing Luo's super strength, Bai Yueguang didn't hide anything. Speak out your own thoughts in detail. The world is huge and there are many monsters. It is impossible for her to leave Yanjing alone. In order to find out what was going on with that system, and to find a place to live, she had no choice but to take refuge in the military and approach Lu Ruobing. If it's just to investigate the system, how do you explain Caroline's poison? That woman's poison was released when I was fighting her, and it has nothing to do with my subsequent behavior. Bai Yueguang quickly quibbled. Besides, I thought about detoxifying her at the beginning, but I gave up this idea because I heard that goo worms were suppressed by you. Is that so? Luo couldn't help squinting his eyes. This Bai Yueguang's betrayal rate does not exceed 40%. It is estimated that she stood up to protect Wang Hao because of the system mission. Later, he chose to escape, just in case. I can swear it. Bai Yueguang hastily raised 3 fingers on her right hand. Okay, I trust you once. Ruobing, let her handle it for you. After Luo finished speaking, he ignored them and got up to leave. Lu Ruobing looked at Bai Yueguang and nodded slightly. It is good. Bai Yueguang is the heroine of Wang Hao's play. But Luo didn't know why she appeared in Xiao Yi's script. It felt like Shangguan Linglong attracted Chu Feng after Ye Yang's death. Attracting other protagonists, isn't that the patent of special heroines? Why does a normal heroine still have this function? Could it be that an ordinary heroine can still attract a normal protagonist if she doesn't have a baby? Seems like that. Luo was thoughtful. In the information read before, Xiao Yi is also a normal protagonist. Xiao Yi is an undead, and he stands on the opposite side of humans. Most humans are villains to him. The reason why Luo didn't go to war with him directly was to see if he could change his fate against this guy. At this time, Bai Yueguang appeared in his script. Doesn't that mean that Xiao Yi will also take over for Wang Hao? Zhang Chen, Xiao Yi. Lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling, Luo murmured to himself, Forget it, let's flatten this apocalypse first. Have to say. After owning the red alarm system, Lu's mentality has also undergone some changes. In the past, he was strong enough, but not powerful enough. When encountering the protagonist, he will try his best to solve it, for fear that something unexpected will happen. But now, he understands why those villains in the movie said so many words to expose their weaknesses before the protagonist died. That kind of feeling is like getting a pair of kings, 4 twos, 4 aces, plus a landlord with 5 pairs in the landlords. Even if I am a clear card, you tell me how to lose? My holy body, hidden abyss, duplication ability, abyss summoning, plus doomsday chariot, attribute picking, treasure box system and red alarm system, tell me how to die? So, some things, need to try. Kill these beasts. Fire. Beat. Shhhhhhh. Boom boom boom. There were gunshots and explosions one after another. Since Xiao Yi's undead army occupied Tang City, Luu was not going to fight him either. So after rescuing Bai Yueguang, the human alliance bypassed Tang City and expanded to other cities. With the help of the red alert system and the treasure box system, this expansion is very fast. A few days later, Cangyun also experienced morning sickness. 3 months later, Lu's first child was born. It's a daughter. After Li Wanning gave birth to this daughter, she went to a school for the awakened in Yanjing to become a teacher of enchantment. More than a year later, that is, about 3 years after the end of the world. With Yanjing City as the center, most of the cities in the Xia Kingdom have a strong defense base. These defensive bases are sub-bases opened by Lu Ruobing's base vehicle built with the red alarm system. There is also a very special connection between each base and the base. However, during this time, the forces of the awakened in other provinces have also risen one after another. Although they don't have as many territories as Lu's, less territory means less defense forces needed. If they were unwilling to surrender, it would not be possible for Luu to mobilize enough troops to deal with them in a short while. You want me to submit to you? Dreaming. Where were you when we were attacked by monsters? Where were you when we were starved of food? Where were you when we rebuilt our homeland? You didn't do anything, just want us to surrender? Isn't this wishful thinking? But aren't we here now? What's the use of coming now? Brothers sacrificed their lives for today's peaceful life. Why should I give it up to you? Join us, not only will you be more secure in terms of safety, but food will not be as short as it is now, think about it. Conversations like this took place in major cities in the south of Xia Kingdom. Most of the bases that are short of supplies will choose to compromise when they hear that the army can make them better. No matter how bad it is, there will be high-level executives of the opposing base, resulting in differences of opinion. In the end, the military used some means to take all the city bases that had diverged. Originally, all of this went smoothly, and the road to human reconstruction is also spreading rapidly. Until Lu Ruobing's main force came to Rongcheng in the south. What? Not only did they not submit, but they also sent people to drive you away. Not bad. The strong men sent out are not even your opponent. I can't say that I am not an opponent, I can only say that it is difficult for me to beat him. What are the characteristics of this strong man? Silver spear, silver armor, white horse. Hey, wait, my people seem to have sent back his information. Lu Ruobing in the projection flipped through another virtual screen. After a while, she was surprised. My god, Luu, this person is actually Chongshan Zhao Zilong. Luu. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 505. It has been 3 years since the end of the world came. Due to work reasons, Lu Ruobing used the projector to communicate with Luu most of the time. It's just that the content of the exchange this time surprised Luu. Chongshan Zhao Zilong? This shit, can you still rely on some clues? Why should this character who should not appear in this era appear here? With the in-depth understanding of the two sides, Luu knew the faction that Zhao Zilong belonged to. Lu Feng. A true destiny emperor with more than a dozen cities, no, it should be called the real dragon emperor. The end of the world is coming, and most human beings can only survive in the cracks. And because he has no interference from other powerful villains, he has become one of the most powerful forces in the south. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Rongcheng. In the 5-star hotel of the survivor base, Lu Feng was very satisfied looking at these subordinates in the lobby. Although he was desperate at the beginning of the end of the world, there is no way out. He awakened a special sensory ability. This ability can help him sense the mutant weapons that already exist within a range of 10 kilometers. Moreover, he can use these mutated weapons to summon the strongest owner of this weapon in history. Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong is one of them. Zhao Zilong was the first historical figure summoned by him with the Gentian bright silver spear. After the end of the world, awakened humans appeared, and these summoned historical figures also had special abilities. It's just that after these mutated weapons are used for summoning, others can no longer use them. With the help of strengthening Zhao Yun, he managed to survive the end of the world and possess the current power. Boss, I offer you a toast. Thanks to you, we can have today's peace. A middle-aged man in a yellow and white armor said respectfully to Lu Feng. They killed an epic python today, and they are celebrating at the base. Although Lu Feng's ability is special, these survivors are not used to using the names of the ancients. Yes, boss, we respect you. Seeing this, the others echoed. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng smiled and picked up the wine glass. What are you talking about? Rongchen's success today is entirely the result of everyone's hard work. Come on, don't talk nonsense, cheers. Dry. Lu Feng is obviously a smart person. Knowing that to manage these cities, it is not enough to rely solely on those summoned generals. No matter how strong a general is, he can only charge forward, and another group of talents is needed to manage the city. And these subordinates are also very satisfied with their current positions. After drinking for 3 rounds, they chatted with Lu Feng about the recent situation. Boss, I heard that someone from Yanjing has come. As soon as these words came out, the whole dinner table became quiet. Lu Feng didn't hide it either. It's true that someone is here, but it has nothing to do with us, as long as we live our own lives. Boss is right. In today's world, everyone is in danger. Who has time to care about others? Ha ha ha, makes sense. Come on, let's not talk about this, let's eat vegetables, eat vegetables. Everyone gets along well and enjoys themselves. Lu Feng is 26 years old this year. If it was in the past, he certainly wouldn't dare not give face to the military. But now the lack of electric energy, the appearance of the awakened ones, and the strength of his own power, he has the capital to fight for world hegemony. To some extent, his ability is stronger than Xiao Yi. Because struggle for world hegemony? Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. The dinner was over, and everyone went back to their homes. Standing on the balcony, looking at the sky above, Lu Feng muttered to himself. However, the city's mutant weapons are almost found, and it's time to conquer the next city. Xiao Feng, isn't it a little bad for us to do this? A fair-skinned and beautiful woman with a slender waist and long legs put her fair legs on the tea table and said with a worried look at the ceiling with her hands on her head. As an ordinary person in the past, she would of course feel a little inappropriate to challenge the power of the country openly. What's wrong? Lu Feng responded indifferently, now it's no better than before. In the past, when people lived and worked in peace and contentment, it didn't matter who was the leader, but now it's so dangerous outside, who can protect everyone is the boss. Didn't you see that those awakened people support me? But I always feel that something is wrong. Don't worry. There are military advisors to help us make suggestions. Sooner or later, this world will be ours. Lu Feng said confidently. The woman's name was Mu Dai, and she was his half-sister. Not only is the person beautiful, but also has good combat effectiveness. The two have lingered together from the early days of the end of the world to the present. According to the usual practice, no matter what the relationship between the top beauties around the protagonist and the protagonist is, there will be some subtleties between the two parties. The siblings are orthopedics, and the dad is Electra and Electra. There seems to be no exception between them. In Lu Feng's heart, Mu Dai is his half-sister, and he always treats her as his sister. In Mu Dai's heart, she was adopted by her mother, and she has no blood relationship with Lu Feng, but Lu Feng doesn't know it. After the apocalypse came, the abilities Lu Feng displayed had a great attraction for her, making her fall in love with Lu Feng involuntarily. It's just that due to the pre-apocalyptic relationship between the two parties, she can only bury her love in her heart. At this time, when she heard Lu Feng mentioning the military division, she stopped thinking about it. After all, that military advisor is the most famous counselor in the history of the Xia Kingdom, and most modern people regard him as a symbol of wisdom. With him, all difficulties seem to be no difficulty. On the other side, Liu didn't know how many generals and advisors Lu Feng had around him. But he guessed the type of Lu Feng's ability. Being able to summon ancient generals to use in the last days is not the same as the system. There was Xiao Yi before, and now there is Lu Feng? Hehe, the children of luck in this world really don't stop at all. This Lu Feng is also the son of luck. Of course. Then what should I do? Old rules. Liu said indifferently, if he knows the current affairs, he can let him live. If he continues to be stubborn, just go to war. But those generals are very powerful. If we use force directly, we may not be able to take advantage of it. Although there are many modern weapons on the Red Alert base, most human survivors still don't want to kill each other. So most of these modern weapons are used to deal with monsters. When dealing with human beings, Lu Ruobing usually focuses on attacking the heart. Even if it is necessary to use force to suppress it, it will use the fighting method between the awakened ones, and large-scale bombing will not be used. But does Liu care? Don't care. Didn't Wudi's shelter produce a lot of small mechs? Wouldn't it be good to use them? What do you mean? He uses generals, we use mechas, whoever loves whose grandson. Chapter 506. It's nothing more than to see who is better at hanging. If you want to ask Liu or Lu Feng, who is more awesome? Of course it was Lu Feng. Because Liu never thought that he was cheating. All his hangs were snatched from other children of luck. Just like these mechas, although the Red Alert system has a lot of black technology weapons, the research on mechas is not enough. It was developed by Liu in cooperation with Wudi's shelter using the upgraded technology of the Doomsday chariot. It has nothing to do with Liu himself. But even if Liu didn't admit that he cheated, Lu Feng was still confused when the mecha came to the frontal battlefield. I don't agree, what the hell are you cheating on? Didn't it mean that modern weapons can't be used due to the lack of electricity? Not only can you use electricity, but you can also use these high-power future technologies. Play warmer. Lu Ruobing asked his subordinates to send a simple communicator to Lu Feng, and the two sides shouted across the air. After Liu heard it, he was also dissatisfied. Speaking as if you didn't cheat? As a human being, you can't be so double-standard. There are always people in this world who like to be unscrupulous and eccentric on the internet. If others retaliate, they have a bad temper and no quality. There are always people who think that cheating on themselves is a matter of course, and that cheating on others is invincible. Where is the face? No more face. If none of us hang up, then you can't be my opponent. Liu told the truth, which immediately left Lu Feng speechless. If he doesn't have this summoning ability, he can only be an ordinary enhancer, and his strength and power are not comparable to Liu, a rich second generation. Oh shit! Lu Feng cursed angrily, then turned around and ran to the command base to ask for help. Master, please help. Master. Inside Lu Feng's command base. Sitting there is a wise man wearing a loin scarf, a crane cloak, and a white feather fan in his hand. That's right. Although there are many top counselors in the history of Xia Kingdom, there is only one top counselor who can be regarded as a symbol of wisdom and known to all people in the whole country. During the Three Kingdoms period, Liu Bei's military advisor, Zhuge Kongming. How good is he? He was so powerful that most historians admired him so much, but some scholars couldn't help but hate him after reading 2 history books. Take Sun Yu and Zhuge Liang to compare internal affairs. Compare Guojia and Zhuge Liang. Compare Jia Su and Zhuge Liang's life-saving wisdom. Take Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang to compare the results of Chibi. Compare Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang. Compare their sons. He almost didn't use Liu Buletin to compete with him in force. Anyway, in the minds of these self-righteous scholars, any top strategist in history is better than Zhuge Liang. As long as I don't black him, I can't show my difference. The topic is a bit off topic. In short, Zhuge Liang is strong, and Lu Feng now has his allegiance. It's just that mutated weapons were very inconspicuous existences before the end of the world, and many weapons were even buried in the soil and were not complete. Only after it has mutated will it become complete and appear in the last days. So it took even Lu Feng several months to find Zhuge Liang's 8 diagrams white feather fan. Hearing Lu Feng's words at this time, Zhuge Liang still had that inscrutable look. My lord, don't panic. Liang has a plan to retreat the enemy army. Make bricks without straw. If he is still the Zhuge Liang in history, then Lu Feng's side can't be Liu's opponent anyway. After all, there are cold weapons on one side, and aircraft cannons and mechas on the other. The number of awakened people, equipment, and lethality are not in the same dimension, even he can't fight. But after being summoned by Lu Feng, his strength also got an unprecedented increase. Therefore, if there is a real fight, Lu Feng's side is not without a chance of winning. Tisk tisk, no matter how awesome the general is, he can't be the opponent of the mecha. These mechas are specially used to deal with monsters above the epic level. How can manpower compete? Yeah, the boss is awesome. To the northwest of Rongcheng, on the playground of the German military camp. Looking at the rows of mechs in different shapes in front of them, Wu Jiang and Shi Lei couldn't help but compliment Liu. There are 12 mechas, all of which are small, but no matter how small they are still mechas. Not only is it 18 meters high, but it also has many shapes. These forms are not designed indiscriminately, but are tailor-made for the users according to their different fighting habits. As for Wu Jiang and Shi Lei, they were originally in Nanxi with Wei Jianjun and Qin Zheng. But the end of the world has been around for so long, and the military has relied on the awakened and the red alert system to reconnect all the important cities on the road from Yanjing to Shanghai. Although the traffic is not as convenient as it was before the end of the world, as long as there are strong escorts, it is not as difficult for vehicles to travel from one city to another, so they appear here. At this time, the command tent. Liu's women also gathered together. Sister Ruobing, what should they do if they are huddled in the city and can't come out? What can we do? We can only use siege tactics. Otherwise, can we still use nuclear bombs? Can't we use some other tactics? For example, decapitation or something. No. Lu Ruobing directly rejected Qin Zairo's proposal. Have you forgotten what Liu said? Of course I haven't forgotten, but how long will it take to siege the city like this? Using the beheading action on the children of luck, the chance of success is 0, this is what Liu once said to them. Because the villains from ancient times to the present want to assassinate the protagonist, and it is impossible to succeed if they send troops down. If the male killer goes, he will die, there is nothing to say. When the female killer goes, the ugly one will be influenced by the protagonist, and finally die for the protagonist or for the people around the protagonist. The beautiful ones will be influenced by the protagonist and taken as wives. That's basically the case, without too many exceptions. Who knows? But we have sufficient supplies and perfect monitoring methods, and there is no need to worry. They will surrender in a short time. I hope so. Hey, Ruobing, it seems to be raining outside. Rain. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly came to the window of the command base. The sky was clear before, but now there are a lot of dark clouds? How so? Seeing the large black clouds in the sky, Lu Ruobing suddenly felt something was wrong, because the dark clouds came from the direction of Rongcheng? Is there any problem with this? Hard to say. Tick, tick. While the women were chatting, raindrops were already falling in the sky. And in less than 10 minutes, scattered raindrops turned into downpours. Although this is the south and it is summer at this time, the rain is really weird. Just when Lu Ruobing was about to say something, a soldier suddenly appeared at the door of the command tent. Commander. What's the matter? All our electronic systems are down. What? The whole army is on alert. In this way, the weaponry and intelligence capabilities of both parties can be brought back to the same starting line. Next to a temporary altar in Rongcheng. Watching the heavy rain from the sky, Zhejiang shook his white feather fan lightly, giving orders calmly. General Yuqi. You lead the 500 sword shield and take charge of the frontal feint. Order. General Liu Buletin, you lead 200 heavy cavalry, from the left. Yuan Ba. Cao Ren Huang, old general. Order after order came out from Zhejiang's mouth, and a large number of soldiers began to march towards the city from different directions. After everything was arranged properly, Zhejiang turned his gaze to the thin man with a decadent complexion behind him. Feng Xiao, I will leave it to you to prevent the other party from reversing the weather. He, prepare 2 more bottles of mutai for me, everything is easy to talk about. Lu Feng also said with a smile, don't worry Feng Xiao, if nothing else, good wine will definitely be enough. That's all right. Set off. Chapter 507 Battle Across Time and Space. This is a battle across time and space. It is also a duel between modern civilization and ancient civilization. Although the abilities of both parties are a bit abnormal. But this battle is destined to become a classic and go down in history. Not only can it change the weather, but it can also change the magnetic field and make electronic equipment useless again? This Zhejiang is really outrageous. Looking at the pointer constantly swinging on the hunter, Liu said a little speechlessly. His current strength has reached an unprecedented level. But even so, he couldn't make such a large-scale electromagnetic rain, could he? Liu, what should we do now? Lu Ruobing found Liu and said, I don't know when the electronic equipment will be restored. They will probably attack us at this time. According to normal logic, modern troops must be stronger than ancient ones. After all, the weapons and equipment are there. High-tech weapons and long-distance detection methods are enough for modern troops to crush ancient ones. But if modern troops lose their electronic equipment and weapons of mass destruction, ancient armies have all kinds of capabilities to withstand bullets. Then the modern army is definitely at a disadvantage. Of course. This is not to say that modern people are not as good at fighting as ancient people, nor that modern people are not as smart as ancient people. It is the difference in the direction of military training that makes the two sides have different abilities. Don't panic, the most powerful people around this Lu Feng are those military generals and military advisors. As long as these generals and military advisors are dealt with, the rest is nothing to worry about. You can deploy as in a normal war, and leave the rest to me. It is good. Lu Ruobing has already tried hot weapons. The generals and soldiers summoned by Lu Feng are not as lethal as normal, plus their enhanced lethality and defense. Those who want to block these summoned generals can only be those who have powerful mutant weapons and have awakened the soul of cold weapons. Just eat me with a halberd. The heavy rain poured down, and monsters swarmed. A strong man with a pair of halberds, single-handedly in the wild, had an encounter with military soldiers. He is strong and fierce, and his combat power is unparalleled. Even if it is an epic master of cold weapons in the military, it takes 2 people to barely contain him. Boom! The double halberds fell, the flames splashed, and the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. It was no one else who fought against him. One is Lu Ruobing's elder brother Lu Xiudong, and the other is the first master to join Lu's team, Wei Jianjun. Both of them are in the last days and got their own chances. Sword Soul and Axe Soul. Damn, holding a pair of halberds? Is that Dian Wei? My mother, this is too fierce. Even if it's their two gods of war, they just barely hold back. Seeing this scene, the audience was stunned. That's right. This strong man with two halberds is Dian Wei. That Dian Wei who fought to the death with all his might in order to protect his lord from playing with his wife. Originally, according to the normal plot, except for the protagonist and the protagonist's power, no one can stop the progress of these generals. But Lu's power is obviously a cancer. It's fun to fight against the ancient evils of the Three Kingdoms period. Come again. After dodging Dian Wei's attack, Wei Jianjun spat, not only not at all discouraged, but full of fighting spirit. Perhaps for a martial artist, it is an exciting thing to be able to compete with the rumored strong man. Da-da-da. At the same time, on another street in Deshi, the heavy rain continued. The white war horse exudes a faint luster, and Zhao Yun's spear skills on the horse are extremely fast. While rushing towards Lu Ruobing, he swung his spear in front of him. 100 birds face the phoenix. Slash. Countless ear-piercing voices sounded at the same time. Listening carefully, it was like 100 birds chirping together. Next second. Howl. The silver phoenix soared into the sky from behind Zhao Yun, following Zhao Yun's spear, it went straight to Lu Ruobing in front. Lu Ruobing's current mount is also a horse, but it is pure black. The black to shiny kind. The weapon in his hand was no longer the fire phoenix sword, but a golden pear blossom gun. It was used by female generals of the Yang family. Over the past year or so, Lu Ruobing has trained her spear proficiency to the top by relying on her melee master ability. And Luu also relied on Su Zhenjiang's re-established relationship network, military forces and the Red Police system to search for many treasures and mounts. The combination of the two created her current combat effectiveness. Seeing Zhao Yun's spear attacking, she rushed forward, not to be outdone, and shook the spear vigorously. Kanglong gun execution, broken. Ow! The loud and clear dragon chant sounded. Zhao Yun vs Lu Ruobing. Silver Phoenix vs Golden Dragon. Boom! The penetrating breath formed by the strength of the two collided together, turning into dots of stars and spreading in all directions. None of them are strength fighters, so the destructive power caused by the collision of forces is not as strong as Dian Wei and Wei Jianjun. But the power of this penetrating energy cannot be underestimated. One blow was ineffective, and the two rode their horses to fight at the same time, with countless gun shadows flashing in the air. Little row. Coming. The dark lily flew into the air in the rain, a black energy rope dropped from the sky, and went straight to Zhao Yun on the white horse. The rope has a tracking function, Zhao Yun couldn't dodge, and was soon entangled by this energy rope. The rope didn't make him incapacitated, it just made his attack speed and movement speed slower than before. Clang clang. A large number of metal impacts sounded continuously. Lu Ruobing's current personal duel ability can definitely rank among the top 3 in Lu's team besides Luu himself. But no matter how strong she is, to test marksmanship with Zhao Yun's on horseback is still a class fight. Therefore, if she wanted to hold Zhao Yun back, she could only choose 2-on-1. The same scene happened elsewhere. Li Yuanba, Lu Buletin. On the ancient battlefield, all of these existed with one enemy 10,000, and they were all stopped at this time. And soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. The soldiers they brought, after approaching a certain range of the city, actually started to turn against each other. Obviously, Yuri. A troop that can use mind control. In the game, they are 1-to-1 point-and-point control like the Chrono Legionnaires, but they are ineffective against terrorist robots, unmanned tanks, and police dogs. In reality, they can't control generals and awakened people above silver, they can only control miscellaneous soldiers. Although Luu has never used this type of soldier, Zhejiang seems to have counted that Luu has this kind of soldier. Let General Huang lead a team of archers, locate their positions, and shoot at the group of Yuri from a distance. General Huang is Huang Zhong. The existence that ranked first in archery during the Three Kingdoms period. The power and range of his current archery skills are not comparable to that of Jiao Manli's Bao Soul. With his help, the soldiers on Lu Feng's side quickly moved back to the disadvantaged position. Hehe, you're finally here, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. The sky above the clouds. Underfoot are dark clouds of lightning and thunder, and above is thin air. Although the awakened person's dependence on oxygen will become less and less, but Luu can still clearly feel the lack of oxygen after coming up. Hearing this, I saw a man lying on an airplane in the distance drinking mutai leisurely. Luu couldn't help laughing. Airplane? Yes, it is the plane. But this is no ordinary plane, but a plane that does not require a pilot. The plane seems to be made of titanium alloy, but there is no engine on it, and there is no big propeller. It just stopped motionless above the clouds, like a flying saucer. Liu didn't even know what powered this thing. Guo Feng Xiao? Zhejiang sent you to stop me. Chapter 508. If you want to ask the two armies to fight, what is the most important? Answer, of course it is intelligence. Regardless of whether it is an ancient war or a modern war, whoever can grasp more intelligence can grasp more initiative. Both Liu and Lu Feng's abilities belong to the team type. It is obviously impossible to use ordinary means to obtain information about each other. With Zhejiang beside Lu Feng, Liu couldn't use spies to infiltrate. Liu has a system here, and it is even more impossible for Zhejiang to send spies. Therefore, Liu obtained Lu Feng's information by means of mind control and hypnosis. And Zhejiang obtained Liu's intelligence by relying on the heavenly book. According to legend, the reason why Zhang Jiao in the Three Kingdoms period was able to drive the Yellow Turban uprising was because he got a Dunjia Tianchu. Dunjia Tianchu is divided into 3 volumes: Heaven, Earth, and Man. Tianwan, spy on the secrets of heaven and call the wind and rain. Land Scroll, modify the landform and arrange troops. Human volume, practicing medicine and seeing a doctor, turning beans into soldiers. What Zhang Jiao got was a human role. Using spells to cure diseases and save people, win people's hearts, a large wave of Yellow Turban thieves gathered in a short time to start the Yellow Turban Rebellion. And Zhejiang got the Sky Scroll and the Earth Scroll. Not only can you measure characters and tell fortunes, spy on the secrets of heaven, call wind and rain, but you can also use special powers such as 7-star lamps and gossip arrays. Although these are just legends and not real history, not only have all these legends become reality now, but they have also strengthened a bit on the original basis. You can say that Guojia's character is a bit free and easy, but also a bit bohemian. Facing Liu's questioning, he didn't even put down the wine bottle in his hand, as if he didn't take Liu to heart at all. Do you think you can stop me? Liu still kept a smile on his face. He didn't care about Guojia's attitude, nor did he care about the battlefield on the ground. I can't stop it. Guojia took a sip of the fine wine, took a serious look at Liu, then shook his head and said frankly, I'm just a counselor, not a general who rushes into battle. I'm not good at fighting and killing. Then you're still here. I'm here just to tell you. When Guojia said this, he seemed to be lost in memory, although I don't know why I was awakened more than 1,800 years later. During this time of awakening, I also had a general understanding of human history. Now is the critical moment for the survival of human beings. You should unite and fight against each other, and you should not kill each other like we did back then. Guojia's voice was not loud, but it reached Liu's ears clearly. You mean, Lu Feng's strength is not weak now, even if I can beat him, I will waste a lot of time and resources. Not bad. You're right. Liu did not refute the other party's words, but smiled and said, but I have a question to ask you here. Please say. At any rate, you are also historical celebrities who have been handed down from more than 800 years ago. All the masters you have been with are dragons and phoenixes. Now you suddenly become the subordinates of an ordinary awakened person. Don't you feel aggrieved and ashamed? Liu looked at Guojia with a playful look on the corner of his mouth. People who can leave their names in history, no matter whether they leave infamy or virtuous names, must be the top leaders of society in that era. Such a person is different from those monsters who don't have much wisdom. Even if they are willing to succumb to others, they will choose their masters carefully. Now that they suddenly became Lu Feng's subordinates, Liu really didn't believe that they would have no complaints. Aggrieved and humiliated? Our will is awakened by the Lord, so we don't have these emotions towards the Lord, hey? Don't you have any? Before Guojia finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something, and then looked at Liu with an incredulous expression. Ha 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 ha. Guojia, who had figured it out in an instant, laughed loudly. It seems that whether it's me or Zhejiang, they don't belong to this era after all. Liu asked curiously, you and Zhejiang never thought that we would have such power. I thought about it, but I didn't care about it. After all, birth, old age, sickness and death are the reincarnation of heaven. This is not a bad thing for us. You guys look very open. Hearing Guojia's words, Liu couldn't help feeling a little admiration in his heart. Coming back from the dead is probably a very beautiful thing for many people. But these famous historical figures who have retained their own thinking mode can easily see through the world of mortals and calmly accept their original destiny. This is something that many ordinary people cannot do. Guojia looked at Liu with interest. How much time do we have left? 3 days, at most 3 days later, you will disappear. Can you tell me, what is the name of your ability? Soul-separating curse. Liu threw out a special yellow charm from the ring. I made this with a subordinate named Chen Yang. With it, you will soon be able to get rid of Lu Feng's control. I don't know what will happen to other people after they get out of control, but there is one person. Lu sneered, and Guojia understood it instantly. You mean Lu Buletin? Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Guojia say the name of Lu Buletin, Lu couldn't hold back anymore. Throw the yellow spell in your hand at Guojia. Boom. The spell burst out a large amount of white smoke like water vapor. Under Lu's control, the white smoke not only enveloped Guojia, but also spread over the clouds. Afterwards, a large number of golden runes lit up in the white smoke, and along with the large dark cloud under his feet, they turned into raindrops and landed on the ground. A real man was born between heaven and earth, how can he live in depression for a long time? A yellow-mouthed kid like Lu Feng? Why should I be Lu Buletin's lord? Less than half an hour after Lu talked with Guojia, black runes appeared one after another on the bodies of all the generals and soldiers who had been drenched in the rain. The black rune floated into the air and slowly dissipated. Yu Qigong, Li Yuanba, Zhao Yun, Cao Ren, Dian Wei and other generals were all thinking about their current situation after they woke up. Only Lu Buletin, who was riding on the red rabbit horse, was completely outraged. Who are you, the ceiling of combat power in the Three Kingdoms period, and the warm Ho Lu Buletin who challenged the heroes of the world? How can you be a younger brother to a brat? Listen to the orders, follow me back to the city. Thinking of Lu Feng running around during this period of time, but he could not complain at all, Lu Buletin couldn't control his emotions. He jerked the rein in his hand, turned the horse's head and led a group of soldiers towards Rongcheng. The red rabbit horse under his crotch is like the skeleton war horse of the headless cavalry general. Not only are they huge in size, but they are all accompanied by ghosts. The kind where people live and horses live, but people die and horses die. At this time, the red rabbit horse was running wildly, like a demon god from hell, with fiery red flames spraying from its eye sockets and nostrils. Lu Lubu? Why are you back? Seeing Lu Buletin returning to the city with the remaining soldiers, Lu Feng was a little confused. But after all, he has a special relationship with these generals, and soon noticed the abnormality. What do you say? LV Buletin snorted coldly, didn't talk too much nonsense with Lu Feng at all, and directly threw Fang Tian's painted halberd in his hand in front of him. Miscellaneous, die. Military Division, save me. Chapter 509. This is Lu Buletin. Obviously, Lu Buletin rebelled. Lu can not only modify other people's systems, but also obtain a lot of abilities to cancel contracts through abyss summoning, plus Chen Yang's research on spells. It doesn't matter whether these famous historical generals were summoned by the system or by abilities. Lu has a way to release them from the shackles, so that they will not be controlled by Lu Feng. There is no need to use other overly complicated means at all. As for the protagonists of the summoning style, especially the protagonists who summon summons with strong self-awareness, if they cannot guarantee the absolute loyalty of their subordinates, then they are a time bomb. This is the weakness of Lu Feng's summoning ability, the biggest weakness. Unlike Lu Feng is not strong enough to suppress his subordinates. Seeing Lu Buletin come back angrily, he could only think of asking Zhejiang for help at the first moment. Boom! Lu Buletin, who got off his horse and came to the base, smashed out with a halberd, and the ground cracked instantly. The cracks spread wildly in the direction of Lu Feng as if they had eyes. Lu Feng quickly rolled his donkey sideways, dodging Lu Buletin's attack. After all, he is also a high-level enhancer, although the dodging action is a bit awkward, but at least he avoided it. Boss! Boss! What happened? General Lu, calm down. General Lu, calm down, we have something to talk about. Go away. Boom, click. Seeing this, Lu Feng's younger brothers wanted to step forward to persuade them, but how could Lu Buletin, who was in a rage, give them a chance to talk nonsense? He casually slapped Fang Tian's painted halberd in his hand, and with a strong force, he smashed the little brother blocking the way, including him and his armor, more than 10 meters away. You know, Lu Buletin can become the #1 fighter in the Three Kingdoms, of course, not just relying on his fighting skills. Height, weight, and strength, everything is outstanding. In front of him who is more than 2 meters tall, ordinary people are like 5 or 6-year-old children in front of adults. How could he survive being slapped with such anger by Lu Buletin? Just this blow shattered his muscles and bones, fell to the ground and vomited blood, and died of exhaustion. Away! Away is dead. Asshole! Those who stand in my way. Die! Lu Buletin, who was charging forward, let out a murderous roar, which made Lu Feng's other younger brothers immediately feel what it was like for those generals and soldiers to see Lu Buletin on the ancient battlefield. Think! A burly man with an imposing appearance, but at least 2 meters tall. Wearing a ferocious animal-faced swallow-head chain armor, holding a Fang Tian painted halberd that is longer than you. Then ride on that red rabbit horse, which is much taller than ordinary war horses. This pressure. Grass. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng had no time to think too much, and after scolding angrily, he got up and fled. He is the protagonist of the summoning system, although there are many other followers around this kind of protagonist. But most of these followers are management talents, and their combat effectiveness is generally not too strong. Seeing Lu Buletin coming up, he shot one of them to death. How dare they step forward to stop him? Lu Feng fled, and Lu Buletin chased after him. Seeing that Lu Feng was about to be surrounded by soldiers arranged by Lu Buletin. Go to hell! Call out! A beam of blue energy suddenly struck from a distance, killing one of the soldiers. These soldiers were also summoned by Lu Feng. After all, not every mutant weapons owner is a general, and many low-level mutant weapons belong to soldiers. Facing this blue energy beam at this time, they who were originally immune to thermal weapons were instantly killed. Sister! Looking at the woman with slender legs and big wine red waves in front of her, Lu Feng burst into tears. Come on! Mu Dai was wearing a purple cheongsam with legs that looked like Ada Wong. Without too much nonsense, while covering Lu Feng's retreat, he bowed the two magic guns full of silver metal texture left and right. Shhhhhhh. The blue beams shot in all directions, killing several nearby soldiers in seconds. Want to leave? Seeing this, Lu Buletin snarled, bowed, and rushed towards the two of them with a ball of red and black light. Whoosh! Boom boom boom. A few magic bullets hit Lu Buletin's body without causing any waves. Mu Dai seemed to have expected it, and at the same time flew back quickly. She threw the two crystal nuclei into the two magic energy guns respectively. The muzzle of the magic gun gathers energy quickly. This time, the power of the magic bomb was obviously stronger, even Lu Buletin didn't dare to use his body to catch it. Call out! Boom! The terrifying mana energy was dodged by Lu Buletin, but it also shattered the concrete wall behind Lu Buletin. This woman! He was almost hurt by Mu Dai, and Lu Buletin got really angry. Just as he was about to step forward again to kill the pair of siblings, a bearded general holding a Zangba snake spear blocked his way. Lu Buletin, stop! Zhang Fei? What are you doing here? Get out of the way! Seeing this general, Lu Buletin became even more angry. At that time, the two of them had already disliked each other. This time Lu Feng brought them together, but it didn't ease the relationship between them. When the enemy met at this time, of course they would be extremely jealous. But before he could say anything, Zhiliang who was holding a bagua white feather fan appeared in his sight. Countless runes lit up around Lu Buletin, trapping him like a beast in a small space. General Lu, why are you doing this? No doubt. Zhiliang came with Zhang Fei. The former Zhiliang was just a military advisor. Now Zhiliang is more like a warlock. Both he and Guojia have very powerful and miraculous mystic arts. Although he couldn't kill Lu Buletin, but Lu Buletin wanted to kill Lu Feng in front of him, which also belonged to the Arabian Knights. Zhiliang, what do you mean? Lu Buletin, who was trapped by Zhiliang's binding curse, shouted angrily, don't you want to continue to be the lackeys of this yellow-mouthed kid? General Lu. Zhiliang shook his feather fan lightly, taking no time to rush, we are already dead people, and we should no longer participate in the disputes in this world. Now that we have finally got rid of the shackles of the contract, we should not commit any more crimes. Hearing this, Lu Buletin didn't react too much, but Lu Feng was already in a daze. He also realized that Zhiliang and these generals had nothing to do with him. But what does Zhiliang mean by this? Is this all in his plan? With such a result, he would have arrived long ago? If this is the case, then Zhiliang's ability and scheming are too terrifying, right? As if seeing Lu Feng's doubts, Zhiliang nodded slightly at Lu Feng. My lord. I'm really sorry, Liang. This is a last resort. Did you really have a plan? My lord, you do have the image of a real dragon on your body. Zhiliang ignored Lu Feng's astonishment, and answered the wrong question, but the fate of this world is already in chaos. If Liang continues to stay, the lord will not only be unable to complete his hegemony, but will lead to death. This kit, opened when the lord's life is in danger, can save the lord's life. Zhiliang took out a kit from his bosom and handed it to Lu Feng. Military division, No, I can't just leave like this. Lu Feng wanted to say something to Zhiliang, but was interrupted by Lu Buletin's angry shout. A powerful force burst out of his body, shattering Zhiliang's binding spell. But instead of attacking Lu Feng and Zhiliang, he turned around and ran towards his red rabbit horse. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng and Mu Dai were dumbfounded, but Zhiliang sighed helplessly. Hey! It's so difficult to change your fate against the sky. 6 p.m. The sky has been cleared by the power of both sides. Guojia and the other generals also withdrew to the Rongcheng base. German city, a military base. Lu Buletin has come to surrender. Lu. Hearing Lu Ruobing's notification, what else could Lu say? I can only say that this is Lu Buletin. Chapter 510 5 Lines Lore Array. Lu Feng's summoning ability was present at the beginning of the end of the world. So most of the generals around him have followed him for a long time. During this period of time, they became familiar with their own abilities and also knew the current structure of the world. They can even rely on their own abilities and modern scientific knowledge to create things that ordinary people can't understand. For example, the plane Guojia used before. Using the crystal nucleus as the energy source, and then using the spiritual force as the guide, it can float in the air smoothly by using the power of airflow and magnetic field. The same is true for the two magic guns in Mu Dai's hands. These two guns were forged by Lu Feng's foundry masters from a large piece of celestial black iron according to the principles of modern firearms. The design concepts of both come from the inventor Zhuge. However, both Zhuge and Guojia belong to the existence of great wisdom and foolishness, and they can still face it calmly after knowing their own destiny. Although the other generals were a little unwilling, they could barely accept it. Only Liu Buletin was unwilling. During his lifetime, he was very unwilling to accept his fate. From the beginning to the end, I feel that I am different. I feel that Liu Fengxian should have his share in this world. He was even more unwilling to hang Bai Menlo when he was captured by Cao. I feel that I still have a lot of things to do, and I shouldn't just die like this. Now that he finally came back from the dead, he certainly wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In his mind, no one else could keep him, only Liu had the possibility, so he came to Liu decisively. Zhuge did not stop him. But can Liu want him? If he can capture Lu Feng, give him a chance. Liu said casually. Can Liu Buletin catch Lu Feng? Obviously unlikely. Although those generals are already sober, not everyone thinks of rebellion like him. Moreover, many generals had feuds with Liu Buletin. If he wanted to arrest someone, the other generals would naturally not stand by. There are many capable people around Lu Feng. I can't complete this task, but I can help you take the lead. This is Liu Buletin's suggestion. That's fine too. Liu hesitated for a moment, and asked Chen Yang to use a Requiem talisman for Liu Buletin. The Requiem talisman can allow Liu Buletin to stay for 3 more days, but it cannot keep him alive forever. Because for a summoned general like him, after being hit by the soul-separating curse, it is already impossible for a god to save him. Even Liu can extend this time to 7 days at most. In other words, Liu deceived Liu Buletin, but Liu Buletin didn't know it. 3 days later. Except for Liu Buletin, most of the generals and soldiers gradually decayed with their weapons, and finally disappeared into the long river of history together. Once a mutated weapon becomes a sacrifice, others can no longer use it. And they will live and die with their masters like the weapons in the hands of the soldiers of the Red Alert system. Once the owner dies, the intact weapon will also disappear completely. Xiao Feng Liu Buletin is about to enter the city. In the afternoon, Rongcheng, command base. Looking at the decadent young man sitting on the main seat, Mu Dai felt sad for no reason. Once upon a time, Lu Feng was in high spirits, talking about the future with a group of good friends. Now that he has lost the help of those ancient celebrities, even if there are no betrayals, he has lost the capital to compete for the world. I know. Lu Feng looked at the command base, and said with some reluctance, Sister, tell me. Oh, forget it. Xiao Feng, don't think about it, it's normal to have some setbacks in life. Mu Dai seemed to know what Lu Feng wanted to say, so she quickly tried to persuade her. And Mr. Zhuge has already said it. As long as we deal with it according to his wishes, not only can we save our lives, but we also have the hope of becoming dragons and phoenixes in the future. Zhuge lived up to the reputation of Marquis Wu, and was still advising Lu Feng before leaving. During these 3 days, Lu Feng could have taken Mu Dai to escape the city. But Zhuge repeatedly told him not to run away, otherwise he would really be hopeless. Lu Feng hesitated again and again, and finally chose to believe in Zhuge. Dragon and phoenix among people. Lu Feng looked at the ceiling and muttered to himself, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that this is the only way to go. After speaking, he took out the kit and opened it. Zhuge's tricks can save his life, but now that Liu Buletin rebelled and entered the city, his life is in danger. So it is reasonable to open the kit to save your life. There was not much content in the kit, but he was asked to take his sister to a shanty town on the edge of Rongcheng. Rongcheng is very big, second only to first-tier cities like Yanjing and Shanghai. The location given by Zhuge is not too far from the headquarters, and there are no people living there, and Lu Feng has never been there. At first Lu Feng didn't know why Zhuge said that he could survive by coming here. It wasn't until he came here that he met a lieutenant general, 12 soldiers, and an unrecognizable shanty town that he understood the whole story. Oh my god, here is. My lord, the last general has been waiting for a long time. Didn't you go with the military division and the others? The rain didn't hit here. The deputy general explained. That's it. Lu Feng nodded. Oh, I hope that guy is really as the military advisor said, and won't embarrass others. After saying this, Lu Feng took Mu Dai and the remaining subordinates to the depths of the shanty town. At this time, he didn't notice at all that Mu Dai behind him was biting his lips and thinking about something. Where did that trash Lu Feng go? Not long after Lu Feng arrived at the designated place, Lu Buletin chased into the city on a red rabbit horse. Then don't kill me. Facing Lu Buletin with terrifying fighting power, these survivors did not dare to lie. Lu Buletin looked at the direction the other party was pointing at, and did not pursue immediately, but continued to ask for the information he wanted to know. When he learned from the other survivors that Zhujiang and the others had all disappeared into flying ashes, a smile could not help but appear on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, his decision was correct. No matter how strong a person is, no matter how ideal, no matter how ambitious, it is useless. Once dead, everything will come to naught. There is only hope in life. But now he didn't have time to think about other things, so he hurriedly rode the red rabbit horse in the direction where Lu Feng was escaping. Lu Feng, get ready to die. Capture Lu Feng in exchange for a chance to survive in this world. This was what Lu Buletin was thinking at this moment. It's just that when he came to where Lu Feng was, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He has never been here, but he can be sure that this is not what the city should look like. Here. How did it become like this? The weeds are overgrown, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, and the faint mist is still surrounding the jungle. Seeing all this, Lu Buletin thought carefully for 2 seconds, then walked in without hesitation. Humph, I want to see what the hell are you doing. Swish. When Lu Buletin reached a certain depth, the big trees in the jungle made a rustling sound. Immediately afterwards, a big tree came to life. At this moment, Lu Feng's voice appeared in Lu Buletin's ears out of thin air. Lu Buletin, you traitor! I'm going to clean up the house today. LV Buletin looked around, but he didn't see anyone from Lu Feng, so he said disdainfully. Clean the door? Just by you. I admit that I am not your opponent. Lu Feng said coldly, but this is the 5-element lore array set up by Zhuge Junshi. Since you have entered, don't even think about getting out alive. 5 elements killing formation? This guy Zhujiang. Chapter 511. Please spare my brother and number 039, S life. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Buletin's anger surged up in an instant, and the following words were almost squeezed out between his teeth. In history, when Zhujiang came out of the mountain, Lu Buletin was already dead. Therefore, he shouldn't know what happened to Zhujiang. But he just doesn't have any strategy, and it's not that he doesn't have IQ. Of course, they will understand the situation of both parties after being summoned. While investigating his own information, he knew what kind of existence Zhujiang was. Countless strategies, more wisdom than monsters. In the process of getting along with each other before, he also recognized Zhujiang's ability and knew that he was a guy with more strategies than Chen Gong. With the lessons of history, he is very afraid of such people. The reason why he dared to rush in after discovering the abnormality just now was because he knew that Zhujiang was no longer there. Without Zhujiang's protection, what kind of fart is Lu Feng? Unexpectedly, Zhujiang left a whole card for Lu Feng after he left. Lu Buletin, go to hell. Lu Feng snarled, not wanting to give Lu Buletin too much time to think. The man-eating trees around them seemed to understand human speech, and started to attack Lu Buletin. A large number of vines entangled Lu Buletin, trying to trap Lu Buletin to death here. But Lu Buletin was the strongest among all the generals summoned by Lu Feng, except Li Yuanba. How could he be defeated so easily? Fang Tian's painted halberd in his hand swung like a tiger, countless sharp blades flying around like sword aura. Swish swish. All the vines were cut off by Lu Buletin's move, and even the man-eating tree was smashed to pieces by him. Humph, with this level of attack, you also want to kill me Lu Buletin? Lu Buletin snorted coldly, identified the location of Lu Feng's voice, and was about to go in and arrest Lu Feng. There are still a lot of vines and man-eating trees blocking the road, but they still can't stop Lu Buletin's progress. However, after advancing for a certain distance, Lu Buletin suddenly noticed something was wrong. He stopped and turned his head slowly. The scene in front of him made him dumbfounded. I saw those shattered vines and man-eating trees actually reassembled the broken branches and quickly returned to their original shape. These monsters can't be killed. On this side, Lu Buletin was trapped in the 5 elements killing formation by Lu Feng. On the other side, as Rongcheng entered the city at high speed, an army led by Lu Ruobing was slowly advancing towards the city. Although after the end of the world, the proportion of humans who become zombies is not high. But human casualties are still very heavy. In this time period, the total number of human survivors is less than 1/5 of the original. Among them, ordinary people and awakened people who survived basically accounted for half of the survivors. Hehe, this world is becoming more and more incomprehensible. He can even summon famous historical generals? If it weren't for young Master Liu and Chen Yang, this guy named Lu Feng would probably be very difficult to deal with. Who said no? Chen Yang. Why do you think your ability is so awesome? Not only can you deal with dark creatures, but you can also release the contracts of other summoned creatures. It's nothing. If it wasn't for Brother Lu's help, I wouldn't be able to design such a spell. Then you are awesome, unlike me who only fights melee with others. Wu Jiang looked at Chen Yang who was riding on the back of a fire wolf in front of him, and said with envy on his face. His ability was still very strong at the very beginning. But along the way, there are more and more strong people around Liu. With his level of combat power, he can only be a bastard in the team. The general he faced before was Yueguang. Yueguang was in charge of the feint attack, and among the subordinates summoned by Lu Feng, their combat effectiveness was also at the lower middle level. But even so, he was almost crippled by Yueguang with a whip. Hearing Wu Jiang's words, Wei Jianjun couldn't help reminding a few people. Okay, you guys stop bragging, hurry up and take someone to take over the base of this city, be careful, don't be fooled by those guys. Don't worry, Brother Jun, it's just a bunch of ants, just leave it to us to deal with it. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Everyone talked and laughed all the way. After entering the city, the soldiers divided into several groups and headed towards the major bases in Rongcheng. Hibiscus comes out of clear water, and heroes come out of troubled times. They have followed Liu's army for so long, and they have already become existences that ordinary people need to look up to. Even those top-level awakened people are respectful to them. This sense of superiority makes them full of enthusiasm for their current work. Wait a minute, something is wrong here. After Lu Ruobing entered the city, according to the report of his subordinates, he found the location where Liu Bulletin was following Lu Feng. Looking at the weird geographical environment in front of her, she frowned. What's the matter, Sister Ruobing? Shiyu, quickly notify Chen Yang and ask him to come to our place. Okay. Xiao Shiyu nodded, and immediately used the clone to transmit sound. 20 minutes later. Chen Yang, how about it? Chen Yang is the hidden protagonist, and the golden finger he got is the ancient book, Tales. On the Book of the Ancients, the methods of using all spells are recorded. Charms are not just symbols, they also contain many principles of formations. Therefore, in Liu's team, Chen Yang is the most proficient in spells and formations. After receiving the notification from Lu Ruobing, Chen Yang rushed over immediately. Looking at the area in front of him, he quickly gave his answer. Someone has set up a formation enchantment here. A formation enchantment? Lu Ruobing's eyes froze slightly. Do you know what enchantment it is? This. I have to go in and see it to be clear. Chen Yang scratched his head in embarrassment, however, considering that the person who arranged this formation may be the unpredictable Zhao Yang, so, we'd better not rush forward. Although Chen Yang thought he was not weak now, he didn't think he would be Zhao Yang's opponent either. You know, Zhao Yang once used the gossip array to trap the existence of Liu Sun's troops. That's an army of 100,000? Not to mention the time when he didn't have supernatural powers, even now he can't do it at all. According to reliable information, both Liu Bulletin and Lu Feng are inside. Ah? What should I do? Chen Yang was stunned, and then asked tentatively, why don't you let Brother Liu go in with me? With him around, my chances of breaking the formation will be much greater. Do you want to trouble Liu again? Lu Ruobing was a little speechless, thinking in her mind whether to notify Liu, when the corner of her eye suddenly caught sight of someone behind a boulder in the weeds. Who? Get out of here! Lu Ruobing suddenly yelled, and the surrounding soldiers immediately became vigilant, and raised their assault rifles to aim at Lu Ruobing's line of sight. Don't shoot! A gentle and tense voice sounded. The handsome figure in the purple cheongsam with split ends and burgundy wavy hair quickly raised her hands and appeared in everyone's sight. My name is Mu Dai, and I'm Lu Feng's sister. I want to talk to you. What do you want to talk about? Looking at the graceful woman in front of her, Lu Ruobing did not relax her vigilance. In the last days, judging people by their appearance will cost their lives. Lu Ruobing understood this very well. I want to see your Supreme Commander. I am the Supreme Commander. No, what I want to see is the young man who called my brother earlier. Liu. Yes, it's him. Half an hour later, the conference hall of the Rongcheng base. Looking at the woman wearing a purple cheongsam standing at the door, Liu, who was sitting in the main seat, waved his hands to the other subordinates. The subordinates retreated tactfully, and then closed the door of the meeting hall. You have something to do with me. I want to ask you to spare my brother's life. What's the reason? As long as you agree, I am yours. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 512 The Hero is Sad. Mu Dai gritted her silver teeth tightly, but she also expressed her meaning clearly. As long as Liu agrees, she will dedicate herself to Liu. Such blunt words made Liu, who had been through the flowers for a long time, a little bit unresponsive. Liu has never met Lu Feng, so there is no detailed information about Lu Feng. But with the figure and appearance of the woman in front of her, a fool can see that she is different. Mu Dai also belongs to the Yuja type. Although she was not as charming as So Qingyu, nor as celestial as Shangguan Linglong, she had a demeanor that two women did not have. Compassionate, skilled, and dignified Xian. Seeing her will give people a sense of comfort, just like seeing a big sister next door who is very caring. The purple cheongsam on her body would look very charming on So Qingyu, and it would look noble on Nangang Ling. Wearing it on her body can look generous and decent. But... hee. You came here to see me, is that why? Liu, who came back to his senses, couldn't help laughing. Why do you think I will agree to you? Mu Dai hesitated to speak, but finally summoned up her courage. I know you will never lack excellent women by your side, but now I have no other chips besides myself. When I negotiate terms with you, it's not about what you want, but about what I have. Mu Dai's current behavior well explained this point. Mr. Liu, I beg you, please let my brother go. As long as you say a word, Mu Dai, will absolutely be at your disposal from now on. Zhejiang sent you here. Liu didn't answer the question, and suddenly came this sentence. This sentence also made Mu Dai freeze in place. After a while, she could only bite her lip tightly and nodded helplessly. Yes. If other people are trapped in the formation first, you need to intercept the other party before they enter the formation, so that you have a chance of survival. If the opponent directly appears in the killing formation, then your survival chance will be completely cut off. Mr. Zuch, is there no other way? No. Since ancient times, heroes have been saddened by the beauty pass, and this is your only hope. I understand. This was the conversation between Zhejiang and Mu Dai when Liu Bulletin was looking for Liu 3 days ago. Mu Dai likes Lu Feng. This is a secret that no one else knows except for the two military advisors and Mu Dai himself. But if you want to save Lu Feng's life, it is not enough to rely on a 5-element lore formation, and Mu Dai needs to sacrifice himself. Zhejiang handed over the choice to Mu Dai alone. In the past 3 days, Mu Dai had thought about it for a long time. Even before entering the killing circle, she was still thinking about it. In ancient times, women did not have such a high status as modern women. Most women are treated like goods. Monarchs and ministers give gifts to each other, and merchants buy and sell each other. Knowing this, and after deliberating for a period of time, she finally made a decision the moment Liu Bulletin entered the battle. You are quite honest. After receiving Mu Dai's affirmative answer, Liu was not only angry, but felt a little pity. He finally knows why later generations will say that Lu Shanhui is a doe who cannot be supported. Zhejiang is so capable, he has already done everything for Lu Chan, why do you let Lu Chan do it? No matter how clever the monarch works with people like Zhejiang, he will probably be regarded as a fool. However, that's why you believe in Zhejiang. Liu looked at Mu Dai in front of him, and asked curiously, aren't you afraid that I'll wipe it all out and refuse to admit it? I'm afraid it won't solve the problem, and I have no other way now. It seems to be right. Liu touched his chin and weighed the pros and cons, and suddenly said, did you take a shower before you came? When Mu Dai heard this, her body couldn't help but tremble. Washed. Then what are you waiting for? Hearing this, Mu Dai finally couldn't hold back anymore, her lips were almost bleeding out from her bite. But she also knows that she must not back down at this time. After hesitating for less than 3 seconds, he bit the bullet and walked in front of Liu. The corner of Liu's mouth raised, and while pulling the other party into his arms, he hooked her chin. You want me to let your brother go? You can't be so shy. In this world, some people have mental cleanliness, and they seem to be unable to do anything without an emotional foundation. But in fact, as long as the other party is pretty and handsome enough, you can go to the hotel together within an hour of knowing each other. Liu is in such a situation now. Lu Feng has already lost, and he doesn't need to do the finishing work. If you don't enjoy it at this time, is he still called Liu? Although those generals and military advisors who disappeared made Liu feel a little pity, but there was nothing he could do about it. Just like the red alert system before. How can Liu defeat Lu Feng if he doesn't get rid of these generals? So. About an hour later, the conference hall of the Rongcheng base. Xiaojun and Heishui stood guard at the entrance of the conference hall, while Mu Dai in the conference hall was arranging his shoulder straps. Please don't tell my brother what happened today. Should I still pretend not to know you and cooperate with you in acting? Liu smiled playfully. Lu Feng was not allowed to know for the time being, just because he was afraid that Lu Feng would not be able to accept the reality and would desperately find Liu. But Lu Feng is obviously not Liu's opponent. No matter whether he chooses to endure or find Liu directly, it is not what Mu Dai wants to see. This also violated Mu Dai's original intention of coming to Luoyuan. So not letting him know for now is the best way to deal with it. Yes yes. Mu Dai nodded without denying it, and looked at Luoyuan with pleading eyes after finishing her clothes, please. Well, who made me have such a bodhisattva heart? Luoyuan stretched out comfortably. Bodhisattva heart? Hearing these words, Mu Dai couldn't help but twitched her lips. This guy also deserves the word bodhisattva? A person with a bodhisattva heart will not use so much effort when others are doing it for the first time. Shaked his head and stopped thinking. Mu Dai found a hidden place to clean up, then suppressed the discomfort in her body, and quietly slipped back into the 5 elements killing formation. This lore formation covers a wide area, and Mu Dai has his own way of entering. In addition, Lu Feng and Mu Dai controlled the formation in different directions. So Lu Feng, who was concentrating on dealing with Lu Buletin, didn't know that his sister had disappeared for nearly 3 hours. What is that woman looking for you for? Lu Ruobing is gathering soldiers to set up a cordon for this barrier. Seeing Luoyuan approaching on a white spirit tiger, she hurriedly asked a question. Of course it's a peace talk. What about the outcome of the negotiation? Luoyuan said casually, I promised her, but I still want to see the strength of this formation first. I go with you. No need, just go about your business, I'll just take Chen Yang in. Brother Luoyuan, I want to go in with you. I want to go too, brother Luoyuan, can you take us with you? This is not a trip, what are you going to do? What if you can't get out after entering? Brother Luoyuan is so powerful, how could he not come out? That's right, brother Luoyuan, just take us there. Qin Xiao hugged Luoyuan's arm and acted like a baby, which made Luoyuan a little overwhelmed. Okay, whoever wants to go, just go to Ruobing to sign up. As time passed, Luoyuan brought Chen Yang and a team to the 5 elements killing formation. 5 elements killing formation, which comes with a lot of space folding technology. If someone who doesn't understand the formation method enters this space, it's like being hit by a wall by a ghost, no matter how you walk, you won't be able to get out. My god, how can these man-eating trees not be killed? It's useless to burn it. It's also incredible. Chen Yang, can you see the way? Jinkmu, it stands to reason that these monsters can be killed with cold weapons, but aquatic wood. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, try using the soil ability that can restrain water. Earth ability. Qin Xiao said with a smirk, brother Luoyuan, it's up to you. Luoyuan asked back, you don't know the earth power. I will, but I'm not as good as you. Aren't you almost at the holy rank? There are so many monsters here, you have to do it yourself. The power of the dark goddess was given to you for nothing? Hurry up, stop talking nonsense, be careful, I will go back and spank your ass. Chapter 513 Your sister knows sophistication. Holy Order. It is the evolutionary ceiling of known survivors. In Luo Kikai's previous life, there were no more than 20 masters who broke through to the holy rank in the entire Xia Kingdom. Moreover, the first human saint rank powerhouse appeared only in the 8th year after the end of the world. Now it took Luoyuan just 1.5 years to upgrade from the Sapphire Bottleneck to the current legendary level. Even not far from the holy steps? What is this concept? To know. Monsters after the epic level not only have a certain sense of territory, but most of them will not gather crystal nuclei in a certain place on the body. In other words, ordinary monsters have crystal nuclei in their bodies because their brains are too simple to use the mutated power. This force accumulated in the body for too long before forming a crystal nucleus. As for the monsters above the epic level, their abilities and intelligence have developed to a certain level, and of course they will make the best use of these powerful crystal nuclei. Either decompose and strengthen the skin, or devour and strengthen meridians and abilities, no matter how bad it is, it will be used to strengthen physical strength. Therefore, monsters above the epic level are rarer in number and more powerful, but they have no crystal nucleus in their bodies like most black iron monsters. If the awakened one wants to continue to become stronger after reaching the epic level, basically he can only use cultivation and natural resources. Although it took Luoyuan 3 years to strengthen himself to the legendary level, the divine body, the ability to copy, Luo Kikai's spirit grass and the assistance of other protagonists' abilities were indispensable. But this is enough to show that Luoyuan has used the resources around him to the extreme. Boom! The mountain shook for a while. Taking Qin Xiao as the starting point, it formed a 60-degree fan shape, and the ground extending hundreds of meters in front was completely cracked. A large number of man-eating trees were uprooted under the influence of his soil ability. Countless dirt floated into the air, burying the uprooted man-eating trees underground. Damn it, little girl! Looking at the exaggerated scene like an earthquake in the wooden space, Lu Feng was dumbfounded. No wonder even such an awesome existence like Zhejiang was powerless to recover. So even a little girl beside him has such terrifying power? When facing Zhao Yun before, why didn't I feel that she was so awesome? Zyro, you did a good job. The control of power is becoming more and more proficient. Hehehe, it's just a trick. The power of the goddess can give women with a comprehensive body an appearance score of more than 90 and a betrayal rate of less than 10%. Although under normal circumstances, only the heroine can reach this level. But after obtaining this kind of power, not only will their own strength be strengthened, but they will no longer need crystal nuclei to strengthen themselves. Even Xiao Xiu, who needs the power of faith, will have the same level as Luyu. Therefore, Qin Zyro's current enhancement level is the same as Luyu's. After the man-eating tree was buried, it seems that there is really no sign of resurrection. Earth attack is really effective. The trunk of every man-eating tree here is as thick as two people hugging each other. Including the range covered by rhizomes and branches, each tree occupies a radius of 10 meters or more. Qin Zyro's attack this time eliminated at least 50 man-eating trees. Asshole, what the hell is going on in this place? The road on Luyu's side is temporarily clear, but Lu Buletin on the other side is not happy at all. At this time, his feet were covered with hard granite, and there were some shallow ravines on the granite. In these gullies, a large amount of fiery red magma flows. Yes, this is a place of lava like the core of the earth. On the empty lava field, there are not only flowing magma, but also countless terrifying fire elemental giants. These fire element giants are more than 5 meters tall, and they are constantly attacking Lu Buletin with the hot flames of their bodies. Originally, Lu Buletin could have used Gang Feng to defend, but these fire elements also have the characteristic of being invincible. No matter how strong he is, he still has no way to entangle with these undead things. If this continues, sooner or later he will be consumed by these fire elements and die here. So he could only take advantage of the gap between the defeat of these fire elemental giants, and keep rushing in. At the end of the lava field, there is a swirl of silvery dots like the entrance to a secret realm. Just now he saw that the exit of the silver light vortex was close in front of him, but suddenly more than 50 fire elemental giants blocked his way out of thin air. This sudden situation made him vomit blood angrily. Get away from me! I don't know how long it took before Lu Buletin finally broke through the defenses of more than 50 fire elemental giants and stepped into the vortex of silver light spots that looked like the entrance to a secret realm. With a strong sense of weightlessness, the surrounding scenes also changed. At a glance, Lu Buletin saw loess and bare rocks everywhere. Obviously, this is the earth element space. The forces of the 5 elements generate and restrain each other. If the place we entered is the space of the wood element, then this is the space of the fire element. According to normal logic, it is most reasonable to attack these fire element monsters with water elements, but this space has no water at all. Do wood make fire with the gold element that restrains the wood element? It's not that simple. Wood can make fire, but fire can also overcome metal. Luyu took a closer look. Lu Buletin has obviously been to this place. If it's just a pure gold element attack, there shouldn't be a fire element giant here. Do you want to lead the way? The sudden voice startled Qin Zyro and the others. Everyone followed the prestige, and a young man with a height of about 180 and wearing a golden armor appeared in the open space on the right side of everyone. Seeing this young man's projection, Luyu smiled playfully. You are Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded slightly. Exactly. We are enemies now. What do you mean by running out to lead the way? Do you think we can't get out? Of course not, I just want to add some chips to survive. Like Xiao Yi, the lord of the undead city, Lu Feng is an ordinary protagonist. According to the normal plot direction, both Luyu and him have the capital to compete in the world. Although the two are not the relationship between the protagonist and the villain. But because of their different positions, it can be said that they will die if they meet. But now, I don't know whether it was Zhejiang's tricks that worked, or Mu Dai's tricks. While letting him accept his failure calmly, his hatred for Luyu was not as deep as he imagined. Is it too late to surrender now? Luyu smiled playfully. Say a condition. Lu Feng didn't care about Luyu's teasing, and said calmly, as long as it's not too much, we can discuss it. Don't worry, wait until I finish breaking your formation, and you'd better not release the water. When Luyu said this, he crossed his knuckles and stretched his muscles and bones. My young master has been idle for so long, and I finally found one to play with. If you put water, it would be meaningless. Don't put water. Hearing Luyu's words, Lu Feng couldn't help but twitched his lips. What's the matter with this product? Although the monsters in this large formation have no levels and their defense is not particularly strong, none of the awakened ones dare to resist their attacks. Plus their immortality. Ordinary awakened people come in, no matter how high the level is, they can only be trapped here by exhausting their strength. But Luyu. Boom. Before Lu Feng could finish thinking, Luyu smashed his projection with a punch. With this punch, space seemed to be distorted. If it weren't for the sake of your sister's understanding of the world, how could I give you a chance to survive? Liu murmured to himself, and then looked at the people behind him. Let's go, let's fight quickly. Chapter 514 Was Nangang Ling also shot? Formation enchantment is an ability that can defeat the strong with the weak. However, this ability also has certain limitations. Just like this 5-element lore array. It can indeed trap most awakened people who are not proficient in formations, but it cannot trap a combination like Liu and Chen Yang. Liu is powerful, and Chen Yang is proficient in formations. The two of them only walked around the formation before they thought of a way to break the formation. There are 5 different spaces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth in the 5-element killing array. The elemental monsters inside are hard to kill. Even if you kill them, they won't really die. Instead, it will become another kind of elemental monster in the space that lives with it. For example, if a wood monster is killed in the wood element space, there will be another fire monster in the fire element space. Kill a fire monster in the fire element space, and there will be one more rock monster in the earth element space. And so on. If you continue to kill with brute force and mindlessness, not only will you not be able to get out of this big formation, but you will also feel like you are fighting more and more monsters. In the end, I exhausted myself to death. Therefore, if you want to break the formation, you must think of another way. After some research by everyone, Liu and Chen Yang reached a consensus. Calculate the total number of these elemental monsters, so that the number of monsters in each elemental space is equal to form a 5-element balance, so that you may be able to get out of this place. Of course. Breaking the formation requires strong strength support, and it will take a certain amount of time. At this time, Liu and the others could afford it, but Liu Buletin, who had been here for several hours, couldn't afford it. When Liu found him in the lore formation, he had already suffered some injuries from negligence due to long-term meaningless fighting. Seeing Liu Buletin who was sitting on the ground panting after cleaning up a few metal mechanism beasts, Liu spoke slowly. Liu Buletin, why don't we forget it? What do you mean? In this world, strength alone is not enough, you must also have brains, and as a subordinate, you lack one of the most basic things. What? Loyalty. I have to admit that Liu Buletin's combat effectiveness is very strong. In Liu's team, apart from Liu himself, even Lu Ruobing and Luo Kikai were no match for him in a single duel. But Liu is not a pity. Because Liu Buletin himself is powerless, and for Liu's team now, the strength of his subordinates is not important. What matters is loyalty. Since ancient times, both emperors and business owners have liked people who are loyal to themselves. Even if you are a waste that cannot be supported by mud, as long as you have enough loyalty, you have a great chance to be reused. Although there is no absolute loyalty in this world, temporary loyalty is also because there is not enough bargaining chips for betrayal. But no matter how strong Liu is, he doesn't want a dog that will betray him even if he gives him a bone. Hearing Liu's words, Chen Yang stretched out his 2 fingers in front of him. I'm sorry, General Liu. No, you can't do that. Liu Buletin was furious and wanted to reach out to grab Chen Yang. But as soon as his hand touched Chen Yang, it turned into decay. A black crack appeared on his handsome cheek at this moment. Is my power worthless to you? Worthwhile, but not much. You. Liu Buletin couldn't make a sound before he finished speaking. I could only watch helplessly as my body turned into fly ash bit by bit. Liu kept Liu Buletin just to see if he could catch Lu Feng. But it turns out that the main character is the main character. Except for Liu himself, only other sons of luck are qualified to compete with him. At Liu Buletin's level, there is no hope. But it's useless to say anything now. Liu Buletin was powerless, and turned into dust and disappeared in front of everyone. Liu didn't waste any time, leading everyone to break through the formation quickly. A few hours later, the 5 elements killing formation went as Liu and Chen Yang expected. All the elemental monsters turned into nothingness and disappeared, and the 5 elemental spaces were connected together and connected with the real world. Liu didn't kill Lu Feng either. After all, Mu Dai is a very sensible woman, and she is also a rewarding heroine. It is more cost-effective for her to sleep more times to get rewards than to kill Lu Feng directly. And with her here, even if Lu Feng is a normal protagonist, he shouldn't be able to make any waves. After solving Lu Feng, Liu's life returned to peace again. With no other sons of fortune standing in their way, the military's efforts to integrate the remaining survivors are overwhelming. However, humans did not completely conquer the land in its heyday, let alone the sparse population today. Therefore, the purpose of the military is to fight for the last piece of pure land for mankind. 3 months later, the survivors of Xia Kingdom were basically integrated. The human survival system is gradually perfected with the establishment of the Red Police sub-base. In order to resist monsters, people all live inside steel walls that are at least 50 meters high. The height of buildings in the city has been reduced accordingly. Although the existence of these walls has deprived human beings of their freedom, their safety has been guaranteed to a great extent. In the past 3 months, nothing major has happened. The only thing worth mentioning is that Qin Weiwei and Nangang Ling are pregnant with Lu's children one after another. Qin Weiwei is the heroine of Corpse King Tang Cheng, she is pregnant with Lu's child, so there is nothing to say. It is only natural for such a beautiful widow to find a strong man like Lu as her backer. However, Nangang Ling's pregnancy caused an uproar in the upper echelons of Shanghai. Child, whose is it? In the lobby of the Moda Villa, Nangang Bo and two elders of the Nangang family asked solemnly. You know, Nangang Ling is the strongest in the city, and also the current city lord of the city. Who can get her pregnant? Luu. Nangang Ling looked calm and did not hide anything. But it surprised all the elders of the Nangang family. What? When using the red alarm system to push the end of the world, Luu also asked Nangang Ling to clean up the airport. Although Luu doesn't know how to fly a plane now, but there are professionals from the military and the red police system, why is he still needed as a pilot? Going back and forth between the two cities with a gunship is not a difficult task. In other words, when Luu was exposed to both rain and dew, she was also satisfied. Luu. How could it be him? Xiaoling, how could you do such a thing? If something like this gets out. Xiaoling, you are now the strongest in Shanghai, even he may not be your opponent, right? Because when Luu was doing business with her, he kept secret very well. Therefore, in the hearts of the elders of the Nangang family, the age, ability and status of the two parties are already somewhat mismatched. Such Luu is not qualified at all. Dad, what are you talking about? Nangang Ling said helplessly, I have power and strength now, and he gave it to me. How could it be that I am not my opponent? What? Even you? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Nangang Ling sat in the main seat, and said condescendingly like a queen, you guys should think about how to help me hide this matter. My stomach is not obvious now. If it gets bigger after a while, it may affect our family's reputation. Well, there is no other way to deal with the matter now. We can only leave the affairs of the Devil City to Tianlin to take care of it for the time being. Yet, after you hand over the job, you should take good care of your baby. It's best to find a place where no one knows you. Fortunately, Tianlin has been up to the task in the past 2 years, otherwise. Everyone was discussing how to conceal Nangang Ling's pregnancy and preserve the family's reputation. And the other side? Yanchinj. A huge black widow spider stopped on the highway from Yanchinj to the city with its spider legs. Squeak. The black widow made a teeth-gritting cry, as if she was talking to someone. Look carefully. It turned out that on the spider's back covered with fine hairs, lay a young man with his eyes closed and meditating. Hearing the cry of the spider, the young man slowly opened his eyes, then stood up and stretched his muscles. Is Yanchinj already here? Very good, the next step is to find that willow tree and that dragon, and finally kill that surnamed Lu. Just kill him. Ho ho. Before the young man could finish speaking, a strange-looking monster suddenly appeared behind him. What happened? Queen. Let me protect you. Chapter 515 Doomsday Simulator. Queen? Hee. Hearing what the alien monster said, the young man smiled disdainfully. Although I don't need the protection of you, a weak chicken, it's really inconvenient for me to go to the city alone. Take 2 companions and follow me. After saying this, the young man stopped talking nonsense, jumped off the spider's back, and walked quickly towards Yanchinj. The alien-like monster also disappeared into the air. Yanchinj. It was the city where Luu lived when the end of the world just came, and it was also the starting point of Luu's road to become a strong man. But when this young man came here, this city, which originally had many survivors, is about to become a dead city. It's not that all the survivors in the city died, but because the monsters were too powerful, the survivors chose to migrate very early. Looking at the city that was riddled with holes and completely covered by green plants in front of him, the young man took a deep breath. Then relying on his own powerful strength, he searched for his own goal. His targets aren't hard to find. Because the rhizome of the willow tree has covered the entire city, and its height has reached an extremely exaggerated level. He only needed to stand on the top of an abandoned tall building to clearly capture the figure of the willow tree. Tisk tisk, you are indeed the son of luck, you can be so strong in a few years. Whoosh whoosh. The young man stood on the roof of an abandoned building and jumped in front of the willow in a few minutes. Hello, hello. Who are you? An ethereal voice of vigilance sounded in the young man's mind. Let me introduce myself first, my name is Yexian. Yexian. Not bad. Yexian smiled playfully, don't be hostile to me, I'm here to cooperate with you. Yexian, 26 years old this year. Pengcheng people. The ability he got is very special, the Doomsday Simulator. Doomsday Simulator, as the name suggests. That is, through virtual simulations again and again, you can first choose a path that suits you best, and then go to the end of the world to practice cheating. It was nothing. Because Ye Xian was originally just an ordinary person, and he only got this doomsday simulator about a month after the end of the world. For an ordinary person like him, no matter how he can avoid danger, no matter how he can seize opportunities, it will be difficult for him to become a strong man in the last days. But this simulator is not an ordinary simulator, but a system simulator that allows him to acquire a talent skill every time the simulation ends. A maximum of 10 talent skills can exist at the same time, and they can be replaced after each simulation. The longer you survive in the simulator, the stronger the natural skills you get. These innate skills can not only become his real power, but also bring the innate skills acquired last time into the next simulation. After forming a virtuous circle, Ye Xian will become stronger and stronger. In the early days of the end of the world, Ye Xian experienced the treatment that ordinary protagonists should have. Get beaten, get bullied. After having the simulator, he completed the comeback within a few days. It's just that he thought that from now on, he would be able to rise to the top and be invincible. But a year and a half into the end of the world, a special system prompt appeared on his simulator. You have become the supreme leader of Pengcheng, but the citizens in the territory you belong to are also mixed with dragons and snakes. On this day, several of your subordinates molested a pair of beautiful twins. A verbal conflict broke out between the two sides, and the other party shot directly, causing these subordinates to be seriously injured. Things are getting bigger and bigger. As the top leader of Pengcheng, you are going to mediate. Who knows that there is a young man behind this pair of beautiful twins? Not only does he not give you face, but he also asks you to hand over the power in your hands. You didn't want to, you chose to confront the opponent head-on, but you were not the opponent of that young man, and you were quickly pierced through the heart by the opponent's sword. You are dead. Seeing himself being killed on the simulator, Ye Xian was of course unwilling. Quickly change the route and rerun the simulation. But no matter how he changed his route, he would always meet the young man with the beautiful twins in the last year and a half, and be stabbed to death by the other party. Even if he lowered his posture and made false claims with the other party seemed to be able to see through his disguise and wiped him out directly. Damn, I can't provoke you, can't I hide you? After hundreds of deaths, Ye Xian had no other choice but to change the main line and give up becoming the leader of Pengcheng. But even if this is the case, the two sides will always meet at the time of 1.5 to 2.5 years in the last days. Ye Xian was not reconciled, so he could only die non-stop and repeat the simulation non-stop. After tens of thousands of simulations, Ye Xian finally made it to where he is today by relying on his increasingly stronger skill sets and his changed life path. And from the apocalyptic simulator, I know the willow tree, the giant dragon, Lu's name, and also know that Lu is now the strongest human being, and even know that the other party is my old enemy. If he wanted to survive, he had to kill this man surnamed Lu first. So, here he came as directed by the simulator. Needless to say, the result of the final negotiation between the two. Since they have a common enemy, they reached a consensus after just chatting casually. 1 month later, Yanjing, early in the morning. The reason why mutated weapons can be upgraded even after reaching dark gold is because of a snow-white thing called spiritual crystal. Just put the weapon into the foundry's furnace, and then add the crystal powder of this vision crystal to it, and quench the weapon again. However, this will at most make these weapons reach the epic level. If you want to raise these weapons to the legendary level, the only way to sacrifice them with Lu Feng's ability is to return them to their original owners. Lying on the sofa in the living room of his villa, Lu looked at the ceiling and muttered to himself. In other words, the true limit of mutated weapons is the epic level. Lu Feng's ability may allow those generals to obtain legendary level weapons. As for the awakened ones, if they want to use legendary and legendary weapons, they can only rely on top-level forging masters and forging books. Young Master Lu, what are you thinking about? Qiao Manli's voice interrupted Lu's thoughts. Lu regained his senses and glanced at Qiao Manli. It's nothing. Is the legendary soul-fixing bow that I gave you earlier useful? After these 2 years of precipitation, Lu also made the legendary soul-fixing bow. Qinjimu is very easy to find for Lu. You don't need to search by yourself, you only need to issue a reward order, and there will be a lot of people willing to work for him. As for the dragon tendons and horns, this is a bit difficult. Because the magic dragon is a legendary western dragon-shaped creature. If Lu hadn't had strong strength and high-tech investigative methods, it would probably take some time to get it. But now, what is it useful for? It's not like you don't know. Qiao Manli was wearing a red lace pajamas, holding 2 cups of hot milk, sat next to Lu, and put a cup in front of him. Weapons above the legendary level need the breath of the same level to activate them. I don't have the power of a goddess like them. I can't even pull that bow. Qiao Manli's current enhancement level is epic. Because of the difficulty of breaking through the epic level, it will be many times more difficult than before, so the strength of the improvement after the breakthrough is completely different. The vitality of the sapphire bottleneck is 790 points, and once it breaks through to the epic level, the vitality is at least 1000 points. Other mental strength, and agility will also be greatly improved. However, weapons above the legendary level have not weak spirituality, and whether you can control them has nothing to do with your physical attributes. So even if Jiao Manli had nearly caddies of strength, she couldn't pull the bow away. Oh? Hehe, I forgot this. Liu smiled casually, it's okay, you can use that bow for Kikai. I'll replace it with an epic one in the afternoon. When your strength improves, I'll ask her to return it to you. Really? Thank you, young Master Liu. You're welcome, you deserve it. By the way, young Master Liu, I discovered a very strange thing last night. What strange thing? That Bai Yueguang seems to have raised a dragon. What? Chapter 516 Tyrannosaurus Rex Mercenary Corps. Raised a dragon. Hearing Jiao Manli's words, Liu's keen nerves immediately noticed the problem. The child mother system he snatched from Wang Hao can gain more goddess power by repairing the mother system. The energy to repair the mother system needs to be obtained from the heroine. The better the relationship between Liu and them, the more times in time they communicate, the faster the mother system will be restored. Apart from the previous ones, the goddess powers that Liu obtained now include Yan Yun's goddess of life, So Cangyun's nine-tailed sky fox, and Luo Kikai's Valkyrie. That's why Liu asked Jiao Manli to give Luo Kikai the soul-fixing bow. But Liu really didn't expect that Jiao Manli would give him such a special news. After some careful questioning, he understood a general idea. Due to changes in the order of human existence. In order not to be so boring, Jiao Manli formed a female mercenary group with Luo Kikai and So Cangyu. Specially take on some difficult tasks to pass the time. Yesterday when they came back from a mission in the wild, they saw Bai Yueguang sneaking out of the base by herself. Because Bai Yueguang was not only a female killer, but also a shadow assassin, even Luo Kikai couldn't follow her. So they used the stealth drone of the doomsday chariot to follow up quietly. Beach. The whole body is black, with long beards on the face, and a pair of claws? If there is only one pair of claws, it should be a dragon, right? Really? What's the difference between Jiao and dragon? The dragon is a kind of fetish, and the Jiao is a kind of animal. One flies in the sky and the other swims in the water. The two are not at the same level at all. Liu touched his chin when he said this and thought about it, but Jiao Long is also very awesome, how did Bai Yueguang meet her? After speaking, Liu picked up the communicator. Bai Yueguang, come here. After Bai Yueguang was rescued from the city of the dead by Liu, Lu Ruobing did not make things difficult for her. Just let her make up for her mistakes and continue to serve the army. Facing Lu Ruobing and the others risking their lives to save her, she was also greatly moved, and she was willing to stay by Lu Ruobing's side at her disposal. After all, she is a former killer, so she is not tall, and she is about the same as Yan Yun by visual inspection. But I don't know if it's because of exercise since childhood. Her body is thinner and softer than Yan Yun's. When Liu said he wanted to see her, she was a little confused. Young Master Liu, you are looking for me. Because she usually uses too many identities, Bai Yueguang has multiple identities and personalities. In addition, he has less contact with Liu. So when I said this sentence, it felt a little cold. Liu took it for granted and didn't care. You have stayed with Ruobing for a long time, you should know my temper. I allow you to have personal privacy, but I don't allow your personal privacy to affect the safety of other people, you should understand what I mean. I understand, but what does this have to do with you looking for me today? What happened to that dragon? Liu was straightforward, without beating around the bush. Flood dragon. Bai Yueguang was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly understood what Liu meant, it's like this. She knew that she couldn't lie in front of the other party, so she could only tell the story between herself and Xiao He. She and the Black Snake met when the end of the world had just come. At that time, Xiao He was just a cauliflower snake with the thickness of an arm. The cauliflower snake was besieged by a large number of monsters, and Bai Yueguang appeared in time to save it. Later, the cauliflower snake gave her some crystal nuclei in order to repay her kindness. Bai Yueguang was amazed by the other party's spirituality, and formed a special friendship with the Black Snake. After listening to Bai Yueguang's narration, Liu was a little speechless. He guessed that the Black Dragon might be Zhang Chen, but he didn't know that Bai Yueguang had such a relationship with Zhang Chen. You know, Bai Yueguang was originally the heroine in Wang Hao's script. After Wang Hao's child mother system was deprived, she appeared in the script of Xiao Yi, the Lord of the Undead City. What does it have to do with Zhang Chen? In the Zhang Chen data that Liu read, there is no such person as Bai Yueguang. But so far, it's useless to say more. Since she has a relationship with Zhang Chen, then... With her mental power activated, Bai Yueguang flew towards Liu uncontrollably. Bai Yueguang's complexion changed, and she subconsciously wanted to struggle, but her super high reaction made her suppress this impulse forcibly. Fortunately, Liu didn't attack her, but let her fly in front of him and stop. What do you want to do? Liu slowly raised his hand to hook her chin, and a smirk rose from the corner of his mouth. That black snake is my hunting target, do you think I should kill it first, or sleep with you first? What? The sudden words left Bai Yueguang dumbfounded. The heroine who can stay by her side cannot be let go. This is what Liu thinks in his heart. Sisters Lu Ruobing and Qin Xiao are special heroines, and Liu cannot touch them for the time being. But ordinary heroines can't. After such a long time, Liu still didn't get the reward from Shangguan Linglong and Mu Dai, but Chen Yuxi's reward had already been obtained. And even for these two women who didn't get the reward, Liu has already slept with them. Therefore, besides the special heroine that Liu has not slept with so far, Bai Yueguang is the only one left. Originally, there was no shortage of women around Liu, so he was not in a hurry for Bai Yueguang. But once he heard that Bai Yueguang had a relationship with Zhang Chen, he couldn't wait any longer. This woman not only appeared in Xiao Yi's script, but also has something to do with Zhang Chen? Then it proves that Bai Yueguang is also a very important daughter of luck. For this kind of lucky girl, even if she can't get her heart, she must get her man first, otherwise the other male protagonists will be taken advantage of if she is not careful. So, straight to the showdown without explanation. Will Bai Yueguang agree? At this time, she seemed to have no right to refuse. What Liu didn't know at this time was that just when he was about to attack Bai Yueguang, something special happened in Qizhou. Qizhou is a provincial capital city between Yanjing and Shanghai. Although it belongs to the second tier of Nanxi, it is a provincial capital after all, so it is bigger than Nanxi. This city has a sub-base of the Red Police. In order to balance the power, Wu Jiang and Shi Lei who followed Liu moved here from Nanxi and became one of the managers here. Of course, they have no management ability, nor the ability to lead troops. Liu just gave them some business privileges. Wu Jiang was also very upbeat, and established a large mercenary group in Nanxi, Tyrannosaurus Rex Mercenary Group. Help! Help! Help me! A mercenary, covered in blood, appeared in the sight of the base guards. What's going on? How did you become like this? Two guards stepped forward to support him, and the other guards immediately stood up with guns. My team encountered an attack from a powerful monster. What? Hearing what the mercenary said, and seeing the badge with the head of a Tyrannosaurus Rex on the mercenary's shoulder, the guard was surprised. Because whether it is a mercenary or a monster hunter, they are relatively powerful and have a certain understanding of monster habits. The Tyrannosaurus Rex mercenary group is particularly outstanding in this regard. Even their team was severely injured, the strength of that monster can be imagined. Several of you, follow me to have a look. After Wu Jiang knew about it, he didn't hesitate too much, and immediately led a team to investigate the situation. Soon, he too was ambushed. What ambushed him was not an ordinary monster, but a group of black widow spiders that broke through to the sapphire. My god, this is... These spiders actually hunt in groups. Quick, retreat. Want to run? It's too late. Chapter 517 My brother asked me to find you. Although spiders are creatures that hunt in groups. But most spiders that have evolved intelligence like to act alone. Therefore, it is obviously abnormal for this group of spiders to appear here. But it's useless to say anything now. Facing the siege of a group of black widows capable of poisoning epic creatures, even Wu Jiang was powerless. After just fighting for a short time, one of the spiders cut his arm. The virus on the spider web and legs flowed into his body along the wound. In less than a moment, he felt dizzy. As time passed, the news of Wu Qiang's ambush spread back to the Qizhou base. Wu Jiang? How is it possible? Even Boss Wu. Knowing that Wu Jiang was in an ambush, the city lord of Qizhou was surprised. Wu Jiang is not only the founder of Tyrannosaurus Rex Mercenary Group, but also Liu's younger brother. Others may not know about this situation, how could he, as the city lord, not know? Therefore, when Wu Jiang's younger brother reported the matter to him, the army responded immediately. Squad -and follow me. The steel city gate opened, and the military dispatched 2 heavily armed squads. There are not only 12 armored vehicles, but also 4 armed helicopters. Blah blah blah. The helicopter propeller roared loudly over Qizhou. Outside the city wall at the side gate, in a relatively safe area, a beautiful teacher with a white jade flute in her hand was leading 2 colleagues and a group of 12 or 13-year-old child soldiers, explaining the harsh environment outside. Seeing the helicopter in the sky in the distance, she felt a little puzzled. With so many military soldiers dispatched at once, have you encountered any large monsters? Forget it, even if there are large monsters, they will know how to deal with them, it's nothing to me. Boom. The beautiful teacher hadn't finished saying it doesn't matter, when one of the helicopter gunships suddenly burst into flames. The helicopter fell rapidly, and soon the plane crashed. Seeing this, the other 3 scattered helicopters immediately increased the distance and fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, she was dumbfounded, but quickly reacted. He hurriedly said to another teacher. Ms. Zhong, take the children back first, I'll go and have a look. Before the other party could answer, she took her white jade flute and ran towards the direction of the crashed plane. For today's humans, the military's thermal weapons can already filter out most monsters. But for some powerful monsters, they can only rely on the awakened ones. Therefore, when she saw that the helicopter was shot down, she immediately went to the scene of the incident to check the situation. No matter what, we can't let them suffer too much loss. This is what the running woman thinks in her heart. But before she could run halfway, the flames in the distance shot up into the sky again. Immediately afterwards, there was a lot of gunfire. Seeing this, the woman quickly slowed down her pace. What? Wujiang is dead. When Liu received the news from Wujiang, it was already 2 days later in the morning. The news came from Shilei. Hearing this news, Liu's first reaction was disbelief. Because although Wujiang's strength is not top-notch, he is also a person who has experienced great storms with him. Why is it offline all of a sudden? Yes, boss. He was ambushed by a group of black widow spiders, and then... ambushed by a monster? Not even a corpse. Yes. Damn, what kind of plane is this kid doing? Liu didn't have time to think too much, so he hurriedly got dressed and got up. So Cangyun, who was behind her with sleepy eyes, seemed to be woken up by Liu. She couldn't help being curious when she saw Liu in such a hurry. Liu, what happened? Wujiang is dead, I have to go to kiss who? Ah? Wujiang is dead? How could this happen? I go first. Wait, I'll go with you. So Cangyun was also aware of the seriousness of the matter, put on her clothes, and took out the communicator while heading to the Red Police base with Liu. Sisters, something happened. After all, Wujiang is Liu's younger brother. If something happened to him, they would naturally follow Liu to have a look. But when Liu made this decision, the sixth sense of danger perception suddenly came into play. Quickly used the system and sent a voice message to Nangong Ling. Nangong, tell Yan Yun, Li Wanning and Qin Weiwei to stay in the Red Police base for a few days and not go anywhere. It is good. Wujiang is dead? Not dead. After Liu rushed to kiss Hu with everyone, he quickly came to this conclusion. Boss, you said Wujiang is not dead. Did you get someone to test it? Standing in the villa where Wujiang once lived, seeing the pointer on the hunter pointing steadily in one direction, Liu asked with a frown. There are not only sentient awakeners in this world, but also many treasures that detect signs of life. Liu's hunter is just one of them. Therefore, even without Liu, Shilei should have come to this correct conclusion. No, according to the survivors who fled back, it's impossible to live in that kind of situation, so I just... It's okay, it's not your fault, and it's not the point now. Surrounded by monsters for so long and still not dead? Either Wujiang escaped and ascended to heaven, because he was injured and couldn't come back. Or it was captured by some intelligent monster. If it's the first situation, it's okay, we just need to send a team to find Wujiang. If it's the second case, it's not very friendly. Why did the other party arrest Wujiang but not kill him? Was he arrested for food reserves, or did he have ulterior motives? Luo Kekai who came with Liu obviously also thought of this. Liu, what are you going to do? If it is a normal situation, there is definitely no need to save it. Liu's brain was spinning, but this time, I feel a little strange. Liu didn't save him, not that Liu was cold-blooded. But in this cruel last days, everyone should be responsible for their own lives. Putting more lives at risk in order to save one person is not a wise choice at all. Therefore, no matter who it is, the premise of saving people must first ensure their own safety. Why don't I go with you to see? Yes, but before that, we need to make some preparations. 2 days later, in the morning. Boy, if you don't want to die, you'd better let me go. In a huge hollow mountain belly, sunlight shines in from several mountain crevices, forming a sky full of lights. Wujiang was covered in wounds, and his whole body was bound by a special kind of vines. He wanted to use brute force to break free from the shackles of these vines, but he couldn't do anything, so he could only threaten the young man on the top in a cold voice. Otherwise, when my boss arrives, I will make it impossible for you to survive. Your boss? Lying on a boulder with his eyes closed, Yeshyan said disdainfully, you think your boss will come to save you? Why not? Wujiang said stubbornly, I'm afraid you don't know how terrifying my boss is. Although he also thought that his boss would not come to save him as a waste, how could he admit cowardly at this time? Hehe, if I didn't know, I wouldn't have arrested you. Yeshyan said with a playful smile, Wujiang, Do you know? The person I wanted to catch was the pair of twin sisters, but their abilities and the defensive measures around them were a bit troublesome. I tried hundreds of times in a row, but none of them were the result I wanted, so I made a retreat and caught you. What? Hearing Ye Xian's words, Wu Jiang was at a loss, completely unable to understand what this guy meant by try hundreds of times. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, you just need to know that he will definitely come to die today. Rumble. Just when Wu Jiang was about to say something, the huge stone gate of the cave was suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, the beautiful figures of 3 women appeared at the entrance of the cave. The woman in the lead wore a long black dress. The facial features are exquisite, the expression is indifferent, the temperament is extraordinary, and the voice is cold. There is also a big black tulip on her head. You are Ye Xian. Exactly. My brother asked me to come find you. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 518 The Battle of Fate. Ye Xian teamed up with Lu Shu and launched an operation against Luyu. At this time, Luyu didn't know that the other party was coming for him. Wu Jiang is just his younger brother. According to normal logic, if you want to deal with a person, shouldn't you attack the people around him? What does it mean to deal with a little brother? However, being vigilant by nature, he still made extra preparations. This time when he came to Kishu, Luyu only brought 3 women, Luo Kikai, Jiao Manli, and So Qingyu. 3 women plus 4 dark contract beasts, plus Luyu, there are 8 combat members in total. Because of the wilderness, the more people there are, the more troublesome it will be. So when Luyu went out of the city, he only brought Luo Kikai with him. In order to prevent the invasion of wild poisonous insects, the two put on a set of mercury-colored liquid metal battle suits at the same time. This mercury-colored liquid metal suit has higher defense and more powerful functions than the previous black liquid suit. It was Luyu who opened 5 legendary treasure chests to open them. The two left Xiaojin and He Shui in the city, took Bai Linghu and sat on the red flame eagle. It didn't take long to find Wu Jiang's location. This is in the dense jungle kilometers away from the Kishu base. Surrounded by green plants, there are dangers everywhere, and Wu Jiang is in the big mountain in front of him. Luyu, there is a problem here. As soon as the two landed on the ground, Luo Kikai noticed something unusual. It's not normal if there is no problem. Whoosh, hiss. Mutated monsters and poisonous insects in the jungle began to attack the two of them. Bloodthirsty bugs, giant ants, mutated praying mantises, and mutated longhorns are all there. What do we do now? Don't worry, wait a little longer. Luyu summoned the black demon bear, the black light leopard and the crypt spider to help fight the enemy. A coldness flashed in his eyes. It is normal for monsters to appear in the jungle, but it is not normal for Wu Jiang to appear in a jungle full of monsters. Is it Zhang Chen? No, Zhang Chen is a dragon, and the script is to devour the evolutionary flow without thinking, and he will not use this kind of calculating method. Who else would it be if it wasn't Zhang Chen? My god, Luyu, look at the sky. Luo Kikai's surprised voice interrupted Luyu's thoughts. Luyu looked in the direction of Luo Kikai's voice, and saw large swaths of dark clouds appearing in the sky. These dark clouds seemed to have eyes, and they surrounded the two at an extremely fast speed. This is... Seeing this scene, the coldness in Luyu's eyes became even stronger. It's just a little brother, it won't attract your attention. Standing on an open space on the top of a mountain, Ye Xian looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, you who haven't done much deployment, how can you face my Zerg army? Yes, the sky is full of darkness, not some dark clouds. But bugs. Insects, large and small, densely packed, numbering in the hundreds of millions. The small one is only the size of a thumb, and the big one is comparable to a helicopter. But no matter how big or small, they are all existences that can easily kill humans. At this time, they were coming very fiercely, blocking the sky above Luyu's head like a sky curtain. A son of luck related to the swarm? Hee hee. Luyu smiled, Kikai, it looks like I'm going to die here this time. There are so many bugs coming at once, we can't rush out at all. You use the jade pendant space to go first, remember to avenge me in the future. He didn't know when he offended such a child of luck. But this time, nothing matters anymore. Are you kidding me? Hearing Luyu's words, Luo Kikai suddenly turned to look at him, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. You think I'm joking? Luyu, you bastard. Luo Kikai suddenly became angry, you haven't paid back what you owed me in your previous life, how can you just say you're dead? You had nothing to do with me in your previous life, big sister. Luyu said a little speechlessly, you hurry up, if you don't leave, it will be too late. I do not. Luo Kikai said stubbornly, even if you had nothing to do with me in your previous life, then you are just as scumbag as him. I'm such a scumbag, what are you doing here? Why don't you find a man who will treat you wholeheartedly while I'm dead? KK, you treat me 100 times better than him, and you are also 100 times better than him. I don't believe that you will be unprepared for this kind of you. What if I'm really not prepared at all? Then die together. Luo Kekai blurted out without any hesitation. Hearing the other party's answer so neatly, even Liu couldn't help being stunned. Whether it is ancient or modern, only sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. Although Liu is good to his woman, he is so fraternal after all. He also knew that he couldn't get the so-called true love with a group of wives and concubines, let alone expect them to accompany him life and death. As long as they can live, they don't have the idea of betraying themselves. But now... He, Luo Kekai, your words are enough. Liu laughed from the bottom of his heart. Or do you want me to go first? Believe me. A frenzy suddenly appeared in Liu's eyes, I won't die. This is a war between protagonist and villain. It is also a fateful battle. In this world where the sun of luck is rampant. As a villain with strength and influence, Liu should have 90% of the unfavorable things around him related to the sun of luck. Therefore, before Liu came, he had already made some preparations. The red flame eagle in the sky fanned a large amount of wind and flames with its wings, burning the overwhelming swarm of insects. But the tiger couldn't stand the pack of wolves, and the tiny bugs penetrated everywhere. They quickly seized the moment when the red flame eagle's breath changed, and devoured it with absolute numbers. A large number of jumping insects with sharp teeth appeared on the ground. Leaping insects are less than 1 meter tall and have extremely sharp teeth and mouth parts. A pair of bat-like fleshy wings grow on the back. These wings aren't big enough to allow them to fly, but they help them roll over terrain with less weight on their bodies. With the help of their wings, they move very fast. Looking down from the sky, it is so dense that you can't see the end at a glance. Come on, let's see who can have the last laugh. After Liu threw out a fire tornado and cleared an open space, he was about to use a large-scale indiscriminate attack. Beep. A flute sound suddenly entered his ears from the noisy insects. The sound of the flute can shock people's brains, even Liu will be affected to a certain extent. Liu noticed something and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a woman in a fluttering white dress, like a fairy in the sky, standing on the back of a flying dragon, looking at him indifferently. Shangguan Linglong? How come? Seeing this woman, Liu was really surprised. Not only was she surprised that she would appear here, but also why she attacked herself? Could it be that this son of luck can see into my thoughts? Liu's brain turned quickly, and within 10 seconds after seeing Shangguan Linglong, he thought of this possibility. The other party knew that he would come? Also ambushed hundreds of millions of bugs in advance? He even controlled Shangguan Linglong, so that when he was about to use indiscriminate attacks, he could just see her? Do you think I will give up using this attack method for the sake of Shangguan Linglong? Okay. You are amazing, you can calculate. But I just don't believe that a person's decision can be calculated by others. Ding, the nuclear bomb silo is ready, whether to launch the nuclear bomb to the target area, whether. Sound all the alarms on the Kizhu survivor base, calculate the explosion range, as long as the direct explosion range does not reach the Kizhu base, launch it immediately. Explosion range calculation, please wait. The calculation is completed. The radius of the direct explosion of the nuclear bomb is about 10,987 kilometers, and it did not affect the Kizhu base. It meets the launch conditions. The nuclear bomb launch is preparing for dash. Liu clenched the Laquan sharp gun in his hand, turned into a shooting star and flew towards Shangguan Linglong in the sky. Wu Jiang, you are a hero. Chapter 519 Liu is the bug. The nuclear bomb silo is a super weapon in the red alert system. In the game, no matter how many nuclear silos you build, only one nuclear bomb can be launched in a short period of time. Want to use the second, need to wait a long time. But reality is not a game. In reality, the nuclear bombs in each nuclear bomb silo can be used independently. So in order to be on the safe side, when Lu Ruobing built the sub-base, he prepared for the worst. Each sub-base is equipped with at least 2 or more nuclear bombs. In the face of this densely packed monster, what power can clear the field faster than nuclear bombs? Bark. In the heavily defended corner of the Kizhu military base, the steel-wrapped nuclear bomb silo was slowly opened. Driven by various mechanical devices, the huge nuclear warhead exposed its body. The moment when the countdown to launch ends. Call out. The huge nuclear warhead, like a space rocket, was sent into the sky by the booster. At the same time, in the middle of the battlefield. Boom boom boom. The overwhelming bugs are still attacking Liu. Liu also used various flying abilities to increase his flying speed to the extreme. The 9 elements surrounded his body, shielding those smaller bugs. Under his rapid impact, all the large worms were pierced through by the Laquan gun. At this time, Liu was like a meteor piercing the night sky, piercing through all the forces blocking him. Seeing that Liu was getting closer and closer to Shangguan Linglong, the winged dragon immediately led Shangguan Linglong to retreat in the opposite direction. Leave me! Liu snorted coldly, and his momentum remained undiminished. The crypt spider on the ground, which was being besieged by bugs, got the order, and desperately climbed to the top of the tree and sprayed out a spider web with paralyzing toxin in the direction where the flying dragon left. This blow was a blow in which the crypt spider gave up its own defense. After releasing the spider web, it could no longer deal with the overwhelming bugs, so it could only open the portal back to the abyss before dying. Of course, it was impossible for the spider web to completely engulf the flying dragon, but under its precise control, it stuck to the flying dragon's wings and a large number of bugs. This kind of flying dragon is not a giant dragon in the West, but a dragon-shaped giant insect whose body is full of acidic substances. After being stuck to the wings by the spider, its flying speed was significantly slower than that of Liu. Puff! Seeing that it was unable to distance itself from Liu, the dragon-shaped giant worm quickly turned around and spit out a big mouthful of green mucus towards Liu. The green slime is extremely corrosive, and the small bugs on the path will be melted by the slime immediately after touching it. Faced with such slime, Liu should have dodged. But the nuclear bomb is only about kilometers away from the Kishu base to this location. Even if the nuclear bomb needs to fly above the clouds at this distance, and then carry out a precise positioning strike here, it will not exceed 30 seconds before and after. So at this time, we need to race against time. Without even thinking about it, Liu bumped into it with his own body. The corrosive slime corroded Liu's elemental shield and landed on his metal battle suit, emitting bursts of white smoke. Shangguan Linglong on the worm's back also took the opportunity to throw a sonic blade at him. Boom! The sonic blade exploded onto Liu's body, bringing up a splash of blood. Liu didn't even look at it, and directly swept the spear in his hand. Call, boom! A gust of wind was brought up by the spear, and it precisely patted Shangguan Linglong on the back of the insect. Liu followed quickly, and other flying insects also swarmed at this time. Seeing this scene, Bai Yueguang, who was running towards Liu on the ground, quickly slapped a few bugs around him to death, and then jumped into the sky with the help of 2 giant beetle backs. Roar! Bai Yueguang let out a roar, which dispersed a large number of insects in the air, and firmly caught the falling Shangguan Linglong. Almost at the same time, the nuclear bomb in the sky penetrated the clouds and landed in everyone's sight. Damn, this madman! After seeing the nuclear bomb through the perspective of a bug, Ye Xian couldn't help cursing angrily. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly ordered the swarm to retreat. Boom! Not long after the order was issued, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The powerful shock wave carried a scorching temperature, centering on Liu's position and spreading in all directions. Wherever the nuclear explosion goes, nothing will grow. Within a radius of 15 kilometers, everything was turned into fly ash. The whole world seems to have become a little quieter because of the appearance of this mushroom cloud. Is this a nuclear bomb? Is it too exaggerated? What kind of people are we fighting against? Seeing this scene, the 2 women who were outside the range of the nuclear bomb explosion were inexplicably horrified. Most people have only heard of nuclear explosions, but have never seen them. Even if you have seen it, it is at most on TV. But how can the degree of shock seen on TV compare to seeing it with one's own eyes? The mushroom cloud that connects the sky and the earth, and the shock wave of the nuclear explosion that can destroy everything. Everything shakes their powerful hearts. Why is this? Why is this? Looking at the area after the nuclear explosion, Ye Xian's face was full of disbelief. This guy still has a lot of abilities that he hasn't used. Why did he use a nuclear bomb? This is unscientific. And isn't he himself at the center of the nuclear explosion? Why dare to use the nuclear bomb directly? It is clear. Ye Xian has a doomsday simulator and knows that Liu has a nuclear bomb. In this case, of course he couldn't put himself in danger. But Liu's choice was something he didn't imitate. Because Ye Xian's simulator belongs to the system, and Liu's system also belongs to the system. If there is only one child of luck, his simulator is indeed invincible. But in this world, Liu is the real bug. Other systems cannot detect the existence of Liu's system, and Ye Xian's simulator will also make mistakes when deducing Liu's data. Just like now. Not only did he fail to simulate Liu's choice, but he also didn't even know Liu's ability to travel through planes. Bah! Bah! Damn, luckily we caught up. Bai, are you alright? In the urban plain, in the living room of a high-end villa. Liu spit twice, and looked at Bai Yueguang beside him. Bai is the name Liu gave Bai Yueguang. Hearing Liu's words, it stood up and shook off the dust on its body, looking puzzled at the clean and tidy villa living room around it. I'm fine. By the way, where is this? Why did we suddenly appear here? As Liu's contracted beast, it has a connection with Liu. But it didn't know all of Liu's abilities, so it just thought it was dead. Didn't expect that his master could take him to use the space to jump? This is my home. Your home. That's right, but now is not the time to talk about it. I'll talk about it after I wake this woman up first. The full level of the Red Alert main base is level 5. Every time you level up, you can bring one more life body when you travel across planes. Today's Red Police main base is level 4, and LUU can take 3 life units to travel between planes at the same time. Since Shangguan Linglong was controlled by others, she fell into a short coma after crossing the plane. It is not particularly difficult for LUU to wake her up. He just needs to give her a holy light spell to restore her disordered mental power to normal. LUU? Why are you here? After the holy light, Shangguan Linglong rubbed her temples, and looked around in confusion. Where is this? Why am I here? You don't remember anything? LUU asked instead of answering. I remember. Hearing LUU's rhetorical question, the memory fragments in Shangguan Linglong's mind surged up wildly, and she also subconsciously fell into the memory. I was ambushed by a woman in black and then lost consciousness. Did you save me? The woman in black. LUU raised his eyebrows. What does she look like? I can't remember exactly what it looks like, but I remember that she wore a black tulip on her head, and her ability is also a petal. Chapter 520 The Hyperspace Teleporter. Following Shangguan Linglong's explanation, LUU knew the whole story. After Wang Hao's system was stripped off by LUU, Shangguan Linglong couldn't accept this reality. He couldn't accept his fate, nor could he accept his first time, being deprived by LUU in that situation. So, she followed an army alone and came to Kizhu. Here, she met some friends, and under the introduction of these friends, she became a teacher of the school's spiritual department. That day she found out about the change in the military, so she decided to go and have a look. As a result, he was ambushed by 3 women in black, green, and red dresses. They are all extremely powerful, and Shangguan Linglong alone is no match for them. Then they were caught. Black Tulip. LUU frowned and muttered to himself. One person possesses too much power, and it is easy to offend others without knowing it. Therefore, LUU didn't care where this son of luck came from. But if it's the woman of the child of luck, then it's time to play. LUU, is your injury because of me? After telling the story, Shangguan Linglong looked at LUU's injuries and asked curiously. At this time, LUU had already taken off his metal battlesuit. A large piece of the chest of the specially made tight top was corroded by the mucus of the flying dragon. There are still some faint burn marks and blood stains around the corroded chest. It's obviously an injury. With LUU's strength, how could he be injured if he hadn't encountered a special situation? It's nothing. LUU raised his right hand and wiped the wound, the blood stains and dust disappeared immediately, and even the wound was completely restored. The divine body is very perverted. Shangguan Linglong's attack only caused LUU a little skin trauma. When Shangguan Linglong narrated the incident, the skin trauma had all been healed under the effect of the sacred body. This wipe just now is just to remove the stain. But seeing LUU's understatement, Shangguan Linglong felt a little different. I'm sorry to trouble you. You don't have to say sorry to me, it's my own decision. LUU glanced at Shangguan Linglong and ignored her. After all, he was the one who dropped the nuclear bomb first and then went to save her. If it is really impossible to save, he will give up without hesitation. In this case, what can he say? Shaking his head in his heart to stop thinking about it, LUU quickly explained everyone's current situation. After listening to LUU's narration, Shangguan Linglong was surprised. Nuclear explosion? Did LUU save himself from the nuclear explosion? Isn't he rescued by LUU and returned to the survivor's base now, but followed him to another plane? Are you kidding me? Obviously she didn't know that Chu Feng could travel between 2 worlds. It is not known that LUU has this ability. You belong to an outsider in this world, and you may be assassinated by reincarnators. Be careful yourself. LUU's voice interrupted her thinking. Shangguan Linglong came back to her senses and subconsciously nodded. Yes, I know. After LUU arranged everything, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. UXI, where are you now? Hearing LUU's voice, Chen Yuxi's face was full of joy. Husband? I'm at the company. When did you come back? I called you as soon as I got back. A smile rose from the corner of LUU's mouth. Come to my villa quickly. Well, okay, wait for me for half an hour. Chen Yuxi was very happy and excited. Because the two are already married in this world. In order to ensure Chen Yuxi's safety, LUU neither married her nor lived with her. Plus LUU comes back once a month or 2. Therefore, every time the two meet, they are newlyweds after a long absence. How can she be unhappy? Half an hour later, Chen Yuxi, who was wearing a high-heeled black silk skirt, followed LUU's instructions and appeared in his villa alone. When she saw the situation in Lu's villa, she froze in place. This is Shangguan Linglong, who is as beautiful as a fairy, made her feel a sense of crisis in her heart. But this is not the point. The point is the giant white tiger lying in the living room, more than 2 meters high and 5 meters long. Such an exaggerated body shape. Are you sure it is a species that should exist on Earth? Don't be afraid. Her name is Shangguan Linglong, and her name is Bai. They are both my friends. I have to ask you to take care of them for me during this time. Liu briefly explained his arrangement. After the nuclear explosion over there was strong nuclear radiation, not to mention Shangguan Linglong, even Bai Linghu would be affected to a certain extent. Therefore, if the protective clothing is not enough, Liu cannot take them back for the time being. But he also has an agreement with the high-level officials here that do not cause social panic. Bai Linghu is not suitable for publicity. In this case, of course he needs to find a trustworthy person to help him deal with it. Wife. Seeing that Chen Yuxi was out of her mind, Liu stretched out his hand and shook it in front of her eyes. Ah, what did you just say? I know you have a lot of questions you want to ask me, but I can't tell you too much right now. I'll explain to you after I'm done with the matter. Let's go first. After saying this, Liu pressed the button of the liquid metal suit. At the moment when the mercury-colored battle suit covered his whole body, Liu disappeared into the living room of the villa. On the other side, the end of the world. The jungle after the nuclear explosion turned into a huge pit. In the pit, some insect corpses with extremely strong defenses could barely be seen. Of course, the bodies were not complete, most of which consisted of only a carapace-like remains. Dust full of radioactive substances filled the air. The metal suit worn by Liu can effectively resist nuclear radiation, and the sacred body can also ignore these radiations. Therefore, Liu's actions at this time were not affected in the slightest. Now, it's my turn to fight back. Floating in midair, Liu, holding a spear, had cold eyes in his eyes. All Red Police Base commanders listen to the order, put on your protective clothing, and transfer all the troops that can be mobilized to cities near Kishu. Even if I dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find this human being who can mobilize the swarm within 3 days. Yes. Obey, Commander. Moda Base, received. Jinmen Base, received. Chuncheng Base, received. Shimin Base. Hurry up, put on your protective clothing, and hold your weapons. Rocket Division ready. Tank Division ready. Yuri Legion is ready. The Magnetic Storm Legion is ready. The Chrono Corps is ready. Black Hawk Bombing Team at the ready. Mecha Corps. All ready fighters, gather outside the teleportation array. Yes. Following Liu's order, the major Red Police bases responded one after another. The Chrono Air Corps soldiers and the Chrono Commando appeared in the Kishu base in an instant. At a glance, there are densely packed, at least tens of thousands of people. Under the cover of helicopters and fighter jets, the Mecha Corps quickly lifted off and flew towards Kishu. Other ground troops walked into a huge building full of electric energy and magnetic field. The building is not big, but the army can only enter and exit. That's right, the hyperspace teleporter. In the game, this thing can instantly teleport some tanks to the designated area. In reality, this transfer method can also be used. And in addition to this transmission method, the transmitters can also transmit each other. When teleporting to each other, not only soldiers can be teleported, but there is no cooling time required. In this way, the speed of support between bases will be much faster than normal. No matter who you are, it's best not to let me find you, or I will definitely make your life worse than death. Chapter 521 The Queen Arrives. From the apocalypse to the present, Liu has met many children of luck. Although these children of luck, each of them is an extremely powerful existence in the later stage. But their abilities are different. Some people are so powerful that they can navigate the apocalypse alone. Some people like to develop farming, collect supplies, and build steel walls. Some people like to develop technology and use high technology to gain a foothold in the last days. The Corpse King Tang Sheng, Chu Feng from the Red Police System, Xiao Yi, the Lord of the Undead City, and Lu Feng who summoned historical generals are all good at team battles. The subordinates they have are all powerful, and each has its own characteristics. Liu is not the Corpse King, and Xiao Yi and Lu Feng are not dead either. Therefore, the only ability that Liu can use to fight against Yexian's swarm is the red alarm system. Is that guy dead? On a high mountain outside the range of the nuclear explosion, the woman in the red dress standing behind the woman in the black dress asked curiously. The woman in the green skirt shook her head and denied, "Impossible, according to my understanding, he will not die so easily." However, no matter how strong the awakened person's body is, they can't stop the tens of millions of high temperatures at the moment of the nuclear bomb explosion, right? Perhaps. What other ways does he have? Sister Miaoan, what should we do now? Leave here first. Although there is not as much radiation here as in the center of the explosion, staying too long will also affect our bodies. After the woman in black finished speaking, she didn't stay any longer, and led her two female subordinates to evacuate in the opposite direction of the nuclear bomb explosion. The same conversation occurred on the other side, and Zhang Chen's forces near the water were also preparing to evacuate. Because this action was planned by Ye Xian. On the simulator, Liu will be surrounded by insects because of Shangguan Linglong's appearance. Even if you are not bitten to death by dense insects, you will be killed by a nuclear bomb. Now that the nuclear bomb has exploded, it doesn't know what's going on at the center of the nuclear explosion, so it can only wait for Ye Xian to find out the information. Damn it, this guy really isn't dead. Ye Xian couldn't help cursing angrily when he received the news from the Inspector Eyeworm. Nuclear radiation is deadly to humans and animals on Earth. But for most of the mutated bugs, not only would it not have any effect, but it would also become their nourishment, making them stronger. Detecting euglena is one of them. Their head is a huge eye, two sensory tentacles grow on the top of the head, and the rest of the body is full of sensory organs. And it can also be invisible like an alien. As long as they avoid the central area of the nuclear bomb explosion, these bugs can escape to heaven. Simulator, what the hell is going on? You found out that your old enemy, Liu, was still alive, and there was some discrepancy with the simulation results. You had doubts about the simulator, and you didn't know what to do for a while. After some careful consideration, you want to rely on the absolute number of bugs and repeat the previous battle mode to kill the opponent, but the opponent's reinforcements have arrived. The number of insect swarms is already insufficient, you are defeated. He was quickly found by the opponent's main force and beaten to death. What? Ye Xian was dumbfounded. Resimulate, give up the team battle with the opponent, and choose to retreat temporarily. You feel that you are powerful, but you are not suitable for head-to-head confrontation, so you chose to retreat temporarily. However, the opponent's reinforcements have too many tracking methods. You encountered the opponent's search force on the way to retreat, and the two sides launched a fierce battle. You are held back by them, the main force of the enemy will soon overtake you. You are outnumbered. You are dead. As one after another simulated sound sounded. Ye Xian was dumbfounded. He hurriedly tried two other methods, and the result was without exception. Even if he pulls all Zhang Chen and Lu Shu's forces together, the final result of the simulation is you're dead. Grass. Why is this happening? Why? Ye Xian's mentality collapsed a bit. When I simulated here before, I could obviously kill Liu. Why is there such a mistake now? Ye Xian didn't understand, nor did he understand. I don't know that apart from Liu, other male and female protagonists in this world also have unpredictable characteristics. Although under normal circumstances, even the son of luck would follow the plot of Ye Xian's simulator. But everyone is the child of luck, who will let who? Any temporary idea may affect the direction of his simulator plot. Therefore, the moment Liu used the nuclear bomb without hesitation, Ye Xian's ending was already doomed. But Ye Xian is also the son of luck after all, so it is not so easy to die. Just when he was burning with anxiety, a woman's majestic voice sounded in his mind. Ye Xian. This king needs an explanation. Hearing this voice, Ye Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Queen? Why are you here? You transferred so many heirs of this king, can't this king come and have a look? Yes, of course I can, but I have a little trouble now. Ye Xian quickly explained his situation briefly, and added the queen's conditions to the simulator. Although he still didn't understand why his simulator didn't simulate the queen's information this time. But this time, he got a chance. At the same time, searches elsewhere have begun. Because Liu knew that the person who controlled the swarm would not be too far away from him. Therefore, the scope of the search is not as large as imagined. The wilderness in the last days is full of monsters. If you want to find Ye Xian in this environment, ordinary awakened people can't do it. But Liu has a shelter, a doomsday vehicle and a red alert system. The combination of the three gives Liu a lot of hot weapons and a lot of black technology. Terrorist robot, mechanical spider, police dog, rocket pilot, Yuri, chrono air core, motion detector, psychic detector, thermal imaging detector, life detector. The combination of vast and numerous forces makes the enemies in the jungle invisible. However, bugs are originally a kind of existence that can crush human beings in available numbers. So there are still many bugs left after the nuclear explosion. The two sides soon launched an encounter in the jungle. Everyone, watch your feet. A small team follow me. Second squad follow me. Squad 3 go this way. The hyperspace team pays attention to support at any time. Roger that. The rocket force is in charge of air search. If you are attacked by the swarm, report to me immediately. Understand? Discover large mutated life forms. Discover mutated life forms. Target confirmed. Kill it. Da-da-da. Call out, boom. A bug that was more than 10 meters long and 5 or 6 meters high, like a mountain of meat, was smashed to pieces by a group of soldiers with submachine guns and rocket launchers. Not good, Commander. A large number of insect swarms were found about 10 kilometers to the east, and they will reach the battlefield in at most -minutes. A lot of bugs. We need reinforcements, we need reinforcements. Hold on, reinforcements will arrive soon. There is no need for reinforcements, just leave these bugs to us. Lu Feng? When did you come? Ahem, we arrived 7 days ago, and we have already laid a net here. 7 days ago? Lu couldn't help being stunned. Which monster army did you summon again? 3 heroes of the early Han Dynasty. Zhang Zifeng. Chapter 522 Mecha Angel. Zhang Liang, Zifeng. Characters in the Qin and Han dynasties. Together with Xiao He and Han Xin, they are also known as the 3 heroes of the early Han Dynasty. If it can be done 7 days ago, even if it is necessary to set up a net kilometers away from the east of the nuclear explosion, his ability is evident. Lu has only seen this kind of ability in Zhejiang and Guojie. It is simply impossible for ordinary awakened people to have one. Hehe, you are really a monster strategist? But with your current abilities, can you still block the swarm? Although Lu Feng's ability is also of the team battle type. However, once these summoning protagonists have fought against Lu, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. After all, if Lu wants to deal with them, he must first deal with their subordinates. The subordinates are almost dead, and their combat effectiveness is naturally not as good as before. Don't worry, it's no problem at all just to deal with these bugs without IQ. That's good, the defense of the East will be handed over to you. If you lose it, you will be dealt with by military law. Understand? Lu Feng nodded, and looked at the long-legged beauty who was surrounded by steel armor. Sister, do you want to say a few words to him? No need, let's wait until these bugs are defeated. Mu Dai pulled out her 2 magic energy guns, and said with a strange expression. The women's steel armor on her body is made of the same material as Iron Man in Marvel. It's just that there is a pair of steel wings on the back, and the overall color is mainly gold and silver. Not only is the battle armor equipped with enhanced magical weapons, but the limbs and a pair of steel wings on the back are also equipped with anti-gravity devices. Coupled with the cold female Yasha helmet, she looks like a legendary mecha angel as a whole. However, the shape and function of the mecha are not the most important. The important thing is that this set of angel mechs was tailor-made for her by Lu after scanning her body data, using the technology in the Doomsday chariot. This is somewhat intriguing. She originally thought that she was just a trade item, and to Lu, she was just a dispensable concubine. It was completely unexpected that Lu would give her such a precious gift one day. Ovary, it's up to you. Just leave it to me. The image of Zhang Liang is not a fairy-like old man. It was a young man who looked elegant and easygoing in a white brocade robe. After receiving Lu Feng's order, he said something lightly. Then he unhurriedly took out a roll of bamboo slips from his cuff. After the bamboo slips were taken apart, a faint silvery luster was emitted. Call out! A large cloud of silver light shot out, taking Zhang Liang and the bamboo slips away from the place together. It is clear. A war of this level cannot be finished in one day. Even if it is a bug, it is impossible to launch an attack day and night. So, this will be a protracted battle. As for who will attack and who will defend? In the beginning, it was Yexian who wanted to kill Lu. Using Wu Jiang as bait, lured Lu and Luo Kikai into the Zerg encirclement. But Lu not only successfully escaped with nuclear bombs and plane travel, but also used the red alarm system to carry out a wave of anti-siege. Yexian himself does not have the ability to control insects. The reason why he can control these bugs is because he has a powerful talent skill, Favor of the Queen of the Swarm. This talent skill will not provide Yexian with any combat power, but it will allow him to gain the support of the Zerg. Yes, the Queen is the Queen of the Swarm. She and her people all came from another world. Relying on the simulator and this talent, Yexian successfully found her in this world and gained her trust. In order to protect Yexian, the Queen of the Zerg made him the supreme commander of the Zerg besides herself. At this time, in the east of Kizhu, in the jungle canyon 100 kilometers away, the disgusting giant insects all over the mountains are hunting their prey. Among this group of worms, there are more than a dozen giant abyss worms of different sizes and varieties. They are like stars holding the moon, protecting the giant mutated beetle in the center that is bigger than a tank. Because on the back of the giant beetle, there is a chair made of keel. On the chair sat the Queen of the Swarm with an exoskeleton and bony wings. Queen, is it worth it for a human being? Looking at the woman sitting on the keel chair, a humanoid creature covered in a purple robe asked in a hoarse voice. Although this humanoid creature can speak human language, both pronunciation and intonation seem a bit unfamiliar. Obviously just learned it not long ago. Other humans are certainly not worth it, but Ye Xian is different. The queen of the swarm seemed human but not human, insects but not insects, with a majestic voice. He plays a vital role in our swarm. But, according to the information sent back by the cerebrates, the humans in this world already have very advanced weapons. If we choose to confront each other head-on, I'm afraid we will only suffer losses. That can't be helped. The belief of the queen of the swarm did not waver, the fusion of the two worlds is a foregone conclusion. Ye Xian is definitely the key to gaining a foothold in this world. So no matter how much you pay, Ye Xian must be rescued. You are one of the think tanks of my swarm. Can't you understand such an obvious truth? Yes, I was worrying too much. Go and command your battle. Yes, Queen. Under the decision of the Queen of the Swarm, the overwhelming number of bugs headed towards the center of the battlefield from different directions. However, when the swarm was about to approach, there was a wave of fluctuation in the space of the entire defense line to the east. Immediately afterwards, whether it was the winged insects in the sky or the giant insects in charge of close combat on the ground, they all ran towards Lu Feng's position like a vicious dog seeing shit. They hit the space barriers and disappeared, and came to a lava world in the next second. This place is extremely open, except for a few granite trails with a width of about half a meter, the rest of the place is full of fiery red magma. There is a lot of fiery red magma. At a glance, you can't see the end at all. Insects have no IQ, and they all swarm in, how can they stand still? They rushed forward and back, and fell into those hot magma pools one after another. The hot temperature of the magma not only melted the bugs on the ground, but also ignited the wings of the bugs flying in the sky because of the sudden high temperature. But the number of bugs is exaggerated. After sacrificing a large number of bugs, the bugs that came in later had a certain amount of breathing time. Although they have no IQ, they have survival instincts. Soon, he stepped on the corpse of his companion and chose a relatively safe way forward. The lava world has no effect on humans and ordinary monsters, but it is absolutely suitable for setting levels. Take up your weapons and prepare to kill the enemy. We can't let these beasts break through our defenses. At the end of the granite trail is a plateau with no magma and a relatively normal temperature. Not only is the high ground about 5 meters higher than the path, but there are also fortifications one after another on it. Lu's army on this line of defense and Lu Feng's army gathered here, forming a very powerful defensive force. Monsters can only come from the granite path and the air, so our defensive pressure is much less. Not bad, and at such a temperature, small flying insects will be roasted to death, and there is no way to fly in front of us. If only the big flying insects come over, the target will be much clearer. Turn the brutal frontal battle into a tower defense game? Hehe, this Zhang Liang is worthy of being a great virtuous teacher. As soon as these words came out, everyone was a little confused. It took me a long time to get someone to correct me. Are you an idiot? Isn't Zhang Jiao the great virtuous teacher? Has something to do with Zhang Liang. That is. Let you read more, you are going to herd cattle. What am I? Don't talk nonsense, the swarm has arrived. Ready to fire. Let Yuri go first, such a narrow path, 2 Yuri on one path are enough. That makes sense. Yuri's troops are ready. It's already ready. The Chrono Air Corps fighters and Strongbow fighters are in charge of the cover. Roger that. Destroy them all. Chapter 523 Goodbye Lin Xuet. Liu and Lu Feng used to be enemies. But Mu Dai's humiliation allowed the two to coexist peacefully in a bloody way. But Lu Feng came to help this time, not because of Mu Dai, but because of Zhang Liang's suggestion. Zhang Liang was one of the 3 masters in the early Han dynasty. Like Zhuge Liang, he has the talents of the world. He calculated that most of the luck in this world has been concentrated on Liu. Even without their participation, the final winner of this war will only be Liu. Therefore, if Lu Feng can take the initiative to help Liu at this time. So it is not a timely gift, but also a icing on the cake. After the situation in the entire Xia kingdom stabilizes, Lu Feng will be able to get more benefits. So, Lu Feng came. Insects are bloodthirsty and violent, while humans advance and retreat in an orderly manner. Under the leadership of Zhang Liang and Lu Feng, the modern army united with the ancient army, and the insects on the entire eastern defense line were killed and injured. The infantry and tanks are on the front line, Yuri and the Zebe infantry are on the second line to deal with those who slip through the net, and the Chrono Air Corps protects Yuri. Liu muttered to himself, in such a battle formation, no matter how many bugs there are, they won't be able to rush in. But bugs also have air units and super long-range attacks. Luo Kikai, who was wearing a liquid metal battle suit beside her, reminded her. She can observe the situation outside from the Jade Pendant space. So when Liu came back from the plane, she would know immediately. Small air units can be dealt with by anti-aircraft infantry and fire extinguishers, and large ones can be dealt with by anti-aircraft guns. As for those bugs with super long attack distances, missile vehicles are enough. Range is truth. Although the fighting power of the bugs is exaggerated, the red alarm system is not for nothing. Prism Tank, Phantom Tank, Yuri, Chrono Legion. Which one is not beyond the existence of modern technology? If you set up a formation for a head-on confrontation, let alone the red police system, even Lu Feng and Xiao Yi would not be afraid of these bugs. Makes sense. Commander, the reconnaissance team found the target person. Very good, check the stability of the coordinate space, and prepare for hyperspace teleportation. Yes. Da-da-da. SHHHHHH. Boom boom boom. For Yexian, the war between the human race and the Zerg race has also entered a fever pitch. Infantry and tanks kept firing at the swarm. A large number of Black Hawk fighters threw shells into the swarm. Yuri turned these bugs into friends and let them bite his own kind. A light prismatic tank can penetrate a piece of laser light in the past. Of course, there were also many casualties on the human army side. The fighter jets knocked down by flying insects, the tanks overturned by earth-drilling insects, and the conscripts bitten to death by jumping insects. The entire battlefield is full of blood and cruelty. Why are we participating in this battle? Sister Miaoan. Aren't we human beings? In order to deal with a person, it's inappropriate to stand on the side of the bug, right? Standing on the top of a high mountain, watching the tragic war, the two women behind the woman in the black dress raised their own questions. It's true that their enemy is Luu, but they are also human beings, right? In order to kill Luu, stand on the worm side and fight against humans? This can no longer be described as a mere betrayer. You guys are right. From the very beginning, I was against working with Yexian. Seeing this battlefield full of gunpowder smoke, the woman in the black dress couldn't bear it. But... Before the woman in the black dress could finish her sentence, there was a spatial fluctuation in the weeds in front of them. A multi-purpose infantry vehicle that can carry multiple people was teleported to the grass in front of them. The sudden scene shocked the three girls. Before they could react, Luu's cold voice came into their ears. I finally found you. As soon as the voice fell, the sliding door opened automatically, and Luu walked down from it. Luo Kekai, So Qingyu, and Xiao Manli followed closely behind. Seeing Luu, the woman in the green skirt was surprised. Luu? Why are you here? Peng Qin. Luu's eyes froze slightly, and he ordered immediately when he saw Peng Qin's information. Damn, grab them. Luu has never met Peng Qin, and he doesn't know what kind of enmity he has with her. But from Nangongling and Lang Tianlin, he knew that this woman had always wanted to deal with him. It's just that after Nangongling led the Lang family to surrender, she seemed to have disappeared. No matter how Luu searched, he couldn't find her. Did not expect now. She will appear here? Hearing Luu's order, Luo Kekai rushed towards Peng Qin without saying a word, So Qingyu also bowed her body, grew out her white fluffy tail and started the battle mode. The woman in the green dress is Peng Qin, and the woman in the red dress is naturally Xiao Hong. They are the most powerful right-hand man of the willow tree. Although I don't know what kind of grievances there are between us, what are you doing? Are you Xuelin? Subconsciously, he scanned the profile of the woman in the black dress, and seeing her name, Luu was stunned. He thought of thousands of reasons why the other party was his enemy, but he never thought about this kind of reason. Ghosts? Back from the dead? What's up with this Nima? You know me. Not only has my appearance changed. Don't you even have any memory of me? Seeing Lin Shue's bewildered face, Luu, who came back to his senses, couldn't help grinning. He, it's okay, I'll help you restore your memory. As soon as the voice fell, the space was blocked, and Luu disappeared in place. Name, Lin Miaoan, Lin Shuet. This is the information Luu saw. Luu's villain's eye can not only read other people's data, but also has the function of storing data. So Luu read Lin Shue's real name. The special data storage mechanism also reminded Luu who this Lin Shue was. Although he didn't know why Lin Shue was still alive, nothing was important at this moment. Get the other party under control first. Facing Luu's attack, Lin Shue should have dodged, but she stood motionless on the spot, without any intention of dodging. Boom. Luu didn't show any sympathy, and kicked Lin Shue in the lower abdomen. His current strength and speed have reached an extremely exaggerated level. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is thunderous. But this was enough to break the rocks, but it did not cause any harm to Lin Shue. The moment Luu's leg touched Lin Shue's lower abdomen, a mass of purple light suddenly lit up from Lin Shue's body. The purple light was dazzling, and Luu's legs passed through his body with the purple light. Next second, Lin Shue's body disintegrated and turned into a sky full of black petals. The petals not only sprinkled a large amount of pollen that was almost invisible to the naked eye, but also drifted to the bottom of a big tree and recondensed as if consciously. This is... Seeing the petals recondensed into the appearance of a woman in black, Liu who kicked the air was a little surprised. It seems that after you were resurrected, you got a very amazing ability. Can we talk? No. Liu said bluntly, from the moment you controlled the swarm to attack me, there was no possibility of peace between us. Bug swarm. Hearing Liu's words, Lin Shui was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly realized, the swarm is not controlled by me. Not you. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 524. As long as you climb over this mountain. The investigation team is from the intelligence department of the Red Police Base. This department has the most advanced reconnaissance equipment and the most professional reconnaissance team. The members of the reconnaissance team are basically composed of hyperspace commandos. Not only can you use teleportation to ensure your work efficiency and safety, but it also has very powerful combat effectiveness. Liu learned from Shang Guanling long before that it was a woman in a black dress wearing a black tulip who controlled her. Therefore, after seeing Lin Shui, Liu subconsciously believed that these insect swarms were controlled by Lin Shui. The mission given to the investigation team is also to search for the traces of these three women. Unexpectedly, Lin Shui actually told him that someone else is controlling the swarm. Kikai, Cangyun, come back. What happened? Hearing Liu's solemn order, the two of them flashed back to Liu's side. Liu did not answer their questions, but stared at Lin Shui who was opposite. Tell me in detail, if the answer doesn't satisfy me, you know the consequences. Bang bang bang. As soon as Liu finished speaking, more than a dozen hyperspace fighters appeared around them out of thin air. Facing the siege of these space-time fighters, Peng Qin and Xiao Hong, who had been injured a little, looked a little nervous. Lin Shui didn't have much expression, and directly said what she wanted to say. Lin Shui is Lin Chen's younger sister. At the beginning, the brother and sister drove the doomsday chariot and snatched Liu's crystal nucleus. Liu broke the skin of the car, got into the car, used Lin Shui to threaten Lin Chen, and robbed their chariot. After Lin Chen's chariot was seized, he lost his mind and died together with Lin Shui in Liu's hands. They were resurrected not because Liu buried them under the willow tree, but because of the system. Yes, that is the system. The name of Lin Chen's system is Infinite Evolution System. Because it detected that Lin Chen's luck had not dissipated and he had a strong desire to protect his sister, he was chosen as the host. And while binding him, helped him keep Lin Shui's soul. Since then, Lin Chen has survived in this world with a brand new identity. In order to give Lin Chen the motivation to live, the system told him that Lin Shui still had hope of being resurrected, and gave him some information and ways to revive Lin Shui. This is the real reason why Lin Shui was able to resurrect. Judging from these signs, even if Liu hadn't buried them together, they would still be resurrected. It's just that the carrier of resurrection may become other plants, such as camphor trees. The result of the final evolution will not change much. Seeing that Lin Shui really came back to life, Lin Chen, the sister-in-law, had already given up seeking revenge from Liu. But Ye Xian changed his mind with his penetrating tongue. It's just that Lin Shui didn't know the specific situation of Lin Chen, so she only told Liu about Ye Xian's information. You mean, you are here just to provide information to that guy named Ye Xian? Yes. Shuelin did not deny it. Peng Qin's initial task was to monitor Liu and collect real-time information about Liu. The later task was to help Lin Chen revive Lin Shui. No matter which of the two tasks you want to complete, you need a very complete organization and intelligence network. Ye Xian needed his intelligence network, so he found Lin Chen. Ye Xian. Liu's eyes froze slightly. Kikai, inform the intelligence team and let them search for this young man. If they find it, you don't need to notify me, just execute him on the spot. Understand? Luo Kikai nodded, quickly took out the communicator and started to operate it. After giving the order, Liu was no longer in a hurry, and looked at the woman in front of him again. Your name is Lin Miaoan, right? Although I don't know what your current situation is, you just made the most correct decision. Where is your brother now? My brother. Don't tell me that your resurrection has nothing to do with your brother. Lin Shui is also the daughter of luck. Judging from her brother-sister relationship with Lin Chen, as well as her previous experience in the last days, it is impossible for her to appear in other protagonist scripts like Shang Guanlinglong and Bai Yueguang. Therefore, Lin Shui's resurrection must be related to Lin Chen. But what Liu didn't know was, why did Lin Chen rest assured that Lin Shui would appear in front of him? Based on the previous experience of the two siblings, shouldn't he hold his younger sister in the palm of his hand and take good care of her? Isn't letting her appear in front of him send a sheep into a tiger's mouth? In fact, Lin Chen can't be completely blamed for this. Because the current Lin Shui has not only greatly strengthened her strength, but also never thought about joining the battlefield this time. Her current position was behind the swarm that could evacuate at any time. According to the normal logic, if Liu wanted to deal with her, he had to get past Ye Xian and the swarm first. Who would have thought that Luoyu would directly use the space-time teleporter to appear in front of Lin Shui? But now, it's useless to say anything. Lin Shui was captured by Luoyu with a space-time teleporter and became a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. On the other hand, Ye Xian didn't know that Lin Shui had changed sides because of compassion. At this time, he was running wildly through the jungle. For him now, killing Luoyu is no longer important, what is important is how to change the outcome of his death. The queen meets me at the other end of the mountain, as long as I cross this mountain. Ye Xian, who was running wildly, muttered to himself. The queen is his hope, as long as he sees the queen, he will have a chance. But the fate of the protagonist is always so rough, every time the closer to hope, the higher the chance of accidents. When he was halfway there, a stealth drone spotted him. Drones? Damn! Ye Xian cursed angrily, and threw out a sword light directly, blowing up the drone to pieces. Unfortunately, these drones are not only equipped with weapons, but also transmit ridiculously fast. The moment he was discovered, his whereabouts had already been sent back to the headquarters. Therefore, not only did he shoot down the drone, it didn't make him safer, but it also attracted more unmanned fighter jets. These annoying flies! Now that he has been discovered, Ye Xian no longer hides his body, and directly rises into the air, flying towards the queen of the swarm. Commander, target found. The target is moving at high speed in the direction of 2 o'clock, the target is moving at high speed in the direction of 2 o'clock. We can't effectively intercept it. The target is being pursued, the target is being pursued. My god, Commander, we found several very powerful mutants. The drone was shot down, the drone was shot down. Call for fire support, call for fire support. Target locked. Missile, launch. SHHHHHH. Boom boom boom. Countless missiles flew towards the queen of the swarm with long-tail flames. But all the missiles exploded in the air. I rely on. How could this be? Luoyu, here we come. This level of war, why don't you call us? That's right, brother Luoyu, it's not good to eat alone. Not long after the missile exploded, the voices of sisters Lu Ruobing and Qin Xiao rang out. Immediately afterwards, a sea giant appeared in the monitoring range of the Zerg. Seeing this scene from the information sent back by the brain worm, let alone the queen of the swarm, even Zhang Chen, who returned to the water, was surprised. This is the aircraft carrier? I'm damn. Chapter 525, Queen of the Swarm, Irina. The war is in full swing, and it is a bit slow to say. From Luoyu's use of the nuclear bomb to the issuance of the assembly order, and now to the discovery of Ye Xian. In fact, a day and a night have passed. In a real war, a truce is not guaranteed at night. However, Luoyu has sufficient firepower and resources, so the battle losses of a day and a night are barely acceptable. It's just that sisters Lu Ruobing and Qin Xiao had their own business to do before this. Such a large-scale war cannot be resolved with 1 or 2 more awakened people. So Luoyu didn't inform them. Didn't expect them to rush over immediately after they got the news? And they didn't take the hyperspace teleporter yet, but they drove an aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier is a maritime combat unit produced by the Red Alert System shipyard. Although the aircraft carrier in the game has only 3 fighter jets, it has no air defense capability, so it can be said to be ridiculously weak. But the actual aircraft carrier is a normal aircraft carrier formation. There are very complete defensive measures and offensive equipment on it. Of course, the cost is sky high. It was saved by the military's flexible use of the snowballing ability of the Red Alert system to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. At this time, seeing the sea giant, and the countless escort dolphins and frigates around it, Zhang Chen finally knew what Ye Xian's purpose was for calling it over. This guy, do you want me to help intercept this aircraft carrier? Are you kidding me? Although I'm not afraid of the aircraft carrier now, I'm going to lose both. Zhang Chen cursed angrily, quickly calculating the gains and losses of this operation in his mind. No matter what era it is in, soldiers are more refined than many. It doesn't matter who is big in war, whoever must be awesome. With the power it has now, it is not a problem to kill this aircraft carrier. But now it is just a strengthened flood dragon, not a sacred dragon or an ancient dragon. It takes a lot of time and energy to kill this aircraft carrier formation. If there are powerful awakeners on the aircraft carrier, his actions will become more troublesome. And the feud between it and Luoyu is nothing more than 3 earth spirit fruits. Expose your own existence for the sake of Luoyu, still use your own body to carry the aircraft carrier formation? Is it worth it? Not worth it. So. Hey, that's it. Zhang Chen, who was thinking about the pros and cons of his actions, suddenly sensed a familiar aura on the aircraft carrier. Bai Yueguang? Why is she here? Where did these bugs come from? I don't know, judging from Luoyu's actions, he should be another son of luck. Son of Destiny? No. Even if the Son of Destiny doesn't save humans, he shouldn't order bugs to attack humans. Who knows what the other party thinks? Stop talking nonsense, let's deal with these bugs first. Clear. Following Lu Ruobing's order, many fighter jets on the aircraft carrier took off. These fighters are not only equipped with newly developed plasma bombs, but also poisonous powder sprays specially used to clean up small bugs. With them joining the battlefield, the bugs who were only responsible for the feint attack immediately slowed down a lot. Of course, due to time constraints, even Lu Ruobing couldn't prevent Ye Xian from reuniting with the Queen of the Swarm. Queen. Withdraw. Seeing Ye Xian's return, the Queen of the Swarm directly gave the order to retreat. The purpose of her coming here is to cover Ye Xian's retreat, there is no need to fight with humans. So, following her order, the overwhelming insects receded like a tide. Have you retreated? Exactly. Kikai, watch them. On the other side of the mountain. As soon as Liu finished speaking, people rushed out. Where are you going? I'll take a look and keep in touch. A crack in the space ahead opened, and the black light leopard came out from inside, just in time to catch Liu who was rushing towards him. There are a lot of bugs, and the retreat speed is very fast, and humans can't stop them at all. But Liu finally found out about Ye Xian's existence, so of course he couldn't let them leave just like that. Under Liu's command, the black light leopard led Liu to run wildly, and soon caught up with the last batch of jumping insects running in the team. The jumping insects sensed Liu's existence, but did not attack him. Because at this time, Liu opened the hidden abyss. Hidden in the abyss, after a long period of evolution, has been able to perform group invisibility. As long as you stay within 10 meters of Liu, you can get this ability. To some extent, this ability is more useful than Ye Xian's favor of the Queen of the Swarm. After all, Ye Xian's ability can only target swarms, while Liu's ability is aimed at all monsters. If it wasn't for killing Xiao Fan, Liu would have more and more pets and subordinates, and he wouldn't need to do it himself to hunt monsters. This ability might become his strongest life-saving skill when facing monsters. The topic is a bit off topic. In short, Liu rode the black light leopard and rushed to catch up with the swarm. After finding the worm nest, give them 2 nuclear bombs directly. This is what Liu was thinking at this moment. Nuclear bombs do not distinguish between enemy and friend, and the places they bombed are not suitable for human habitation, so it is impossible for Liu to use nuclear bombs in the conventional war just now. At this time, the swarms retreated in groups, which was an opportunity instead. As time went by, the inspector eyeworms did not perceive Liu's existence, but the insect nest seemed a little far away from the Kishu battlefield. Liu followed the insect nest for 2 days and 1 night before arriving at the destination. The positioning of the receiver shows that this place is not far from Chang'an City. The insect swarm scattered and retreated from Kishu, and came to this lofty mountain. The mountains covered by dense vegetation, the poisonous spider webs that can be seen everywhere in the jungle, all prove the danger here. Fortunately, neither the poisonous spiders nor the hunting insects reacted to Liu when they saw Liu. Throwing the black light leopard back into the abyss, Liu carefully explored the jungle. After a day of investigation, Liu came to a very speechless conclusion. The worm's nest covers a very wide area, at least equivalent to a first-tier city. But most of the bugs live underground, there are at least 1,000 exits, and the depth of the bug nest is at least 2,000 meters. At this depth, 1 or 2 nuclear bombs can't handle it at all. What should I do? Leaning behind a big tree, Liu rubbed his chin and thought about it, look them out and blow them up? It doesn't seem possible. With Ye Xian around, it will definitely prevent me from using nuclear bombs. So, just sneak in and kill Ye Xian. It doesn't seem to work. It's the protagonist's job to take risks. What kind of hero am I, a villain? Just as Liu thought of this, there was a sudden fluctuation in the space behind him. The role of danger perception at this moment was brought to the extreme. Liu subconsciously turned around and swung his sword without even looking at it. Clang! The 2 weapons were intertwined together, making a metallic crisp sound. The King Z sword that has been promoted to the epic level is still so sharp, but the opponent's scythe was cut by this sword with a huge gap. This is the hidden knife. Seeing the other party's alien-like appearance, Liu's eyes froze slightly. Although Yandao was surprised, he still quickly drew back and flew back. Queen, I found him. Good job, get out. As soon as the words fell, Yandao disappeared from Liu's sight. Before Liu could react, bugs surrounded him in his direction. Ye Xian and the woman with wings on her back and her whole body wrapped in skeletons also appeared in Liu's sight, surrounded by insects. Race, Zerg, Queen. Name, Irina. Level, Demigod. Explanation, as a queen of the swarm, Irina has a proud figure and a proud personality. Chapter 526 Even Jesus Can and number 039, T keep you. Before the end of the world, Liu was just an ordinary person. Every day is not eating and sleeping, or going to school to pick up girls. No big ambitions. After the apocalypse, although he gained a powerful body, he never thought about being a hero. The reason why they came here with these swarms was just to kill Yexian. But he didn't expect that Yexian and the queen of the swarm were not vegetarians either. After he opened the hidden abyss, he found himself. More importantly, this queen of the swarm not only has a proud figure similar to a human female, but is also a demigod? Do I want to be so exaggerated? Are demigods even more awesome than holy ranks? Even Liu doesn't know how his strength will change when he reaches the level of demigod. Why is she a demigod? And if the queen of the swarm is a demigod, then Yexian is a simulator? What the hell? Hehe, you are still here. Yexian's playful voice interrupted Liu's thinking. Seeing Liu appearing in the territory of the Zerg, he was in a happy mood. According to the content on the simulator, as long as he can kill Liu this time, his future life will be smooth sailing. No matter what he does, no one can stop him. But if he couldn't kill Liu, he himself had to die. It was in the human territory before, no matter how Yexian imitated it, it would be a dead end. But now that Liu appeared in the territory of the Zerg, he had a great chance of winning. You are Yexian. Liu looked around and was not in a hurry at all. Ability is not bad, not only can I count my coming, but also prepared such a welcome ceremony for me. You know my name? And my abilities. Yexian frowned when he heard this. It seems that your problem is not small. Each other. Stop talking nonsense. No matter what ability you have today, you must die here. Yexian sneered, Jesus can't keep you, I said it. Are you going together? Or are you going alone? Liu was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yexian. For him now, before his strength was exhausted, those bugs did not pose much threat to him. The only real threats are Yexian and the queen of the swarm. But this swarm queen is already a demigod. So although Liu said it lightly, he also maintained a high degree of vigilance. Of course. Humanity. Before Yexian could finish speaking, the queen of the swarm suddenly interrupted. She was still sitting on the keel chair on the back of the giant worm, looking down at Liu, her tone full of arrogance, command, and unquestionable. Where does your breath come from? She is now a demigod, and her perception ability can be said to be ridiculously strong. But she could know that Liu sneaked in, not relying on her perception ability, but relying on Yexian's simulator. For her, Liu is still the second human being who can sneak into the insect's nest with his own ability, which made her a little interested in Liu. It's a pity that Liu didn't want to answer her question. None of your business. After Liu cursed this sentence, he directly threw a few sword auras at her and the prancing insects around her. These few sword chi are not the wind blade before, but real sword chi. It was Liu who chose full-level combat skills when he was rewarded by Chen Yuxi. Due to the increase in the number of devouring systems, the number of rewards for this skill has been changed from 1 to 3. The abilities that Liu chooses are gun, sword, bow, court death. Seeing Liu being so ungrateful, the queen of the swarm was also furious. After blocking Liu's sword energy with a wave, he immediately directed the bugs to attack Liu. Although she is a demigod and has a human form, she is the queen of the swarm after all. It is impossible to be as calm and relaxed as a strong human being. So. Sizzle. Several leaping insects around were cut in half by the sword energy. The other bugs got the order and rushed towards Liu desperately. Liu vacated quickly, looking for a suitable battlefield for him. Small worms rely on their numbers to penetrate into every hole, while large worms bite, poison, and release corrosive gases. All available attack methods were used against Liu at this moment. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yexian's mouth finally raised a satisfied smile. He knew that most insects had no effect on Liu's attack, but there were too many ants and they killed the elephant. In addition, he and the queen of the swarm are beside him, so Liu is dead this time. Humph, a group of ants also want to hurt me. In the sky above the jungle, the light-bodied Liu walked freely among the swarms of insects. Surrounded by thunder and fire, strong winds and sword chi raged all around. He didn't summon abyssal monsters, nor did he seek powerful fire assistance. Just relying on the powerful ability he captured from other protagonists, he harvested these bugs. Although there are too many ants, it is true that the elephant can be killed, but the number of sacrificed ants is definitely a very scary number. Facing this group of ants, the super resilience of Liu's sacred body can even pull this number to the limit. This guy. Looking at Liu in the sky who looked like a god of war, Yexian's eyes became colder and colder. The queen of the swarm also spoke at this time. Gold, wood, water, fire, wind, earth, and thunder? Yexian, this person's ability is very similar to yours. That's true, but he is destined to die here today. After Yexian said this in a cold voice, a set of golden battle armor appeared on his body, and a long sword shining red light appeared in his hand. The golden battle armor appeared out of thin air, and the red longsword in his hand didn't look like a cheap product. As the owner of the simulator, it is not difficult for Ye Xian to obtain some powerful treasures. These equipments, like the Queen of the Swarm, were prepared in advance to deal with Luyu. But just when Ye Xian was about to use other bugs to interfere and launch a sniper attack on Luyu. Boom! There was a sudden muffled thunder, which startled everyone. Ye Xian quickly looked at the sky through the swarm of insects, and saw the blue sky that was still clear before, but now there are large swaths of dark clouds? What's going on? These dark clouds are also his ability. I don't know, but... Ye Xian didn't finish talking. Boom! A huge fireball with scorching heat sprayed from the ground to the sky. Although bugs can also breathe fire, the diameter of this fireball is at least hundreds of times larger than the fireballs sprayed by ordinary bugs. And the temperature of the fireball is extremely high, but the target is not Luyu, but the vast number of bugs in the sky? Again. What is it this time? Seeing this fireball, let alone Ye Xian and the Queen of the Swarm, even Luyu himself was a little surprised. Because he never called for reinforcements. At this time, someone actually helped him. How is this going? While flying rapidly in the air to avoid the insect attack, Luyu looked in the direction of the fireball. When he saw this creature that released fireballs to relieve the defensive pressure on him, he was stunned. Hurry up and send a telepathic voice over. Zhang Chen? Why are you here? You think I want to come? If it wasn't for fear that Yunar's child would be born without a father, how do you know my name? I know more than your name. Grass, you really have a problem, kid, forget it. Zhang Chen raised the faucet, and the burst flame sprayed a big bug to death, and then slapped a few jumping bugs that attacked it with his claws and said angrily. You go first, I'll cover you. Go? Where are you going? I came here to kill that kid Ye Xian, not to escape. Damn it, you. Zhang Chen wanted to say something more, but before he finished speaking, Ye Xian's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Zhang Chen? Why are you? Why can't it be me? Why do you want to help this person surnamed Lu? You care about me. Chapter 527 The Power of God. Thinking of Bai Yueguang telling himself before that she was pregnant with Luyu's child, Zhang Chen felt inexplicably angry. He is the protagonist of Cauliflower Snake to Ancient Dragon. Although it has not yet evolved to the level of an ancient giant dragon, after shedding its skin several times, it has evolved into a flood dragon with a length of hundreds of meters. In his mind, Bai Yueguang not only has exquisite facial features and an exquisite figure, but she is also her lifesaver. Such a glamorous killer with both strength and beauty was completely overwhelmed by a flamboyant young man like Luyu. Zhang Chen refused to accept it. But he also knew that he was just a snake, and he would have to wait until the year of the monkey if he wanted to transform into a snake. It is almost impossible to be with Bai Yueguang. Therefore, under Bai Yueguang's repeated pleas, he chased after her with tears streaming down his face. Damn it, you asked for it. Stop it for me. The two asked and answered. Ye Xian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Ye Xian found out about its existence with the simulator, so he asked him to deal with Luyu together. But it's fine if this guy doesn't help him deal with Luyu now, but instead helps Luyu deal with him? But at this time, he didn't care too much. Although Zhang Chen is also a child of luck, each child of luck has different abilities and luck. Ye Xian's evolution limit is not as high as Zhang Chen's. But the life he can enjoy and the resources he has are incomparable to Zhang Chen. At this time, it is impossible for a protagonist like Zhang Chen to be stronger than himself and the Queen of the Swarm. So even if Zhang Chen rebelled, Ye Xian was sure to kill Luyu with the help of the Queen of the Swarm. Go to hell! Ye Xian flew towards Luyu at an extremely fast speed, and slashed forward with the red longsword in his hand. Boom! Luyu's sense of danger burst out, and he turned around without looking at it with a sword. The two sword chi collided together in the air, sending out a huge wave of air. The blast hasn't disappeared yet. Clang! The two long swords collided together, the flames splashed, and the lightning flashed and thundered. Two figures, one gold and one silver, made their first close contact in the air. Humph! I've been waiting for you for a long time. Luyu snorted coldly, and a strange red light flashed in the eyes behind the liquid metal helmet. This is... Feeling the strength coming from his hands, and then feeling the spiritual attack bursting out from Luyu's eyes, Ye Xian's expression changed. After quickly fighting two swords with Luyu, he quickly distanced himself from him. Holy steps? I'm damn. You actually have holy steps. This is just the beginning. Luyu's voice was cold, and he raised his hand after speaking, Tian Li help me. Rumble boom. The sky, which was already covered with dark clouds, became even more ferocious at this time. A large number of thunder lights tumbling crazily inside the dark cloud. Are you kidding me? He can control the weather. This dark cloud is really his ability. These terrifying thunders not only slowed down those fearless bugs. It also made Yexian, Zhang Chen, and the queen of the swarm appear unbelievable at the same time. Controlling the weather is not something that can be done with a high level. Even if you are a god, you have to awaken related abilities. How did Liu do it? After a short thought, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck towards Yexian under Liu's control. Although lightning speed is very fast, it takes time to guide, and Yexian's reaction is not slow. When the lightning was falling rapidly, there were two flying insects bigger than helicopters blocking Yexian. Boom! The two giant worms were struck by lightning, and they fell from the air, charred and black. But what Yexian didn't expect was that the power of the lightning was a bit outrageous, and there were extra lightning flying towards him over the two giant worms. Boom! Yexian was knocked down to the ground by the lightning. Damn, what the hell is going on with this guy? Yexian is not weak enough to be killed by a weakened lightning bolt. But there was no time to think too much, so he quickly got up from the ground and ran into the depths of the jungle. At the same time, lightning strikes from other places also hit the ground densely to clean up the bugs. Boom boom boom. Thunder, one after another, the sound is a loud noise. Lightning storm. It is the ability used by the weather controller in the red alarm system. It is the same as the nuclear bomb of the nuclear energy silo, and it is a large-scale offensive weapon that does not distinguish between friend and foe. It's just that this thing can be controlled to a certain extent when the lightning power is raised to around the legendary level. So the combination of the two abilities makes Liu look like a thunder god who can control the weather. At this time, lightning kept falling in the sky above the worm nest, and many worms were wiped out by the lightning. Seeing that Yexian had already hid in the jungle, Liu didn't waste any more time, and turned around and flew towards the queen of the swarm. Zhang Chen, cover me. Hearing Liu's words, Zhang Chen, who was avoiding the lightning storm in the jungle, immediately crawled towards Liu's direction. The bugs on the road were either hit to death by him or shot to death by him. Oh! The thunderstorm is just a cover, is the real target me? Seeing Liu flying towards her with a powerful aura all over her body, the queen of the swarm was taken aback for a moment, and then a contemptuous smile rose from the corner of her mouth. It's a good idea, but... The queen of the swarm slowly raised her hand, and the energy shield emitted just hit the imposing Liu. Boom! The two groups of energy collided, and the terrifying air wave spread in all directions, and Liu was also frozen in the air by the invisible force. How can a mortal body rival a god? After saying this lightly, the queen of the swarm twisted her hands in the air. Snapped! The invincible green sword in Liu's hand actually broke into 3 pieces under the twist of the opponent. Sensing the strength of the opponent, Liu's eyes froze slightly. Even though the King's sword had 2 tiny gaps in it when it fought Yexian just now, it wouldn't be snapped off at once, right? At this time, Liu also didn't have time to think too much, and quickly made a defensive move with his hands crossed. Feel the power of God! Whoosh whoosh! Countless tentacles flew out from behind the queen of the swarm, and ran directly towards Liu. The tentacles don't have spikes, but they contain extremely powerful toughness, strength, and poison. The tentacle attack of the queen of the swarm is of course not comparable to those of the tentacle monsters. No human being dares to use the body to hardwire it. It's a pity that when these tentacles entangled Liu, he didn't feel the pain and screams as the queen imagined. God! Liu's originally surprised face suddenly raised a sneer. Today, this young master is here to kill God. As soon as the words fell, the mercury battlesuit on Liu's body quickly retreated. A terrifying force erupted from Liu's body. The originally tall and strong body began to swell under the blessing of this powerful force. This swelling force is so strong that even the tentacles of the queen of the swarm cannot restrain Liu's body. Soon, the tentacles of the queen of the swarm were forced back by this force, and Liu also completed the transformation. The queen of the swarm was stunned when she saw the man in front of her who was about 2.2 meters tall and wearing a suit of black scale armor. This is... Little bug, die. Liu's voice became low and hoarse. After saying this, he stretched his right hand with black scales to his side. Where the right hand stopped, a black vortex suddenly appeared, and a fist-sized eye slowly emerged from the center of the black vortex. No, to be precise, it was a sword hilt with eyes the size of a fist. This is a giant sword with a length of nearly 2 meters and a width of nearly 30 centimeters, and it is full of black air. All the bugs around were trembling with fear from the breath of the sword, even the queen of the swarm was a little out of breath under the pressure of this force. Hidden breath? Flood Dragon Guard? Devil Flame Burning Heart Sword. The queen of the swarm suddenly thought of something, and quickly knelt down on one knee towards Liu in panic. Irina, queen of the swarm, I have met Lord Demon God. Liu. Chapter 528 The Appearance of 4 Great Saint Insects. Demon Transformation is the ability of Abyss Summoner Lin Feng. After Liu got this ability, he never used it. Because using ordinary demon transformation, not only need to find suitable demons in the abyss, but also need to sign a contract with them. The contract is not to bind the devil, but to bind Luu. After being possessed by a demon, I tend to lose my mind easily. Luu's strength at that time was completely sufficient, and he would not have sold his soul in order to obtain the power of the devil. But different demons have different powers. Some demons have so much power that even Luu covets. Therefore, he has been searching for a demon who is strong enough and suitable for him, but does not need to sell his soul. That's how Linfeng's Blaze Demon Transformation and Flame Demon Sword came about. Now Luu's Devil God Transformation and Devil Flame Burning Heart Sword are the same. The black scale armor on its body is not any kind of armor, but the product of the fusion of the devil's skin and the skin of the sacred body. This ability is the biggest reason why Luu dared to face the entire Zerg alone. The moment he saw the Swarm Queen and Yexian appearing together, he knew that if he wanted to kill Yexian, he had to kill the Swarm Queen first. Therefore, his goal from the beginning was this Swarm Queen. It's just that the Queen of the Swarm is kneeling on one knee and putting her right hand on her left shoulder respectfully, which makes him a little confused. You got the wrong person. After a short period of stupefaction, Luu slashed at the Queen of the Swarm without saying a word. It is a very stupid behavior to be distracted by a word from the enemy's top powerhouse during the battle. Luu corrected his mistake in time. Although the Queen of the Swarm was very respectful to Luu, her strong instinct was still there. The moment Luu was about to swing her sword, she had already made a dodge. Swish, boom boom boom. The sword aura with black smoke is much stronger than the sword aura that was swung by the King Z sword before. Whether it is power, attack range, or attack distance, it has increased by more than 10 times. A sword struck out, destroying the ancients and cracking the ground. The sword aura several meters wide extends to 500 meters away. Wherever the sword chi passed, the grass and trees were all ashes. The legendary mount under the Queen of the Swarm was cut in half by Luu's sword. Luu's sword failed, and he launched a teleportation in the air to appear in front of Irina. Master Demon God! Boom! Seeing this, the Queen of the Swarm hurriedly opened her mouth. Before she could finish her sentence, she gave another devastating blow. Although the sword still missed her, it cut off 2 of her tentacles. That guy's target is the Queen. The lightning storm in the sky is still raging, but it is not as dense as before. After Yexian landed, he originally wanted to use the cover of the jungle to avoid Luu's lightning pursuit. But it was soon discovered that Luu had changed direction. After all, he is also a top powerhouse, so he soon discovered Luu's real purpose. Moving around in the jungle at an extremely fast speed, they arrived at the place where the two sides were fighting in less than a moment. When he saw Luu who had turned into a demon and floated in the air, holding a huge black sword and defeating the Queen of the Swarm, he was completely stunned. Damn it, the Queen is already in a hard fight, what are you waiting for? Yexian, who came back to his senses, quickly cursed angrily. The Zerg is a race with a very large number of bugs. In terms of quantity, whether it is human beings, birds, beasts, or undead, they are all existences that are hanged and beaten by them. Although most of the worms in this race have no brains and don't know how to cultivate, but they can lead so many worms to this day, and the top powerhouse of the Zerg is definitely more than the Queen of the Swarm. Intelligent brain worms, holy gold beetles, light and shadow phantom worms, and poisonous magic worms are one of them. They are the 4 holy insects of the Zerg. Although the intelligent cerebrum can use mental and illusion attacks, under normal circumstances it will not participate in battles. It is mainly responsible for the project, which is also the management of the Zerg and the evolution direction of the bugs. At most, it will help the Queen pass and collect information. The other 3 bugs, the Holy Golden Beetle is good at defense and strength, the Light and Shadow Phantom is good at attack and speed, and the Poisonous Magic Bug is good at using various strange poisons. Before, Yexian felt that he had the chance to win, so he didn't bring them out. Now seeing that the Queen of the Swarm was no match for Luu, he couldn't sit still anymore. The plan to kill Luu this time must only succeed and not fail, otherwise it will be lost forever. So he can only call them out to help. Other holy bugs may not be able to hear my own shout, but the intelligent brain bugs can definitely hear it. Yexian can be sure. The truth is exactly what he thought. The intelligent brain worm not only heard it, but also saw it through the detection of the eye worm, and even gave assistance instructions to the other 3 worms. But I really can't wait any longer. Help the Queen get rid of him. Clear. Rumble. The Holy Golden Beetle, which looks like a longhorn and has a body like a tank, suddenly broke out of the ground beside Yexian. Seeing this bug covered in golden carapace, Yexian raised a smile. Available in the next second. Whoosh. An afterimage came with a touch of purple light, making Yexian's hair stand on end. He subconsciously moved sideways to dodge. Swish, puff. The purple light blade didn't hit his vitals, but it cut through the golden armor on the left side of his waist, and brought a splash of blood. Phantom worm, are you so crazy? Looking at the guy who attacked him, Ye Xian held his injured belly with a look of disbelief. The phantom insect is the same size as a human being, but it has the characteristics of insects all over its body. It has the same stealth ability as a hidden knife, the compound eyes and mouth parts of a bug, and 2 pairs of thin cicada wings grow on the back. A pair of praying mantis-like forelimbs are not only thinner and sharper than ordinary blades, but the purple light flashing on them also has special cutting power. If you don't help the queen, why attack me? Hearing Ye Xian's furious scolding, the light shadow phantom worm sent a sound transmission with his mind. Are helping the queen. What? Boom. Before Ye Xian could react, the holy gold beetle slammed on the ground with its forelegs, and a powerful shock wave came straight towards Ye Xian. Ye Xian, who conditioned himself to avoid the shock wave, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What's up with this Nima? The phantom worm and the golden beetle are both attacking him? The other side. Liu also discovered the situation on Ye Xian's side. After seeing those powerful bugs attacking Ye Xian, he involuntarily stopped his attack. Master Demon God, please listen to my explanation. The queen of the swarm, who was kicked by Liu and fell to the ground, quickly took the opportunity to say. She has many defensive and offensive abilities, such as tentacles, keel whip, holy shield, and so on. But even so, she also suffered some injuries at this time. Several tentacles were cut off by Liu's sword energy, the keel whip was shattered by Liu's long sword, and the pitch-black bone armor on his body was also cracked by Liu's kick. Hearing what the other party said, Liu, who was floating in the air, pointed the black giant sword at the queen of the swarm. A hoarse voice, like a demon whispering in the ear. I do need an explanation now. The queen of the swarm didn't waste any more time and stood up again and knelt on one knee. I have a memory crystal here, you will know after reading it. After saying this, a yellow-green space vortex appeared in front of her. A fist-sized crystal ball exuding a faint blue halo slowly emerged from the center of the vortex. Under the control of the swarm queen, the crystal ball slowly floated in front of Liu. Liu reached out to take it, and subconsciously scanned it with the villain's eyes. Memory crystal ball, sealed. Explanation: this is a memory crystal ball sealed by a mysterious power, which cannot be destroyed by powers below the god level, and cannot be viewed. If the power above the god level is forcibly inspected, the crystal will be destroyed by itself. Only by using the doomsday villain system to remove the seal above, can the contents of the crystal be read smoothly. This is... Seeing this explanation, Liu was dumbfounded. The face covered with black scales was also full of disbelief. Ding! The memory crystal sealed by the same power is detected. Do you want to use the power of this system to lift the seal on it and read the contents inside, whether... Liu. In a moment. What price do you need to pay to lift this seal? If this seal is compared to a lock, then this system is the key, and the host does not need to pay any price to lift the seal. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and lift the seal. Chapter 529 Prove it to me. Memory crystals are treasures that can store biological memories. Because the modified memory cannot be stored in the crystal. Therefore, the memories stored by the memory crystals have all happened in real life. The crystal ball given by the queen of the swarm was sealed by a mysterious force, and even if the strength reached the god level, the contents inside could not be read. Only the doomsday villain system can lift this seal. In other words, this crystal is compatible with Liu's villain system? Seeing the description of this crystal, Liu was very surprised. The content stored inside made him understand a whole new world. This engram belongs to the queen of the swarm, and it records some of her previous experiences. Her real name is Ariella, a human female general living in another world. In a war with the Zerg, because of the high-level political struggle of human beings, she was regarded as an abandoned child. When the army encountered a swarm that could not be dealt with, she was pushed into the swarm by her most trusted companions. However, she did not die, but under the protection of a special force, she became the queen of the swarm. After experiencing the despicableness of human nature, she officially blackened and changed her name to Irina. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, not long after he became queen of the swarm, the power that protected her disappeared. Before disappearing, she was given a prophecy about the future of the Zerg. The Zerg and other races were originally evenly matched, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. But in the near future, this world will merge with another world. Fusion will cause the Zerg to lose their original numerical advantage. If you want to maintain the Zerg's rise and fall, and let the Zerg gain a foothold in the world after fusion, you need to find the human who can change the fate of the Zerg. In addition to possessing the power of a demon god, this human has the hidden aura enough to sneak into a worm's nest, a dragon guard with powerful potential, and the demon flame-burning heart sword that is exclusive to the demon god. This is what prophecy is all about. Among the entire Zerg race, only the queen of the Zerg and the intelligent cerebrum knew this prophecy. In the beginning, Ye Xian was able to enter the swarm without any hesitation, and Zhang Chen was Ye Xian's helper. So both the Queen of the Swarm and the intelligent Cerebrum thought that Ye Xian was the person they were looking for. I didn't get the power and weapons of the demon god, but the time hasn't come yet. But the appearance of Luyu and Zhang Chen's betrayal instantly changed their minds. Thus, the scene just now appeared. Is it just a record of these things? It took less than 10 seconds for Luyu, who finished reading the memory crystal memory, to be a little disappointed. Could it be that the value of this exclusive memory crystal is just to let me know that I can change the fate of the Zerg, so that he could let the Queen of the Swarm go? Does the fate of the Zerg have something to do with him? Compared to this, Luyu is more concerned about why this crystal has the same power as his own system? Because the Queen of the Swarm is an alien creature. The memory crystals possessed by creatures from other worlds have the same power as their own villain system? It's hard not to let him think too much, but the memory crystal doesn't say anything at all. Ding! Congratulations on reading the memory crystal of the Queen of the Swarm, unlocking the hidden data in this system. The data storage is complete, please check with the host. Fuck, is it a chain lock? Luyu was taken aback for a moment, then was speechless. The Queen's memory crystal needs to be unlocked by the villain system. And there are hidden information in the villain system, need this crystal to unlock? Nimas. Luyu didn't check the hidden information for the first time, but first raised his hand and sucked the Queen of the Swarm to him, pinching her neck. The Queen of the Swarm has a good figure, with a bulging front and back. But she is 1.8 meters tall. Coupled with the wings on the back and the external skeleton on her body, she looks a bit bigger than the average human as a whole. Fortunately, Luyu is more than 2 meters tall now. With her height and body shape, she is nothing in front of Luyu. She was strangled by Luyu, but she still had the strength to fight, but she surprisingly didn't resist. Luyu's hoarse voice also reached her ears at this time. I can't believe what you record in this crystal. You want me to believe you? Prove it to me. How to prove it? Kill Ye Xian. Ye Xian is the owner of the Doomsday Simulator. Through the simulator, he obtained 10 very top talents. Except for the Queen of the Swarm, he has all the talents and skills that the other protagonists have. Such as Crystal Nucleus Fitness, Melee Master, Danger Perception, and so on. Other protagonists don't have it, but he also has innate skills suitable for survival in the last days. For example, invulnerable to all poisons, portable space, invincible luck, extraordinary understanding and so on. These abilities plus the Doomsday Simulator made him flourish in the Doomsday. However, simulation takes time, and dealing with Luyu cannot be sloppy. Therefore, his enhancement level is higher than most of the protagonists, but lower than that of Luyu. Currently legendary. At such a level, facing 3 holy level insects who have cooperated for many years, even if the protagonist is good at leapfrogging monsters, it will be very difficult at this time. The highly poisonous demon insect is okay. When poisonous gas and venom invade his skin, his ability of invulnerability to all poisons can automatically dispose of these toxins. It can't affect his overall combat effectiveness. The holy gold beetle is also considered reluctant. No matter how powerful it is, no matter how high its defense is, as long as it doesn't fight it, it will be fine. But that phantom worm is really annoying. Not only can it be invisible, but its speed and attack power are also outrageous. If you are a little distracted, there is a risk of being injured by the opponent. In the battle just now, he had already used the Guardian Jade Pendant. At this time, the Queen of the Swarm joined the battle, and Ye Xian couldn't play at all. As soon as he avoided the phantom worm's attack, his hands and feet were entangled by the tentacles transformed from the arms of the swarm. Queen? You. Puff. Before he finished speaking, the purple light sickle in phantom insect's hand pierced his body from the back. Don't blame me, Ye Xian. The voice of the Queen of the Swarm was emotionless. If you want to blame, you can only blame you for picking the wrong opponent. Why? Feeling the coldness in his chest, Ye Xian's face was full of disbelief. He didn't understand what happened before, let alone why the Queen of the Swarm would attack him. You know, he has the innate skill of the favor of the Queen of the Swarm. Even if I did something to offend the Zerg, it should be forgiven by the Queen. Why attack myself? Why do you say? I agreed to let you be the high-ranking commander of the Zerg, but because you have an aura that interests me very much. The Queen of the Swarm was expressionless. Now you are not only an enemy of the Lord Demon God, but also privately mobilized the Zerg army, causing my Zerg to lose hundreds of millions of descendants. I will kill you. It is only right and proper. Master Demon God? Damn you, wait for me. Hearing this, Ye Xian finally understood the reason. But at this moment, he had no time to think about it, he just wanted to use his portable space to leave here first. Where there is life, there is hope. No matter when, the most important thing is to survive first. But just when he was about to use his portable space, he suddenly found that the portable space he used to escape could not be opened. Want to run? How is this going? Go to hell. The phantom worm didn't waste any more time, and directly pulled out the sickle and made a horizontal cut. Puff! Blood spurted wildly, and heads fell to the ground. Yexian! Pawn! Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 530 Heaven is also a villain? The biggest role of the Doomsday Simulator is to help the host choose the most suitable path. This path can help the host avoid all risks. But once the simulated object may have unstable factors, the simulator will lose its function. Just like Yexian now. Because Liu has a villain system, he is prone to accidents. Zhang Chen and the Queen of the Swarm, one is the protagonist, and the other is an memory crystal with the same power as the villain system, so accidents are also prone to accidents. In this case, he can only rely on his own ability and experience to judge the current situation. It's a pity that his strength is limited, and being besieged by 3 holy bugs and a demigod, even Liu has little chance of winning. Liu's space blockade blocked his last chance of survival. Boom! Yexian, who lost his head, fell heavily to the ground. Fuck vs. Fuck, whoever dies is trash. The moment the queen's tentacles retracted, the phantom quickly stepped aside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist Yexian and gaining Yexian's exclusive ability, Doomsday Simulator. Seeing the system prompt to kill Yexian came from the system, Liu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, it's finally done. After speaking, he was still a little worried, and threw a dark flame at Yexian's body. Ordinary flames, the longer the continuous output, the higher the damage. But dark fire doesn't need to be so troublesome. Although compared with Soqingya's soul fire, the power of the dark fire is still not enough, but it is completely enough to incinerate a corpse. Master Demon God! The respectful voice of the Queen of the Swarm brought Liu back to reality. You've done a good job, but I have something to deal with now. I'll come to you after I'm done. After saying this, Liu didn't wait for the Queen of the Swarm to answer, and flew directly towards the periphery of the worm nest. While leaving, he also sent a message to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, let's go. Fuck, wait for me. Hey, where are you? Zhang Chen cursed angrily, and before he had time to think too much, he used his strong body to run rampant in the jungle. It's just that Liu is still in the state of a demon god, and his flying speed is extremely fast. Even if Zhang Chen raised his head, he couldn't catch Liu's figure. You go back first. Liu's voice quickly disappeared from Zhang Chen's range of perception. With Liu's departure, the lightning storm in the sky receded slowly. Yexian's body on the ground was also burned to ashes. The Queen of the Swarm looked at the direction Liu left, a little puzzled. How did this guy go? Liu didn't care what she was thinking at this time. Because explosive skills like Berserker and Devil Transformation have a certain time limit. Even if it is used for a short time, there will be certain side effects later. Under such circumstances, Liu couldn't even trust Zhang Chen, so how could he trust her? Half an hour later. Under a big tree more than 10 kilometers away from the insect nest. Call. Sitting under a big tree, Liu let out a sigh with his back against the trunk. At this time, he has changed back to his body, and put on the liquid metal battle suit again. Caroline knelt in front of him. Owner. Help me watch, I'll recover some energy. Yes. Berserker is the explosive skill used by the Enhancer, and Demon Transformation is the exclusive explosive skill of the protagonist of the Abyss Summoner. The power of the two is incomparable. Demon Transformation is not only stronger than Berserker, but also has less side effects than Berserker. In addition, Liu's driving time is very short, so with the help of the Sacred Body, Holy Order, Liu's body will soon return to normal. However, during the period of recovery, Liu did not do nothing. System, check the hidden information just now. Okay, host. Hidden data is being read, please wait. Read completed. The hidden information is not text, but an immersive description of the illusion. At the moment when the system reading was completed, the time around Liu seemed to stand still, and the whole world was plunged into darkness. Soon, under Liu's gaze, the darkness turned into a starry sky. A cold and ethereal male voice echoed in the starry sky. Hello, my successor. Who are you? I am the will of the universe. In your words, it is the way of heaven. There was no emotion in the ethereal voice, but Liu was dumbfounded when he heard this answer. What? God. What's up with this Nima? The information Tiandao left for himself on the villain system? Also call yourself the heir? Is this villain system made by heaven? I don't know how long it took. After Liu finished reading the hidden information, his consciousness returned to his body. The contents of the information just now echoed in his mind. To be honest, I was a little unresponsive. This villain system is made by Tiandao, so Tiandao is also a villain. And I am the son of luck. Coming to this conclusion, Liu was even more speechless. That's what happened. Asand is a world, and there are thousands of planes. In this world, there are many parallel worlds. In these parallel worlds, each world has different technology, civilization, and history. They have their own managers, heavenly Dao. Only the living beings who have experienced many reincarnations and sufferings can cultivate the right fruit and become the way of heaven. This is how Lu's current heavenly Dao of the end times came about. However, between planes and planes, there is not as much harmony as imagined. The way of heaven in this plane still relies on cultivating demons to become a god, and to prove the way through killing. Therefore, he was not ashamed by the heavens of other planes. It's just that there is an iron-like rule among the heavens can neither attack the heavens of other planes, nor can they interfere with the natural progress of all living beings. As a result, the heavenly Dao of other planes joined forces to integrate a plane that was not managed by the heavenly Dao into this world. And took the opportunity to create some sons of their luck, eating away the luck of heaven in this world. The Lord of Fate is one of the ways of heaven. He specializes in creating protagonists who have the ability to change fate against the sky, such as Xiao Fan, Chen Yang, Tang Cheng, Lin Chen, etc. The master of time and space is Tiandao Dash, and what he creates are reborn and traversers. The master of the system is the third of heaven, and what he creates is the owner of the system. The Lord of Reincarnation is the fourth of heaven, and what he creates are reincarnations. It's just that the Lord of Reincarnation has a lot of things to deal with, and he hasn't had time to participate in the plans of the other three Tiandao yet. At first, the children of destiny they created were too weak, so the heavens of this world did not find out. Even if they find out, they will not be able to take action against these children of luck due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven. When Tiandao realized that there were a large number of sons of luck in the plane he was in, he had no way to stop these sons of luck from encroaching on Tiandao's luck. But Tiandao can't sit still, can he? So, when he really couldn't hold on, he used his remaining strength to go back in time in this world. And tried their best to create a villain system and a divine sense, which are specially used to deal with these children of luck. Only magic can defeat magic, only the system can defeat the system, this is what he thought at the time. The villain system focuses on looting and concealment functions, and is the main force to deal with the son of luck, and the queen of the swarm found by the divine sense is the auxiliary. Of course, Luu is not the most suitable candidate for his villain system. It's just because of the power of heaven and luck, too many have been eaten away by these sons of luck. Not to mention preventing the fusion of planes, even if the time point of going back in time is advanced a little bit, it cannot be done. Therefore, he can only grab a young man with good aptitude from other planes, and use his last strength to throw the villain system to him. This is the reason why Luu traveled over here and took more than 20 days to get the system. It was also the reason why Luu got the system for a week, and the end of the world appeared. It is also the reason why there are so many children of luck in a small Yanchange in the early days of the end of the world. In the city specially selected by Tiandao to develop Luu, can there be fewer children of luck? Can the strength of destiny child be high? Of course not. That is to say, the will of heaven in this world has died, so there are so many sons of luck competing for luck. It's just that there can't be too many children of luck in one world at the same time. Only after one child of luck is solved by oneself, other new children of luck will be born. Then after Yexian's death, there will definitely be other children of luck appearing in this plane. If I don't find out in time, it is very likely that they will end up like the heavens in this world. It turns out that when this villain system evolves to the end, it will become my system in charge of this plane? Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Luu couldn't help laughing. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Luu sitting on the ground and giggling, Caroline asked with concern. Luu came back to his senses. Since I am the way of heaven, can I do whatever I want in the future? Thinking of this, he looked at Caroline. Caroline, come here. Caroline walked up to him and said respectfully, what is the master's order? What do you think, from the moment we know each other, how do I treat you? The master is very good to me, Caroline, swore that this life will belong to the master from now on. Since your life is mine, you won't refuse anything I ask you to do, will you? Of course. Come on, hold on to this tree and lie down here. Caroline, Chapter 531 Miaoan, Meet the Master. After the battle, Luu, who was relieved of all his doubts, was in a happy mood. At this time, of course, I should do something to express my happy mood. Caroline is tanned, but she has the best looks and figure. Green animal eyes, small nose, thin lips. The animal skin on her body only covered the important parts, so that her whole body revealed a kind of unwild beauty of an ordinary woman. Ever since Luu was attracted and conquered by food, she has been by Luu's side all the time. When she needed food, Luu gave her food. When she was injured, Luu helped her heal. Never abandon her because her strength can't keep up. Coupled with the orc's worship of the strong, she has long been convinced by Luu. Therefore, she didn't have much hesitation at all for what Liu asked her to do. Looking at the woman lying in front of her with her back to him, Liu couldn't help but smile. Stand up and stretch your arms. I didn't bring them out this time, so I can only wrong you. It's an honor for Caroline to serve the master without being wronged. Hehe, I am very pleased that you can think so. It has to be said that Liu is first class in both hardware and software. In front of him, even if Caroline was a lion, she could only kneel down and beg for mercy in the end. 2 hours later, Liu brought the flushed Caroline to the Chang'an base. The next day, the two returned to the Kizhu base using the hyperspace teleporter. 2 left. After solving Yexian, Liu was relieved. But it is known that Zhang Chen and Lin Chen have not dealt with the protagonists. So he thought for a while, and called Bai Yueguang. Yueguang, help me contact Zhang Chen. You don't want to kill it, do you? Don't worry, I'm not that boring, but, why did you tell him you were pregnant before? Liu said speechlessly, it's only been 20 days since the day I slept with you. Even if I got hit, I can't check it out so quickly. Aren't I worried that something will happen to you? Worried about something happening to me? Haha. Liu couldn't help but smiled, are you sure you are worried about me, not Zhang Chen? I cut it. Bai Yueguang hesitated to speak, then turned her head away from looking at Liu, I can't hide anything from you. Hurry up and contact him, even if he didn't come yesterday, I will let him go for your sake. Liu walked slowly in front of Bai Yueguang, and raised her chin in a playful way, but the premise is that he doesn't kill himself. I see, I'll help you get in touch. Bai Yueguang was taken aback by Liu's action of picking his chin. Afraid that Liu would punish her on the spot, he quickly changed the subject. Liu fought Caroline all night last night, but he didn't make things difficult for her. Let me know when you get in touch. After saying this, Liu walked out of the living room slowly and took out the communicator at the same time. Kikai, where are those 3 women? I locked them up, do you want to see them? Certainly. According to the information given by the hidden information of the system, there is actually not much difference between a normal protagonist and a hidden protagonist. It's just that Tiandao, who made the villain system, felt that the hidden protagonists were more likely to be instigated, so he divided the protagonists into 2 types in the system. Now the hidden protagonists around Liu are Chen Yang, who uses the spell, Wu De from the shelter, and Chen Chenan, who runs the restaurant. Liu did not waste much time instigating against them. Ordinary protagonists include the undead city lord Xiao Yi, the general summoning Lu Feng, and the evolution dragon Zhang Chen. Dealing with them, Liu wasted more time and energy. Although Luo Kikai is a woman, she is the first ordinary protagonist with Liu. Not only is she very powerful in combat, she also has more than 10 years of experience in the end of the world and Jade Pendant space. When Liu asked her to watch Lin Shui, she called the sealing team immediately. At this time, the 3 of Lin Shui were sealed by her and locked in a barrier space. After Liu found her, he immediately restored her memory. Since Lin Shui's memory did not disappear, but was sealed by Lin Chen, it was not troublesome for Liu to deal with it. How did this happen? Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of her, Lin Shui was dumbfounded. No wonder my brother agreed to the alliance with Yexian, so there was such a grudge between the 2 parties before? And this guy, has he grown to this level? Isn't this too fast? Let's get to know each other officially, my name is Liu. Liu's voice was calm, and he looked at the woman in the long black dress in front of him, now tell me, where is your brother? You don't hurt my brother. Hearing Liu's words, Lin Shui, who came back to her senses, said quickly. If someone else asked this question, Lin Shui didn't care at all. Because after the resurrection, she has not encountered a creature that can defeat her brother, even if Yexian does not have the power of the Zerg, he may not have that ability. But during this time, she already had a comprehensive understanding of Liu. Knowing that Liu's strength and influence are bottomless. If Liu is really determined to deal with her brother, she can't stop it at all. Give me a reason. As long as you don't hurt my brother, let me do anything. Liu's voice was cold, God gave you a chance to do it again, but you didn't cherish it. I beg you. Lin Shui said with tears in her eyes, I know that we brothers and sisters should not be your enemy, but we did not participate in the war this time, and we provided you with information in time. Do you think that by doing this, you can make up for it? Liu was unmoved, then do you know how many soldiers we lost this time? I'm sorry. Hearing this, Lin Shui originally wanted to say a few more words, but the 1,000 words only turned into 3 words sorry. In her mind, those fighters are real people. Seeing them being overwhelmed by the swarm, Lin Shui felt that what she said now was superfluous. I'm sorry, it's over. I know these 3 words and can't wash away our sins, but what else can I say now besides I'm sorry? Me. I need a maid by my side. Ah? What did you say? The sudden words made Lin Shui a little unresponsive. The eyes looking at Liu were also full of disbelief. I said I lack a maid by my side. Liu repeated it calmly, if you want to make amends, this should be a good choice. Being your maid, can you let my brother go? Of course. As soon as these words came out, Lin Shui immediately showed joy. Without even thinking about it, he knelt down in front of Liu. Miao Yan, greet the master. Liu. This woman seems to react a lot faster. Chapter 532 Hand over your system. Lin Shui came back from the dead. So the current appearance and shape are no longer the cute lowly before, but a mysterious girl full of noble and glamorous temperament. The name has also been reborn, Lin Miaoyan. Liu didn't care about the change in her appearance, nor did she care about the change in her name. He only knew that this woman was still the heroine. The heroine is a creature attached to the protagonist. If the protagonist will erode the power and luck of heaven, then the heroine is the accomplice. Liu's way of dealing with them is very simple, or turn them into his own people and become part of his own strength. Or just kill it. Although Lin Shui was indeed providing information for Yexian this time, she also reined in and provided important information to Liu in time. So Liu wouldn't kill her a second time. Get up. Take me to your brother. Ah? Still going? Some things must be resolved. That's fine. In fact, Lin Shui also knew that Liu could obtain Lin Chen's information from her by reading his memory. But he didn't do that. This is clearly to give her and Lin Chen a chance. So, after thinking about this, she has nothing to worry about. The next afternoon, Liu found Zhang Chen with the help of Bai Yueguang. He didn't waste any time, and immediately brought Zhang Chen to the nearest city to Yanqing using the hyperspace teleporter. Standing on top of Jialong's head, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar city, Liu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's really a long-lost city. The end of the world is coming, and alien worlds are invading. It was in this city that Liu seized Chu Feng's opportunity, and then made it to today step by step. What did you bring me here for? Zhang Chen was a little puzzled. Although he had cooperated with Yexian, he didn't know the existence of Lin Chen brothers and sisters. Take you to meet your kind. After Liu finished speaking, he looked forward. Let's go, he should have sensed our existence. To be frank, Liu was very surprised when he knew that Lin Chen had turned into a willow tree. After being killed by himself, the son of luck can still live in another form? The older brother turned into a tree and the younger sister turned into a flower. The tree takes care of the flowers, and the flowers take care of the tree? Tisk tisk, the master of this system is really awesome. At the same time, the central location of Yanqing. When he sensed Zhang Chen's existence, Lin Chen was also a little confused. What a strong creature! Is it a snake? Lin Chen has evolved to the present, in fact, he can move long ago. This movement speed is not even slower than that of ordinary beasts. But compared to his current size and route coverage, this movement speed is nothing. So to be on the safe side, he did not choose to leave Yanqing. Hey, that's it. Although Lin Chen has no eyes after turning into a willow tree, his perception ability is very strong. This perception ability is even easier to use than the eyes. It's just that Liu has a hidden aura, so he didn't perceive Liu's existence immediately. When Zhang Chen was almost in front of him, he saw Liu. Lin Chen, hello. The ferocious dragon over 100 meters long overwhelmed a piece of green plants. He brought Liu to appear in front of this towering tree. Asshole, it's you. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Chen's ethereal roar sounded, and the overwhelming vines surrounded Liu and Zhang Chen. He is not a fool, his sister left Yanqing to help Yexian deal with Liu. Now that his sister didn't come back, Liu came one step ahead of time? Even know his own name? What did you do to my sister? Each of these vines has an attack no less than that of a golden mutant weapon. The power of the dozens of core vines is even more epic. As long as Liu moved slightly, he would be strangled mercilessly by these vines. Your sister? Liu turned a blind eye. You let your sister participate in such a war, and you didn't think about what will happen to her in advance. Lin Chen, you died in my hands at the beginning because you made a wrong decision. I didn't expect you to live again and still be stubborn. You killed my sister. Of course not. Liu smiled playfully, she is so beautiful, how could I be willing to kill her? As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen not only did not calm down his anger, but became even more angry. Bastard, what the hell did you do to her? I haven't done anything to her yet, but if you don't cooperate, it will be hard to say. Cooperate? How do you want me to cooperate? Hand over your system. What? Same recipe, same taste. When Lin Chen was still the owner of the Doomsday chariot, Liu used Lin Shui to threaten Lin Chen to hand over the chariot. Now that Lin Chen has turned into a willow tree, he still cannot escape the fate of being threatened by Liu. Facing Liu's threat, does Lin Chen have a choice? No choice. Knowing his current strength, Liu dared to bring Zhang Chen here alone, which proved that Liu had enough confidence in his own strength. As long as Lin Chen has a little brain, it is impossible to directly attack Liu. Plus Lin Shui is in Liu's hands. So he can only compromise with Liu. But when he heard the word system, apart from Lin Chen, Zhang Chen who was standing under Liu's feet was also shocked. Obviously, his ability is also a system. You are now the product of the Lord of the System. Liu was straightforward and didn't hide too much, and I am the manager of this world, so you only have two choices now, either stand by my side and manage the world together, or I will kill you. The competition between Heavenly Dao and Heavenly Dao will form a fight among the Sons of Destiny. Therefore, Zhang Chen and Lin Chen are destined to be Liu's enemies. If they can't change their camp, Liu can only kill them. This is an unchangeable fact. After listening to Liu's narration, Zhang Chen and Lin Chen were stunned at the same time. What's up with this Nima? The master of the system? Manager of the world? With Liu's in-depth narration, the two also understood a general idea. You mean that you are willing to tell me this because of Bai Yueguang? Of course. Liu didn't deny it, and looked at Lu Shu in front of him. You too. If your sister hadn't come to her senses and reported Yexian's situation to me in time, I wouldn't stand here and waste so much time with you. Now, give me your answers. I'm not your opponent. Hearing that Liu was so frank, Zhang Chen also generously admitted. He and Liu had dealt with the Queen of the Swarm before, so he knew how terrifying it was after Liu turned into a demon god. Although Liu's power after transformation is still not at the god level. But there is also a gap between demigods. It can be seen from the fact that Liu can suppress the Queen of the Swarm to fight. Now, like Yexian, he only has legendary strength, and he is not Liu's opponent at all. However, you have to tell me, what does it mean to manage this world together? If the harm outweighs the benefit, then I might as well fight with you. The snake is right. After calming down, Lin Chen couldn't help thinking about it. Everyone in the world is benefiting. When adults do things, they have to pay attention to the pros and cons. Some things are better explained clearly. You can rest assured about this. As long as you hand over the system and keep yourself safe, I dare not say anything else. It will be no problem for you to be the ball captain. Chief? The chief of the savage tribe. It's the ball of the earth. Is there life on other planets? The universe is so big, it's not normal for there to be no other life. If that's the case, then I'll do it. I can't beat you anyway. Lin Chen, what about you? I want to meet my sister first. Can. Liu directly turned on the receiver and pressed the projection call button. Soon, a projected bright light shot out. The beautiful figure in the long black dress appeared in the eyes of the three of them. Elder brother. This guy didn't do anything to you, did he? No, brother, have you talked about it yet? This. Lin Chen originally wanted to say no, but seeing his sister's worried expression, he sighed helplessly in his heart. It's already been discussed, you don't have to worry. Really? That would be wonderful. Chapter 533 Where is my husband? Lin Shui was really scared. I was afraid that my brother would fight Liu to the death like before. I am also afraid that the tragedy of the past will repeat itself again. Hearing her brother's words at this time, she finally felt a sense of relief. And Lin Chen couldn't help sighing again when he saw his sister's relieved and joyful appearance. No matter before or after rebirth, his biggest weakness is his sister. Therefore, seeing his sister like this, he could only compromise with Liu. As a result, all the protagonists and heroines who survived on the land of Xia Kingdom all joined Liu's camp. Luo Kekai, Chen Yang, Wu Di, Chen Chenan, Xiao Yi, Lu Feng, Zhang Chen, Lin Chen. After dealing with Zhang Chen and Lin Chen, Liu didn't waste any time. He returned to the city plain immediately and brought Shangguan Linglong and Bai Linghe back. Because they are not children of luck, they stayed in this plane for many days without encountering any reincarnation. Months later, the human living environment has become more stable than before. Inside the high walls, people live and work in peace and contentment. Schools, hospitals, shops, and streets have reproduced the prosperity before the end of the world. A large number of patrolling soldiers protect the safety of the survivors in the base. Outside the high wall, there are overgrown green plants and monsters everywhere. Only powerful awakeners and soldiers dare to walk out of the gate of the base. Lu Feng, who summoned generals, became the supreme leader of Sichuan province. Chen Yang and Wu Di are in charge of all the city's defense equipment. Chen Chenan still runs a restaurant in Yanjing. Zhang Chen started to conquer the sea, and Lin Chen conquered the jungle. As for the undead city lord Xiao Yi, the task Liu gave him was to develop himself in the direction of Dongpu. How much territory he can lay down is all his own. Brother Yang, I met an acquaintance yesterday, guess who I met? Today, the sun is shining. A roadside stall at the base of survivors in the Magic City. A group of people are chatting about something around a dining table. The man named Brother Yang is strong, with dark muscles and well-defined outlines. He can be seen as a strength-awakened person. At this moment, he asked casually while eating some side dishes and drinking some wine. Who did you meet? Our colleagues. College classmate. Yes, do you still remember the secret realm we saw on the first day of the last days? Of course I remember, Liu took our treasures with his bodyguards, how could I forget? The one I met yesterday was Cangyun who was with him at that time. The man said with some emotion, hey, I didn't expect that the pure and lovely schoolgirl is now married and a woman. When I met her yesterday, she was wandering on the street with a few guards and pushing a baby carriage. What's so strange about this? It's normal for a girl with such a good looks like her to have a few children in her life. That's right, don't make a fuss there. No, what I mean is that Yun's child belongs to Liu, and Liu seems to be doing well now. Can we go to Liu through Cangyun and ask him to arrange a job for us? With his current power, it is better than us as mercenaries to arrange a job for us casually. I want to go to you, this kind of thing that depends on others, I will not do it. That's right, we don't make money in our life now, so why beg others? Brother Yang is right, these days, it is definitely better to ask for help than to ask for yourself. You guys, oh. Forget it. Bang bang bang. Stop her. Don't let her get away. As soon as the few people talked here, there was a sound of fighting at the end of the street. Everyone followed the prestige, and saw a stunning, tall, long-haired woman strangling another dark-skinned woman by the throat like a god of death. Although the woman is tall, she is well-proportioned. There is a set of green armor of unknown material hanging on the front and back. Her expression was calm, and her eyes were full of indifference. In addition to this woman, there are also awakened people lying around. They didn't know the tall slender woman, but they knew the woman who was held by her throat and lifted into the air. That's Dalian. Oh shit! Several people cursed angrily, picked up the weapons beside them, and walked over to surround the green-armored woman. Dalian was their former classmate and their current vice-captain of the mercenary group. The brother was beaten, and the vice-captain was captured. How can they be indifferent? Let go of our captain! One of them shouted angrily, and rushed towards the woman with a machete in his hand. Unexpectedly, the woman just raised her hand casually. Boom! The man with the knife was sent flying by an invisible energy. I'm here to find someone, not to fight, please give me peace of mind. The woman's voice was unusually calm, and she put Dalian down after speaking. It seemed that he didn't care about the poisonous woman in front of him at all. Seeing this, other people wanted to come forward to ask for an explanation, but Dalian, who was clutching her neck and coughing non-stop, stopped her with her hand. Cough cough. Back off. Cough cough. You are not her opponent. You look more sensible than them. The woman looked at Dalian calmly, use your power to help me find someone. Who are you looking for? Liu. Who? Hearing the woman say this name, Dalian's voice immediately raised several decibels. Even Tao Yang and the others around him were surprised. This woman with such terrifying strength actually came to find Liu? The woman glanced at several people curiously, do you know him? Yes, but we haven't seen him for a long time. It's okay, as long as you can help me find him. This. Dalian was a little embarrassed, and was about to say something more. Whirring. 4 single-person female mechas appeared in the sky, with long tail flames spraying from their backs and soles, appearing in everyone's sight. The individual mecha is one of the most powerful individual combat equipment in the military. Ordinary military soldiers are not qualified to have it at all. Even if there is, it is basically the same shape. And these 4 mechas, although about the same size, have their own characteristics, and the design is obviously much more refined. One mecha has 9 tails, one holds a mechanical longbow, one is engraved with runes and carries a broadsword on its back, and the other holds 2 guns with wings on its back. This is Mecha 9 Tails, Mecha Bao Soul, Mecha Valkyrie, Mecha Angel. My god, these 4 mechas are dispatched at the same time? Is something serious? Tisk tisk, so handsome. This mecha is so cool. Mom, I want to be a mecha master when I grow up. Then you should study hard and strive to be admitted to the Mecha Academy in the future. Well, Mom, I'll try my best. Clang clang clang. Amidst the discussions of many survivors, the 4 women's mechas landed firmly in the 4 directions of the tall slender woman and Dalian. They were evenly positioned, just surrounding the tall slender woman and Dalian. Hello ma'am, we've been looking for you for a long time. Tell me your information. Name, age, and the purpose of looking for Liu. Hearing these cold questioning words, the tall slender woman frowned slightly, and answered irrelevantly, you have his aura on you, it seems that you have a close relationship with him? Where is my husband? 4 girls, dot. Husband? Who is your husband? Of course it's Liu. What are you kidding? Luo Kikai and the Valkyrie Mecha couldn't help it anymore, I know all the women around Liu, where did you come from? My name is Irina. What? Chapter 534 Goddess Chat Group, end of the last chapter. It is clear. The owners of the 4 female mechs are Liu's 4 women. So Qingyu, Luo Kikai, Xiao Manli, Mu Dai. Because Luo Kikai and the others formed a female mercenary group, they often do missions together in their spare time. Mu Dai joined in later, using the identity of Lu Feng's sister. When they were doing the task, they knew that there was a powerful woman who was looking around for Liu's whereabouts. So without further ado, we came together. It's just that after hearing the woman say the name, Luo Kikai was a little confused. She learned from Liu that this name belonged to the queen of the swarm. But how could this beautiful woman with a proud figure look like the queen of the swarm? You are Irina. Like a fake replacement. Wait a minute. Luo Kikai winked at So Qingyu in the 9-tailed mecha. So Qingyu understood, and quickly opened the watch-style communicator in her left hand. This watch-style communicator is only available to people around Liu and core members of the military. For ordinary soldiers, only wireless headphones can be used. But So Qingyu originally wanted to contact Liu and ask what happened to the queen of the swarm. But a message from a chat group on the communicator caught her attention. The name of this group is Goddess Chat Group. Including Liu, there are a total of 10 people in the group. Except for So Qingyu, Xiao Manli, and Luo Kikai who were the third of the 4 women's battle armors. There are also Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Lu Ruobing, Qin Weiwei, Bai Yueguang, and Nangong Ling. Yan Yun, at Ruobing, Sister Ruobing, I heard that you are pregnant too, is it true? Yeah, I just found out not long ago. He, congratulations, now I have a companion to raise a baby at home. Isn't Wanning at home? Ms. Li gave birth to her second child a long time ago. I just saw that you were busy, so I didn't tell you. Hey? Is that so? Bai Yueguang, at everyone, let me ask you weekly, what should I pay attention to when I'm pregnant? I'm a little nervous about being pregnant for the first time. Lu Ruobing, I don't have experience with this either, you can have a private chat with Yueguang and Weiwei. Okay, Sister Ruobing. Lu Ruobing, does any of you know where Liu is now? I sent him a message but he didn't reply me. Nangong Ling, Liu? He's with me. Mrs. Nangong? Are you alone together? No. Nangong Ling, who was wearing a cheongsam and black suspenders, looked at Lin Miaoan lying in Liu's arms, and at Shang Guan Ling Long beside her. Focusing on the chat interface again, he sent his own message. Ling Long and Miaoan are also there. Where? Villa. Lu Ruobing was a little speechless, and when he was about to ask Liu why he didn't reply to his message, several system prompts suddenly flashed in the group. Liu invited Caroline to join the Goddess Chat Group. Liu invited Lin Miaoan to join the Goddess Chat Group. Liu invited Shang Guan Ling Long to join the Goddess Chat Group. Liu invited Mu Dai to join the Goddess Chat Group. Lu Ruobing, So Qingyu, at Liu, isn't it a bit too much for you to do this? Liu invited Qin Xiao to join the Goddess Chat Group. Liu invited Xiao Xiu to join the Goddess Chat Group. So Qingyu, Qin Xiao, my god, are there already so many people in this group? Xiao Xiu, although I have been mentally prepared, the number of people in this group is really large. Yan Yun, Liu, can you stop being such a scumbag? I beg you. Li Wanning, what's the situation? There are so many people in the group in just one class time. Lu Ruobing, Liu, I also feel that you are a bit too much, even Zyro and the others. Aren't you afraid of dying of kidney failure? I have a divine body, and I won't suffer from kidney failure. Liu replied shamelessly. You. So Qingyu was speechless. At Liu, I won't say anything if you sleep with them, but why don't you even let the bugs go? What? Insect? Sister Qingyu, what are you talking about? What bug? Ask him yourself. Liu, why don't you explain? Liu was also at a loss when he heard So Qingyu and the women's verbal criticism. After some in-depth understanding, he shouted that he was wronged. Believe me, I never slept with her. After killing Ye Xian before, he promised to go back to find the queen of the swarm. But during this period of time, he was busy arranging the work of those children of luck, and spreading branches and leaves for the Liu family, so he put this matter behind him. Didn't expect that the queen of the swarm couldn't help but come to her door in person. Still appearing as his wife? It seems that the heavenly spirit had some influence on her, So what do we do now? If you are free, bring her here, if not, give her an address and let her come here by herself. Okay. After saying this, So Cangyun hung up the communication helplessly. On the other side, inside the villa, Liu stretched his waist, heaved a sigh of relief, and muttered to himself. In a world, there cannot be too many children of luck at the same time. Judging from the number of children of luck around me now, at most one new child of luck can appear. So, no matter the quantity or quality of the children of luck, I can completely win now. When the affairs of this world are completely resolved, it's time for me to counterattack. After saying this, Liu turned his gaze to Nanggong Ling beside him. Nanggong, take care of the family law. Yes, master. A flash of astonishment flashed in Shangguan Linglong's eyes. Family law? What family law? What do you say? Liu smiled evilly. You and Miao Yan are so disobedient, of course you have to be punished. What? After hearing Liu's words and seeing the smile on Liu's mouth, Shangguan Linglong understood it instantly. Although she still often dreams of being stripped of the system by Liu. But now that the scene is repeating itself, she still can't adapt. Before she could react, Liu's voice reached her ears again. Come on, Miaoan, move over there. Lin Miaoan, ... The end of the world. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.